Welcome into day 2 here of the Dream League North American qualifiers for season 28. My name is Bamulf. We got Rojo right over there, and we start with the upper bracket before moving on to the lower bracket, eliminating a team just a little bit later, a couple hours from now. But for now, it's going to be GamerLegion. It's going to be Rottweilas. I know, Rojo, we talked yesterday about how it really did feel like CatChamp was probably, just based on names and vibes, the number 2 team in this qualifier, and GamerLegion summarily executed them in a 2-0 yesterday. But Rottweilas, they didn't look half bad. They looked really good. Dad on his Muerta, on his Slark. Well, no, it wasn't a Slark, but Dad as well in game number 2. I got distracted. We talked about Slark potentially being a carry. He looked really good. So maybe it's the Rottweilas. Maybe they're the team that can put it to GamerLegion here.
Yeah, they're certainly very, very solid. I think probably their team chemistry is probably slightly a little bit higher than CatChamp's, is what I would imagine, just because CatChamp is a little bit thrown together, even if their players are all individually great. They just had a pretty big slew of kind of macro issues against GamerLegion, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see the series with Rottweilers be a little bit closer, actually, than the one that we saw yesterday. Maybe that was just a bad day for CatChamp that we kind of found them, but as you said, Rottweilers look pretty good. Their macro is pretty solid. Dodd is a very, very strong carry player, so I think they have a pretty decent shot today from what we've seen. That being said, GamerLegion looked very clean yesterday. As much as CatChamp did have some kind of failings, I think that GamerLegion made very, very few macro mistakes. Honestly, I think based on the way that they showed us yesterday, I feel like they could have beaten pretty any reasonable VP, any of these, other teams that are kind of in these Western Europe qualifiers. They looked really, really good, honestly, yesterday. So as much as, you can blame CatChamp or whatever, as much as they are a new team, GamerLegion did just look very good.
Yeah, and if I'm Rottweilas here, I got a couple heroes from yesterday that I want to ban out. I want to get rid of the Tree and Protector. Speed was so good on that yesterday, hitting these flank angles, big 4 or 5 man overgrowths, the vision he provided. I think get rid of the Chen. That also looked really scary, and then you kind of go from there. But for now, we're going to find out exactly what Rottweilas and GamerLegion think are valid. In fact, Rottweilas have already started. They got a Viper ban on the books, but our first draft ready to go here. Game number 1, Viper being removed, Shadow Demon as well. Notably here, Rojo, not only are these heroes that can be potentially difficult to draft around, these are 2 heroes that have rather accessible breaks. Yes, Shadow Demon needs an axe for that, but that might tell us something about what Rottweilers are looking for in this first phase.
Yeah, it would be very reasonable, I think, to ban out a Tide. If you're the side of GamerLegion, since Rottweilers did end up with that first pick. So definitely do keep a mind out for those kind of things. They're going to get rid of Beastmaster. Going to get rid of probably, in this first phase, generally looking at some of the stronger offlaners for most teams. Things like Centaur are still very strong from the last patch. Some teams still really enjoy Timbersaw, even though it has been nerfed a little bit. It's just one of those roles that's kind of easy to pick up in these kind of early phases. So definitely could see Tidehunter being a decent prio. We'll have to see what GamerLegion does ban. Sometimes it seems like GamerLegion, I think, does in general like to kind of draft around baiting people, is something that I've noticed. They kind of like to let things through, and then usually they have some kind of fun way to deal with it. So maybe this time they'll try and do that to Rottweilers. Maybe they'll just stick to something a little more typical to see what Underlord they do actually value.
Yeah, that Underlord, that last pick Underlord yesterday was fantastic for GamerLegion. We all thought it's like, okay, it's going to be the carry something coming out. Then it turns out it was a carry Viper and mid lane Beastmaster, and this Underlord just causing so many problems in game number 1. But we are starting to use a little bit more reserve time here, Rojos. We're going to ban the Tiny out. Of course, that's a hero that can play maybe not 5, but pretty much any role. We are seeing it primarily mid lane carry and 4, but I'm kind of surprised. I'm with you that we're not seeing this. I think you should ban out the Timbersaw. It's going to be Ember Spirit instead, but I saw how good Adrian looked yesterday on that Timbersaw. He was tearing it up. And Okay, Jakira first pick instead.
Yep. Not much has changed these days, it seems. So still some very strong offlaners in the pool. Tidehunter is notably left unchecked. You do have a ban to cover it as well if you want to pick it up on GamerLegion, but the way that they draft it, I'm not sure actually if they necessarily do want that. They could just go straight away for a speed hero as the Treant is still open. I think that is perfectly reasonable. Treant, Chen, both open. I think that speed is very, very good on the couple heroes that he plays. So yeah, I usually have no problem seeing him pick up that early rotation support hero, even though in theory Jakiro is pretty okay against Chen in terms of at least killing the creeps and in terms of getting through that armor stacking that Chen often does. It's still obviously one of Speed's best heroes. Doesn't love playing against the kind of Zeus once you have your ulti down. And as we saw yesterday, the buff to Guardian Greaves is actually a pretty decent kind of avenue for Chen to build now. That there's some, you know, I believe Chen did get at least a couple of nerfs there. So his power levels come down a little bit, but now the Greaves are back in a pretty respectable spot. Much, much cheaper than they were. It seems like Speed has been going. It's about Guardian Greaves Holy Locket. So very, very heal heavy. Definitely something that I think Rottweilas should maybe keep an eye out for. Maybe look at some point to have a Spirit Vessel builder, or at least somebody who can apply anti-heal generally.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny if you watch Speed's videos, which, you know, Rojo, I'm sure you're too high level to necessarily do this, but if you watch his videos, he's been talking a lot. Actually, he made a video like 2 days ago about how good Treant 5 was, and here we see it's like, you know, every time he gets it, he's picking it. So putting his money where his mouth is, but he's been talking a lot about how important healing supports are. And you know, we've been talking about a little bit about why this is. Tangos can no longer be shared. You lose out on the HP regen from the flag bearer creep, things like that. But that is kind of this reason, I think, why we're seeing, even as Chen gets some number nerfs, why he is still so impactful. And you talk about Greaves. Yeah, Chen's a great carrier for it, but I think what's been really fascinating to me as Tidehunter gets banned out second phase, there we go. But how we're starting to see core players pick it up. These mid laners, Storm Spirit is the one that really comes to mind that I've been seeing in the Western European qualifiers, where Storm Spirit gets that quick Greaves, very nice. It has the Dispel. Probably not gonna see that in this game, of course, as Clinks shows up second phase. Rojo, it's still a good hero.
Yeah, definitely the skeleton out of the closet now. Very, very strong, obviously extremely high win rate hero, and best way to kind of punish that potential safe lane would be a hero like Timbersaw. But truthfully, Chen and Clinks, I mean, maybe in days of old, this seems like it would get kind of just ran over by Timbersaw. But now that you have that ability to pierce through the armor on Clinks, now that you have so much damage through searing arrows, you don't give away basically any wand charges. This is probably still a very reasonable lane for the Clinks. Get a lot of HP as well back through the Death Pact. So I do like this Timbersaw pick overall. Again, as you mentioned yesterday, Adrian played a very, very good Timbersaw. Has the potential to build auras if he wants. They do pick up a Bounty Hunter for themselves. So I do like these two responses. Both these heroes are great against what we're already seeing from GamerLegion. Bounty Hunter, obviously kind of a typical foil to the Chen. You just follow him around the jungle, you stop him from farming, you have great vision around him. You don't really care what he does with the creeps in the lanes. You can drag waves constantly, which is great against these two. So honestly, a really nice kind of 1-2 pickup from Rottweilas. Looks like they had a little bit of their research done. Didn't bother banning the Clinks, perhaps because they were thinking these two heroes would be some pretty good responses, and I do like them a lot. For GamerLegion now, I think probably you want to take some advantage of maybe the lack of stuns here. If you wanted to pick up RCY, a Quap, or a Storm, I think that's fine. Invoker also quite decent. If you do intend on going the Tornado this game, it's a decent game to go Spirit Vessel if you wanted. I usually don't on Invoker these days, but if you wanted. And the mana burn is already quite nice. The catch is already quite good. Ice Wall against these supports. Overall, just a very fine Invoker game against these three heroes.
It's kind of, I'm going to keep quoting the GameLeague videos for just a second, because you know, you watch Dota content, and I just think it's funny because Speed, again, he was like, yeah, look, Bounty Hunter is a great counter to Clinks because of what it gives you. This invisibility is annoying. You have track, you have all these things. So You know, Rottweilers, they got similar ideas. Bane will be the second support. So this is a position for Bane. A little bit more priority.
Yep.
Does a good job.
Following their kind of typical draft structure of leaving Fade until the end, giving him potentially this kind of like cheesy last pick, as we saw again yesterday with the Underlord, which I don't mind. I'm not sure that he will get probably as good of a pick as the Underlord necessarily in this game, but it will be open for him to get something interesting here. And yeah, the position for Bane, kind of just a big num special. So I wonder if that's to activate the Invoker to go Exort potentially for RCY, or if it's just something Big Num wanted to play.
All right, so looking at what we're going to need in this last phase, GamerLegion, of course, does have last overall pick because Rottweilers, they won the coin toss. They decided to go with first pick overall. There's a lot of magic damage here, not a ton of physical. So you're probably looking at a pipe builder. Some big Centaurs. I would not be surprised to see Centaur just get banned out here. That's kind of the big aura bot that I think is still, from what I've seen, is still remaining in the pool. And I think if you're Rottweilers, there's not a lot of jump on GamerLegion. Are you looking at, is it crazy to say you're looking at like a Drow or something like that?
No, I would say Drow is quite reasonable. I guess I could technically see them going back towards the Muerta as well. Maybe annoying against Bane and Invoker in general, but with the help of your team, you are kind of, as we saw with Dodd yesterday, one of the better counters against Clinks, just on a whole. Although maybe stacking that much magic damage is not necessarily advisable. So I do like the Drow suggestion. I think anything with some overwhelming kind of physical damage could be nice. You could even look towards something like a PL this game.
Ooh, that's a good shout. That's a great shout, actually. Bane hates it. Invoker, not super happy about it. Clinks, no, please no. Chen's not. Yeah, that PL would be a great shout if it's something that Dodd plays and wants to go for. The one worry is that if the tempo with this Chen Clinks gets a little bit out of control, that could be a problem. But, I mean, otherwise, yeah, this seems like a great PL game.
Yeah, the PL does stick you on a little bit of a timer, and Invoker in general is honestly quite annoying for PL, but again, it's one of those things that you just kind of take, I think, in stride. The Invoker is oftentimes going to be annoying, but at least you can dodge his spells. You usually don't die to him. They went out the Kaz, which I think is fine as well. Dodd looked really, really good on his Kaz. I don't think it's necessarily the best Kaz game, but I advocate for banning that hero sometimes if you just rather not deal with it, as is often the case. So they have about a minute left on Rottweilers. See what they think is overall their best pick. I do think that the Drow can get, again, I really do like from GamerLegion this Invoker Bane as kind of the 1 and the 4 for just being obnoxious. I think it does make this pick a little bit more difficult because the Drow I think is good. It's really great at dealing damage, but these two heroes can really kind of catch you out of position and put you in some weird spots. Yeah, pretty much regardless what you pick.
Yeah, you're also in this situation where GamerLegion, whatever you pick in the safe lane is Rottweilers, and they could do something weird. This could be a carry Void Spirit, and they're pulling an OG from last patch. But likely, Rottweilers, this is Dot's pick, and then GamerLegion, they're going to have that ultimate last pick for their offlaner to find something that not only is good for the game, but ideally works well with this Bane to lane counter, whatever it is that Dodd's going to be playing. So yeah, something that is potentially a little bit more fragile. You know, this Muerta, this Drow, something like that could be a bit of a gamble again with this last pick overall still in the pool. I do think you want something with physical damage. I think that is kind of the other big thing you're looking at here. You do have decent frontline, decent team fight. It's gonna be the gyrocopter, so more mixed damage than anything. Ton of physical late. But it's a carry. I don't look at this as, wow, this is the best gyrocopter game I've ever seen, but it's not bad.
Yeah. Dodd plays quite a bit of gyro, and I do think it is maybe one of the more safe options into this last pick. If you go something like the Drow, if you go something like the PL, you're probably walking into what Fade was already looking at as a Centaur game. Now I think with the gyro, you have a little more prospects in lane. You'll have a gyro Jakiro, so a lot less chance to get kind of cheesed out by Fade. If he wanted to play, say, I don't think he really wanted to play a Zoo hero, but you know, if you imagine that he did, then this certainly stops that from coming out as well. So I like this gyro. Again, I think it is one of Dodd's more comfortable heroes. So He's probably looking at it this whole time anyway. For
Hmm.
GamerLegion, giving Fade probably just whatever he asks, really. And he thinks it's a good Doom game, which is a little bit worrisome for me. I do think a Doom Bane lane against Jakiro Gyro does sound like it could go really, really poorly. That being said, I do trust Fade. I do trust Bignum in general to bring that one out. So I think the Doom is interesting. Obviously very good against Timbersaw, pretty good against Void Spirit. Not the best, in my opinion, generally against Gyro, but still fine. So a little bit interesting. I'm rather curious to what build he goes on this Doom. Obviously, Doom is one of those heroes that you can just kind of build any hodgepodge of items. Midas has changed quite a bit. Maybe that item isn't even on the table for Doom anymore, seemingly. So really, really curious to see what Fade does. It is obviously a very good pipe game, so I would assume that at some point he goes towards that.
Yeah, you no longer get access to level death as easily with the Midas, where you go and the XP is now gone. The good old Devil's Bargain facet has been removed. Maybe because it was too broken, maybe because it was too buggy. I don't know. But they got rid of it, so you can no longer like buy, sell the Midas, which means you're just kind of locked into it. On the other hand, Midas is much better as a GPM tool. You know, now it got a 20-second less cooldown, so it does. You do get a little bit more money. It takes less time for it to pay itself off. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know that it is. I don't know that Midas is the play on Doom anymore. I think you just want to get into those auras as quickly as possible. And you know, realistically, if you go pipe into Vanguard, you are blocking a ton of damage here from the side of Rottweilas.
Yeah, very, very strong pipe game. Although it is also just a great game to have a BKB. As soon as you have a BKB online for any of these cores on GamerLegion, you are pretty much invincible in anything that isn't the gyro. So quick pause comes out, but he'll have plenty of time to think on his build.
Hey, Ro, do me a favor. Take a look at what Gyrocopter has in his inventory right now.
Yeah, this is I've seen this before.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, usually in the last patch you would have bought a branch, but obviously nowadays inflation has unfortunately hit Dota 2, so 55 gold branches, Quelling Blades of Attack. I don't mind it. I mean, this is a mediocre stick lane, so I guess he didn't feel the need to start with it. So he's just going to go for straight damage, make sure that he can get that CS, maybe some extra flat cannon damage.
I just think the concept of like, yeah, I guess maybe it just looks weird because I'm used to seeing the branch in there, and just seeing the two items start just feels really weird. But Gyrocopter does not have a lot of base damage at level 1. You know, 46 is very rough. So getting yourself an additional, 13 damage to make sure you can actually CS does feel nice. Yeah, figure out some regen. It's gonna be fine. Maybe at first glance, looking a little bit weirder than it actually is.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Wonder Kid in the mid, he does end up, he spent about an extra 25 gold on branches. So the universal mid laners feeling that change for sure. And this game, RCYK did go for the Agent of Galeron, so insisting on being a little bit more of a damage dealer. I think it's probably the correct choice now that they picked up the Gyro, now that they have the Bane to go alongside it. Anything that can very comfortably set up Cataclysm definitely makes me feel a lot better about the prospects of this Invoker on the Exort. And Speed as well did go for, I believe he's been going for the Hellbear. So that's something that he's been enjoying for his Chen facet. Feels quite nice when you just sacrifice the creep. You get a ton of attack speed between your heroes, and the base stats on the potato are quite good. 41 attack damage on it. It's quite high.
Not bad at all. Yeah, this is what I've been seeing, I think, every Chen play in the new patch. As we're gonna, there we go. Nice sleep. Pulling this bounty hunter back. They do have him dusted, looking for a slow and the body block from Speed. Yep, this is a dead Genic level 1, making sure that
RCY.
There we go. Why can't we do this? I swear, every single time in my pubs, when someone gets first blood, it's the position 5. They cannot hold their right clicks. They're like, this is mine. I'm going to get a faster mana boots in 5 minutes and do nothing for the lane. And make the first blood. Make the first blood. No. No, they're not nervous, Rojo. They're contesting. They want to make sure they're holding their nuke to make sure they get first blood.
They're just scared, you know, that the kill won't happen. But yeah, I mean, for RCY, he is very glad that his supports are not from your pubs. Ends up with a first blood on the Exort Invoker, pretty much just a dream start. If you can start getting the early levels rolling on this hero, you can start getting Sunstrike kills across the map. You can get Big Num. He's taking some decent damage, actually, in this top side. Blood Grenade plus the Liquid Frost.
A couple more. Well, it does pop the Fairy Fire. I lied, Rojo. I'm so sorry.
You did?
You know what? The chat just banned me. I don't know. But Big Num, it is still a lot of damage. Did have to pop the Fairy Fire. He's having to tango himself up, and he's just not going to be of any help in this lane for just a little bit. And this lane, level 1's okay, but it's just going to get worse for Fade. You know, a melee hero into a gyrocopter with his Jakiro is just, it's misery. It's not fun.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I think Fade is one of the players who's more typically able to kind of stabilize these lanes. But this one's going to be tough for sure. Bastion and Dodd definitely giving them a little run for their money. And as we talked about yesterday, just drafting strong lanes has been a pretty solid strategy overall. Mid lane RCY has that level 2, so he's going to go ahead and deny water runes with his Forge Spirits. Top lane, some decent damage, but not much else.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well as we talk about this. You know, we're talking about the lack of regen, buying more tangos. We are going to see Doom go Boots of Bearing Rush, which I think is very interesting. It means you get Tranquils early, which again into this lane is super nice. Having that passive regen is very useful. But I can count. Oh, Adrian's got to be very careful here. Gets the low ground. Gonna start to regen up a little bit. Genek with a nice stun, making sure that Yamson can't quite connect. There's the dust, and it's a dead bounty hunter for a second time. But yeah, Rojo, I don't know that I've seen a core Doom go Boots of Bearing, at least last patch, in ever. I don't think I saw it in the entirety of 7.39.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting. I do think maybe particularly against, I mean, you're playing against Gyro and Jakiro. Lots of slows just across the board, actually. So maybe he's kind of adapting to that slightly, and also, of course, just adapting to having less regen overall.
Bastion taking a decent amount of damage in the top lane. Yeah, dual breath, though. He's going to hold him back for now. And also kind of interesting, we're talking about these different new builds, new styles. I don't think Enfeeble was touched in 7.40. No, it was just Nightmare was touched a little bit, but we're seeing 101 out of this Bane, which is against a bunch of flat cannon hits. That's actually really nice, reducing the range of it a little bit, but more importantly, reducing the damage. As RCY getting very low. One more shot. Oof. Not going to get it.
Yeah, both mid laners duking it out. Not necessarily a lane you'd expect too much aggression from, but Wonderkid is making his own. Would have loved to get a kill on RCY. Maybe that extra gold from that first blood just saving him just a tiny bit, as he's managed to build up a Raindrops now, as a wand as well. So he's very secure in this lane. Doing pretty decently on the CS, though, for Wonderkid at least. So he's not managed to lose out too much because of that first blood. Mostly, we're looking at Fade struggling and Big Num. He is going to take out.
Yeah,
barely there.
This Jakiro does. I think was it nerfed a little bit? I can't remember if there were any changes. It was nerfed a little bit.
Fire and Frost, but I think that was it. I think it was only the Liquid Fire and the Frost. The damage that you do from your right clicks is the exact same. The dual breath is the exact same. The damage, the bonus damage that you receive from the Liquid Frost is still the same. It's just the impact damage. So the hero is still very, very strong in lane. Is the short of it. Not very much adjustment to the hero. So we did see picked up overall first pick from them. Good news for GamerLegion, at least. No matter how much Big Num is struggling, which is pretty significantly right now, we do have Yamsun just having an absolute field day down here. And as much as Fade is struggling in this top side, alongside Big Num, Adrian is having it worse. 10-1 only for the Timbersaw right now. So this 1-2 kind of response pick to Chen and Clinks, it, again, doesn't really come to fruition quite yet. Laning phase, definitely not easy into this Clinks.
No, and I mean, Fade... he hasn't taken, actually just took a point of Devour right now, but you talk about comeback potential, you talk about already Fate's having a marginally better game, but he's got Devour too, so He's going to get a little bit more money into this. It does give you that less sad potential as a... Now, we're going to see the rotation of speed through onto the top side as Genek tries to slow it down, but doesn't do too much here. I don't know what Speed's going to be able to do. He's going for this. I guess he's just trying to secure the 6-minute Lotus, but... And he does... You know what? He does have a ghost.
Oh my god,
Sunstrike.
RCY read him like a book.
RC... Oh, man. RCY Invoker is a thing of beauty, and now that's going to force Bastion mid, which means you got 3 heroes top. You got this Chen that does have the ghost, so does give you some chase down potential, and I don't know if they're going to be able to take the tower, but they will... No, the catapult wave's already over. We're at 6 minutes 20. So don't have that for yourself.
Yeah, they at least got Fade into a decent spot in the lane, so they've been forcing Dodd to pull for himself. Have to chill a tiny bit. Not quite able to push his advantage as they'd like to, and it is RCY off to the races. This is I mean, the more and more levels that you get as this Invoker, definitely the better and better this lane matchup becomes. He's going to start farming the jungle soon as well, get his neutral item online. Still going for the Midas in this current patch, which I think is perfectly fine for the Invoker. If you're this far ahead. Fade, ooh, that damage.
Yep. That is a lot of damage. He's dead right on the 7-minute timing as well. Bane's set up for it, and the scan goes down and says, okay, well, there's a hero here. Maybe we don't steal the Wisdom Shrine, but Fade will fall nonetheless, and if we see what he's looking like, he's not going this Midas Doom we were talking about. It's only 1 point Devour's Wonder Kid on the rotation. Bane should also go down. Did get the Wisdom Shrine, but Dodd should, you would think, be able to run him down, but actually, he's out. Fade TP's back, and there are 4 heroes here, though. I don't know that I want to be here. Bane's going to get taken down, and Fade drags the creep wave away, at least a couple of them, but he has to be so careful right now.
Yeah, and I like this overall from the side of Rottweilas here as well. Is even though it punishes definitely Wonder Kid, I would say the most, losing out to RCY pretty significantly in net worth on mid. But giving Adrian that kind of solo lane into the Clinks as he's now hitting level 6 feels very, very comfortable. They push a huge amount of this HP in the top side for the tower, and now they've got to be a little bit careful. Sentry placed from Big Num, and they're looking towards... Well, Yamsen's just looking towards getting any kill.
Yeah, he can absolutely kill Dodd, but there's a sentry there, so they see him. They know he's there, and that means that this wraparound is probably not going to be all that successful. In fact, yeah, Yamsen just goes back through the portal. It's only 25 mana right now. Who cares? You know, you just go on to int treads, and that pretty much covers the cost.
Yeah, definitely a nice little moment for Adrian. He doesn't really bother rotating out, so he gets that kind of reprieve. And the top side, now that Yamsen left,
yeah, big call down. Now, Dodd's taking a ton of damage here. They will go and get the Doom, but Dodd dies as well. Sunstrike, unfortunately, not going to land because there's a net. How dare you, Speed? You're messing with your mid laner. This is unacceptable.
Yeah. Miscommunication there, unfortunately. Although, in the meantime, RCY did take the mid tower. Has managed to hit that threshold for his 2 Forge Spirits. Even has the point in Wex as well, so... Invoker doing quite well, and the Sunstrike onto Yannick eventually lands. He always gets him. It's RCY, so at the end of the day, he does still get his kill onto Yannick. Just having a really great time on the Invoker, but across the board, they've still done a great job on Rottweilas of keeping the overall net worth very slightly in their favor. Particularly Fade has not had any moments to kind of sit around and chill out. He thankfully got this Purge creep now, but yeah, he's really been struggling in this top side, and they haven't given him any room to breathe. As soon as someone comes to the lane, as soon as they leave, they start putting that pressure immediately back onto him.
I think it's kind of interesting as well. He's built the parts for the Tranquils, and he's... Oh, okay, no. We were asking about this yesterday. You can do the disassemble trick, because now Yamsen's going to get jumped on top of, tries to TP back home, but too much damage there, and the Clinks will fall. But we are seeing Fade with the disassemble trick, so he's getting some regen on the Tranquil Boots, taking them apart when he goes to hit creeps, and does it all over again. So yeah, it turns out it is possible, and Fade behind this. Well, he got his drums done as well, so I don't know if he wants to go full Boots of Bearing just yet, but that is kind of that first aggressive item. I don't know if you want to call it a team fight item, but should give him a little bit more presence on the map.
Yeah, I think he might commit to it with the Chen, and I think particularly with the fact that you just get that regen from the Tranquils without any kind of no questions asked. Really, is quite the nice part. I guess that drum's finished for himself, and has the purge if he needs it.
Yeah, just in time to run away as 3 heroes rotate to the top side from Rottweilas. So, you know, first use the drums, not going to get a kill, but we'll make sure that Fade doesn't die, which is equally as nice. And also, well, he spent the wind lace into the drums, so he's going to go full boots of air, and he does need another one of those, which is fine, no big deal. But really it is this... it feels like it's hard to make a move as now Sunstrike's gonna go down. Fiend's Grip not available, only level 5, and even though the Sunstrike lands, Bastion is just gonna be forced to back out of here, but they do take the tier 1 top. So now with 2 tier 1 towers dead on the side lanes, map gets just a little bit smaller for GamerLegion.
Yeah, Rottweilers have had pretty decent micro. I've liked what they've been doing. They've been kind of isolating Wonder Kid and Adrian to have some decent time to farm up on themselves, get some decent levels. Adrian not quite at the net worth level of Yamsen, but not particularly that far behind for the game that he was having. Same can go for Wonder Kid, who did finish his Spirit Vessel in time, so already have that anti-heal for themselves that you would like to have against the Chen. Rune is on the bot side, unfortunately, for the Void Spirit. So we'll lose that Illusion Rune to the Forge Spirit. And nice move by the supports, but
you gotta be careful. There's gonna be the secondary stun, lots of damage there, but not sitting the Macro Pyre. Wow. Adrian should be able to make the kill happen. Fade pops the Doom on the bounty. It's something. It is a level 6 bounty, so you kill him off, but that really is going to be the extent of it. Is unfortunately the trader creeps. Look at that. Oh no, Yamsen, what are you doing here, man? He's going to go get taken down. Ice Path is good. Actually lives a lot longer. Death Pact does a lot here. And he will go down at the very end as we do have the Fiend's Grip now, but just not enough damage. Not without the Sunstrike, not without this Clinks. And Bignum, he's going to fall as well.
Got one. They did kill Bastion with Speed's Creep, but Fade, no TP as he kind of hobbles away. They can catch sight of him. They'd love to bring him down. He's going all the way to the gate, so it looks like he'll be okay for the second, but actually catch him. Should be fine.
Him out.
Move speed.
2 seconds. Wow. No, there's the Aether Remnant. Well done, Wonder Kid. His Vessel's done at 13 minutes, by the way. But he's got the Purge Creep. We talked about it, so he's just out anyways.
Yeah, nicely done by Fade. This creep is doing a lot for him. Oh, Yannick?
Roho. Yeah, Yannick was there. Bounty Hunter topside had the time to go get it set up for this, and now it's just a kill for the bounty.
So much gold.
It would have been better just to die bottom side, Doom. I don't think that was worth.
Yeah, not expecting Yannick to read him like that, but with that tier 1 up top, do you feel comfortable to do it? And a quick smoke out as well from Bignum and RCY. Having that Atos, he feels like he could go for a kill, but Adrian is reading it so well. The macro from Rottweilas has been really impressive. And reading that kind of smoke like that from Adrian, realizing maybe that's 14 minutes, but just throw your heads up from him. Getting that kill on the top side, gonna propel him towards whatever item he does look at. Wonder Kid gets an amplified damage. Everything looking pretty decent for Rottweilers. I mean, even Dodd at the top of the net worth, as he hasn't really contributed much to these fights, and they've still been going well. So a 3K lead already is, I think, 3 times the lead that was ever gotten against GamerLegion yesterday, or maybe just about equal. I believe it was about 3K that CatChamp were able to get over GamerLegion before the game kind of fell apart for them. And yesterday, with CatChamp, it was a smoke that was kind of ultimately their downfall, one that kind of missed and put them in a bad position. So we'll see if they're able to make a slightly more, just a little bit better of a move, I suppose, this time around. And in fact, they are just ultimately dodging GamerLegion, whether they know it or not. So very likely giving up his top tower, but pretty happy to do so.
Yeah, Bignum and RCY were looking for the gyrocopter in the jungle. Unfortunately, he's grouped up with the rest of his team in the mid lane, so it's going to be tier 1 top for tier 1 mid. Far more impactful, realistically, for the side of Rottweilas, as they totally remove all the tier 1s from the map. Gets a lot smaller, but Invoker, Invis with the
Genic.
dust. He's going, they find Genic at the start. There's gonna be the dust going down a little bit more, but the Void Spirit shows up, and that's a lot of damage on top of Bignum. RCY as well. Doom, it's gonna get popped here. This Void Spirit, you'd love to take him down, but Clinks isn't in the fight just yet. RCY has to run away. Sunstrike not gonna land. And where's the damage? It's just not there. Adrian on the backside takes down RCY. And this is 5v4. Clinks not in the fight until right now. Maybe looking for a cleanup, but Fade falls. So he's got to get on out of here. We talked yesterday about how CatChamp had a smoke that went wrong that just blew the game wide open. This time, the dregs of this smoke at GamerLegion, they just run right in and they get run right over.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit that GamerLegion are maybe falling into a similar trap that CatChamp did yesterday of just making these moves that kind of feel unnecessary. I'm not sure that RCY, despite finishing this Atos, I don't think that he needed to join these engagements. And now they found Yamson too.
Yeah, even with the death pack heals, not enough here. This is that Bounty versus Clinks matchup we talked about. The ability to skeleton walk is looks like this hero should fall. There we go. There's the trade, but this Clinks, so much of his survivability is now we're gonna see the Bane get taken down by the, well, maybe not actually. RCY doing a nice job making the separation, but Wonder Kid, he's got more spells. He's got that Astral Step. He's gonna go in, but maybe looking for another Inferno Blade, taking some damage, but just not enough here. Now Genic trying to go chase down Speed with the track, and Adrian is just doing so much in this game, even as he will get forced out. And Doom, well, it's 50 seconds. It's not a scary thing in this fight, but you know, Ro, we were talking about this. That is this Clinks bounty problem. If you can't skeleton walk and reposition in fights, you, at least at this stage of the game, a little bit later, you become pretty tanky, but at this stage, I mean, you're just a walking pile of gold if you get found out in these fights.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, the same can go as well for kind of an X-Sword Invoker. Not very many defensive tools to speak of across the cores. So they're really relying so far on Fade's Purge creep here, on his Boots of Bearing. He's doing a lot of the defensive work, truthfully, on Fade. But having to do damage control on your 6,000 net worth Doom is not what you want from your overall last pick in the draft. I will say, as yeah, these fights, I mean, they're very, very good for Rottweilers. They're getting track gold, and particularly Dodd is getting worth more than his weight in gold. He's just hitting the creeps on this top side. Already has the Ags now finished, as he just assembled his Dragon Lance for it. So he's just soaking up every part of this top side. And since Adrian has been joining these fights with the track kills and farming simultaneously, he's just about the same as Dodd. I mean, this is a pretty nice net worth lead they've already built for themselves, and a full Lotus as well, mind you, finished for Adrian. A really, really good item this game. All
right, Void Spirit goes in. Doom is ready if they're going to try to find him, but Speed very isolated here, going to get dragged back by the creep. Nice job on the Hurricane. There's the Purge as well, and the Doom goes in, but it's a Lotus immediately. Even still, the damage significant on top of Wonder Kid. They will get the Doom in response, and now Yamson has to back up here a little bit, and Adrian's going to show up. He's going to TP out now. Okay. There are no stuns, but Speed will fall down at the very end. Adding the mech is nice. He's going to get, actually, he's not, oh, this is a little surprising to me. He's not going straight Greaves. He's got a Glimmer Cape queued up, which into a bounty is not necessarily the most useful item, and the value of a Purge in this game, a secondary Purge for Speed, seems really important.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting to not go fully into the Greaves. We'll see if he actually does commit, but there is some pretty significant magic damage coming out, and as mentioned from the draft, I don't think Fade feels that he's in a position to actually be finishing a pipe at all. Not sure that a pipe even would have been good in this game, granted that they're kind of just not winning these fights. I mean, these fights are just kind of tough for them. They really do need this damage. It feels like the Boots of Bearing, I mean, I can definitely understand why he bought it as well, so I can't really question him too much on that. So just not getting that pipe does mean that there's not that readily available magic resistance. So Speed looks like, or at least feels for the moment, that he can't finish the Guardian Greaves. Has to just rely on Fade's creep for the time being. And again, by Rottweilas, I do like their macro overall. They've been looking for these kind of short kills. They have some decent vision down in the bot side that they were fighting around, and then they waste no time walking back towards that top side. So they can work towards getting that Tormentor, which they should secure pretty easily. Yannick actually goes towards the bot side to get some vision down, or at least get a silly little track. Just making sure that they can't come through the tormentors. So they come through that gate there. No contest coming out from them.
Yeah, they want to go onto the bottom side here. Very quick move through the gate after they take the Tormentor. Shard goes on Bastion, by the way. Very nice shard for this Jakiro. And they're going to try to find more. Is anyone still tracked? I don't think so. But Scan goes down. Fade will back up. Not even... Okay, takes the bounty. Janek leading the charge, of course. Now, he is under vision. That is a nice, easy kill if they can take it down quick enough. Sunstrike goes down with the Fiend's Grip. And that will be the dead bounty. So this smoke is not going to turn into all that much. And they kill off the bounty, which is a decent chunk of gold with how effective he's been. But actually, wait a minute. Fade hanging on a little bit too long. Wonder Kid goes in. Tornado doesn't quite land. And now Fade, he falls as well.
I mean, I like this by Rottweilas as well. I mean, I thought that kill onto the bounty was just going to kind of ruin their momentum, but just overstaying on Fade does punish them very significantly, as without Fade, there's really realistically no way they can fight. I'm sure what they understand is definitely the Aegis being taken right now. So Rottweilers continuing to keep that lead for themselves, getting this Aegis in the hands of Dodd, who is going to soon finish that Hurricane Pike. Level 17 on Adrian. I mean, across the board. Oh! Huge Cataclysm, but all of the strikes hit Roche. So RCY used that cooldown to just deal a little bit more damage to Roche at the end of the day. And we'll see RCY on Yannick, but it looks like he will get punished. Maybe again?
He's got decent heals. He's going to be dead. He's going to get taken down here. Fade, though, has to run. Seems like he's actually going to be fine. And now Bignum gets the Nightmare, but it's on Adrian. He's not an easy kill. They do have the Doom, and they will pop that on him, but the Aether Remnant, well-placed Doom can't quite follow. And now this is a Doom that is only about half. Oh, here comes Yemsen. Maybe that's going to be enough, but not really. In fact, he's just ice path and dead. Dodd does so much into this fight. Bignum's going to get taken down as well, and this feels like desperation from GamerLegion at this point. They're making these trades that really are forced. And even though they get these initial kills, they're hanging around just a little bit too long, letting the rest of Rottweiler show up, and then you're losing really key heroes on the side of GamerLegion.
Yeah, that chase was a little bit deep for the time being, but the damage on this, I mean, this lineup for GamerLegion is not too impressive right now. It's really only Yamsen pumping it in, and RCY, when he occasionally has that Meteor, he can pump that in, but we've yet to see the Cataclysm actually used, and between the utility of the supports, there's pretty little to speak of for right now. Just not having a very, I mean, really just the support impact is a pretty strong difference this game between Bastion and Yannick. And this Bounty Hunter and Jakiro are being incredibly big nuisances, helping take towers, helping get vision all across the map, really enabling their cores to kind of build up all these items that they have. As Adrian and Dot are huge, absolutely huge on these main cores, and Wonder Kid is closing in on the Ags, which is basically all you need on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, Chen really struggling to find impact. You know, the Divine Favor is nice, but it's mostly magic damage at the stage of the game. Is now they're going to go find Bignum. He's tracked up. He's going to fall down, and now Yamsen, he's dusted. He's got to run. He's going to get, well, he's going to get tracked as well, but just TP's on out of here. Doesn't matter. Janik's right there with the stun. Ice Path as well. This is just a sad, he's going to sit there, Burning Barrage, but this is a sad game for this Clanks.
And they got RCY.
Like Adrian, and they find RCY. Okay. Yeah, this is a problem. It's been a problem for a while, Rojo, but this is a massive problem now for the side of GamerLegion. Is with 3 heroes dead, Aegis still on the gyrocopter for another 2.5 minutes. Tier 2 is on the table. 12,000 net worth lead at 24 minutes in. This is just, this is looking like it's going to be our first big upset of the qualifiers.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they're already doing very well on, they're already doing very well in this game, but I'm very curious to see by the end of the game what these track stats look like for Yannick, because he's been in almost every one of these engagements. He's been spurring them on, and he's been getting pretty consistent tracks across the board. And even with Fate having this purge creep, he's been getting them off relatively quickly before they go down, and it very much reflects on the net worth. I mean, 25 minutes and a 14k lead. I'd love to find just a single hero. Wonder Kid would be a great target here. If you can get that grip down, you have the Cataclysm, and it looks like he can. Might have to pop Doom as well.
There's Fiend's Grip Cataclysm as well. Will pop the Doom, but that's too big ultimately.
Definitely worth.
Effectively 3 with the Cataclysm, but they will take him down. At the very end, Doom will get the kill, and that is significant gold into a very poor fade. But in the meantime, tier 3 towers getting pushed halfway down. They will get a nightmare, but RCY missing the Cataclysm, so not a ton of damage that he come up into it. Really will be the Meteor, and it's significant, but with the Ice Path to cover, they can't really jump on Dot.
Yeah, and Bastion is doing just as much tower damage as Dot is. Can't really stop him for the time being. And Feeble is a good little deterrent, so if they're actually going to lose their full set of racks here is a little bit of a better question. Speed is currently fighting off Yannick, so he can't actually come back to base.
Well, Dot is pretty low. Infernal Blade goes down, and actually, this Enfeeble might just kill him off. He's getting very low from the pure damage, but
I
it
wonder
looks
if
like
he
he will. Yeah,
if he tread switched, he would have lived. So I wonder if it was intentional. I think it was intentional to die there. Bastion takes a little bit too much, so this is the remnants of taking down that Void Spirit, but now he's back.
Good Nightmare save, but he's going to get silenced up. Will be purged out by the Doom, so he's fine for now. And now, with all the damage that Yamson has, with the crit looking for a little bit more, Adrian getting low. Does have the BKB, though, from Fade, you're right, but that's going to be done very soon, and you got to back up. So they take down the Jakiro. They burn the Aegis on this Gyrocopter. I don't want to say only lose the range racks, because that was still significant gold into the pockets of Rottweilas, but very least, GamerLegion hold on.
Yeah, they do hold on. I mean, one tricky thing about that fight as well that they were having is they would have loved to have speed there, especially that Penitence is actually very nice with the Clinks, but Yannick was just fighting him on that top side right around the Lotus Pit, making it impossible for him to kind of leave. Really nothing that Chen can do at that point. Once the bounty gets on top of you and you're isolated, just kind of was a slow death for him. Yannick maybe even intentionally dragging that one out so that he doesn't respawn. It was very annoying for speed. Certainly getting hunted by that bounty hunter. Now it's level 20 as well onto Adrian.
Oh, wait, they're going to find Adrian. Yep, Fiend's Grip Doom should be available as well. They're just going to pop it right now. Yeah, Travels, though, you're not going to have the addition of Evoker damage at the top. And now that's a great Macropire Ice Path. Here comes Wonder Kid as well on top of Bignum, and there's not a lot that Clint can do. He's going to try to lay into this Wonder Kid, but it doesn't matter. The damage is there. The rest of the team is there, and GamerLegion thought they had a catch. But that really heads-up kill on the Boot to Travel coming in meant that there was no way the Invoker could add his damage, and just a Cataclysm, not quite enough.
Yeah, these plays, I mean, for quite a while, the plays have been relatively desperate for the side of GamerLegion. At this point, they, of course, have to be desperate. Speed, Timber Cape not doing anything against the Timber Saw. Oh, does go the right way. So he's actually surprisingly living. Adrian was very confident that he would walk up. And the nice little tornado. So Speed will get out of the way of danger for the time being, but this net worth lead is becoming pretty insurmountable pretty quickly. Good neutral item for Yamson, the serrated Shiv with the vast enchantment on it. So that extra range is going to help him a lot. Closing in on his Ags, RCY finishes his BKB. Some timings to speak of for GamerLegion.
Bastion force-staffed in there. That's a little bit awkward. Gets Hurricaned in as well, and that's a dead Jakiro. Did he? I think he force-staffed himself in. I don't know if they, yeah. I don't think there's an aggressive force. There's not an aggressive force staff available. So maybe a little bit in the wrong spot. You know, the tornado makes you spin, and he goes and tries to get himself out instead. Puts himself right back in. So that's value. Slows down the push a little bit.
Yeah, any kill is definitely a nice one for GamerLegion. Doesn't matter how small it may seem. Just stopping that pressure to actually finish the racks is rather nice. And now for the side of Rottweilas, it's basically just waiting for the cornet.
Well, Yamson's going to go get found out here all on his lone. Yeah. Again, we talked about it. You get tracked. You don't have this maneuverability that generally Clinks will have, and he's 2-7-2, man. This is not. We talk a lot about how good Clinks is, the armor reduction, the damage it does, but he is really struggling to find any sort of impact this game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely foiled by I mean, the response picks were great by Rottweilas, but in general as well, just the way the GamerLegion has had to play based on their drafts has been a little bit limiting for them. This Bane Chen support combo is, you can definitely see the kind of gaps that it has when you start falling behind. I mean, they offer essentially no damage between them, and the lockdown utility is really mostly limited to the creeps and maybe an enfeeble whenever Big Num feels like it. Obviously, the lockdown is okay from Bane, but as a single target into this very early Lotus that Adrian built up, now a Manta finished on Dot as well. Yeah, this is a very tough game state for GamerLegion. They even can pick up the shard.
Run, you gotta run. You know everyone's here. You see this coming in the portal.
BKB.
Fade, what are you doing? He thinks he can pop a BK. No, this is not it. Big Num's gonna go get taken down as well. They were setting up for like the one hero going through the portal, but the entirety of Rottweilas decides to go through instead, and now 2 heroes will fall. You know,
ambitious.
If you gotta catch on one, that'd be kind of cool, but not the entire team. You're too far behind for that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that this game has been a lot of GamerLegion kind of hoping that Rottweilas will be singled out, maybe that they won't be walking as a group, but I really like that they've been pretty consistent on showing up as a team. Wonder Kid has kind of always been there on the Void Spirit. He clears his waves, does his chores when he needs to, and then kind of immediately goes back to the team. It's been the whole kind of philosophy of Rottweilas this game. They haven't given them any opportunities to use this Bane or this Doom to kind of get these solo pickoffs, and that's really all they can do on GamerLegion. I think another big kind of issue with their draft is that team fight that they have is kind of non-existent. It's really RCY is their only team fight, and he can't carry it all. I mean, the cooldowns are just too long on Invoker. The damage is not high enough. So he's going to try and be a nuisance. Does have the Gleipnir, so the EMP does hit Dodd. Lincoln's now finished on to Adrian. As Big Num, he's going forward.
Decent Nightmare to bring Dodd in as well. We'll get disarmed, but Manta style to make sure he's fine. There's Big Num takes a lot of damage. She goes, I guess, not enfeebles a Manta. The Manta illusion, that's fun. But tier 2 tower, tier 3 tower, bottom side getting very, very low. Clinks is close
to his
Ags. In fact, does have his Ags done now. That's a big damage increase if they can find the right angle. As Dodd gonna get Nightmared forward once again. The Amp's wondering where to drop it. Trying to go take him down. Do they have the damage? Dodd melting. Dodd so low, but he's not gonna go down just yet. Gonna get friendly shadow. He's fine, but the Cataclysm takes him down. That's the Aegis for the once. And Wonder Kid very low as well. Nice spell casting from this Invoker on top of everything, but Fade will fall on the second life of this Invoker, and now you just gotta run back into the base, run back to the high ground. Dodd Manta dodges the Doom, and this buyback's not gonna find anything. Call down secondary strikes as well, keeps everyone in the base. Another buyback as RCY moves in for a second time, tries to find these skills, tries to solo this fight, but Lotus more than enough to keep Bastion alive for now. And at this point, I'm not sure what stops him from taking Mega's taking 2 4s. There's just not enough damage. Well, they will get Bastion. That is something.
The little the little ice path, a little bit short.
That is so cute. That is
Bastion.
Hey, Enfeeble's a good spell, man.
Yeah, that's quite good. And Rottweilas, this game, their team is a good spell. I mean, they are just, they're doing everything right this game. Again, as we talked about before the game, question was, is GamerLegion just gonna run everyone over in this qualifiers? It looked like it from our CatChamp series, but Rottweilas really came this game, and it does seem like this draft was just a little bit ill-prepared from GamerLegion this time around. Definitely some pitfalls, and the only saving grace for these pitfalls has been RCY. I mean, he is still casting his spells very well. It must be said. He still has pretty great net worth, so this is if you ever miss Miracle, if you ever miss those days of the 1v9 Invoker, some kind of crazy Samael game, this is the closest we're going to get in the big 2026. This RCY performance right here.
Unfortunately, he's still 5 levels away from Radial Deafening Blast. So the big spellcasting combo, you don't have the Midas doesn't give you those levels anymore, so that's not going to be part of it. And he was looking at a refresher, which I think would have been great, but he's decided, look, no, we need more lockdown. A Hex is where I'm going to go. I assume a refresher eventually, but even still, this Hex is 1,000 gold away. It's not that far, all things considered, but for quick buy, well, for his Hex and buybacks, like 3,000 gold, so got to be very careful. As RCY slowed down in the chakrams, takes half of his HP, but he will be fine for now.
Yeah, Adrian is massive as well, by the way. His inventory is, I mean, he's basically 6-slotted. As is Dodd with the Swift playing. Cool. Manta.
Doom has to be very careful. Gets run at. BKB pops the bearing and will be able to run away. So that is the Macropyre down. Not necessarily a massive cooldown, all things considered, but a little bit of area denial now removed as Bastion. Probably has the second most tower damage in the game. He just goes forward, pokes a little bit, just to cure things, you know.
Yeah, and now we're going to start seeing Dodd with a Solar Crest, a Lotus, and a Lincoln's on top of him. If you can get the Tornado on him, it's nice to get rid of these buffs, but otherwise, he's basically untouchable on Big Num.
Oh, yamps him way too far forward. He takes so much damage. Dead. Adrian runs forward, takes him down, and now there's going to be the Tornado, the EMP, all this Invoker spellcasting, but without the Clinks, dead for 65. You really don't have the damage. Yeah, there are some skeletons, but yeah, this game is over. Yamson way too far forward. Thought he could try to assassinate this Gyrocopter, but Gyrocopter way too big. Certainly with all the buffs on top of them, and that means that Rottweilas, what I think is a pretty significant upset, at least how we look at upsets, takes game one.
Yeah, I mean, GamerLegion looked very, very clean yesterday, and today it just wasn't clicking for them, or nearly as much as it was for Rottweilas. Rottweilas looked, I think, similar to what GamerLegion looked like yesterday. They just looked very, very clean. They stuck together the whole game. They built the perfect items. Adrian's 11, 0, and 12 on this Timber Saw. Not a single death to him. Dodd has 1 death. So just very clean across the board. Maybe a few blips from the supports, but I mean, really they played incredible as well to support this net worth lead that they built up, take these early towers, get these track kills. And actually one thing that I am interested in, it's, so Yannick himself, Bayo, he got 2,700 gold from his own track, stealing about 280 from Janata. So he generated about 3,000 gold of his 14K, and looks like between the rest of them, built about another 2,000 gold.
Yeah, 2,100. So 5,000 to that net worth lead just comes from track. Another 280 from Janata. The other fun stat, you look at, we talked about tower damage. Bastion, 7,000 tower damage. You know, second most on his, actually second most in the game. But I do want to go back to that tower damage idea for a second, or keep going on that, because one of the values of Clinks is that his innate also applies to structures. So he is so good at split pushing, even in a bad game, taking towers down, making these trades. But with how effective Yannick was, not only in getting gold for his team, but just tracking this bounty or this Clinks down over and over again, Clinks could really only try to fight with his team. And that is, if you're limited to just that as a Clinks, you're lacking a lot of the power of the hero.
Yeah, I think as well. I think it's pretty safe to say by this, by the end of the draft and by the end of the game, that this Doom Bane in the offlane just really did not offer, I think, what GamerLegion needed. Probably, I think maybe you could have gotten away with just the Bane, but I think Centaur would have been a much cleaner kind of pickup for them. Something that could have built an aura. Anything that just could have played with the team more reasonably, because their team fight was extremely lacking on GamerLegion. And so basically, I think their concept was we just need to dominate the game, play better, basically. And Rottweilers, they came out of lanes very, very effectively. I mean, you're playing to kind of dominate the early game, but you have an offlane that's a Doom and a Bane versus a Jakiro and a Gyro. It just, the math doesn't quite add up there, I think.
Yeah, maybe a bit of arrogance out of this draft, out of GamerLegion, thinking that, look what we did yesterday. We can go and just kind of play these individual heroes, run through lanes, have better macro and win. But that clearly was not the case. Not this game number one. Now we're going to have to see if GamerLegion can come back, maybe solve the problems that we saw in the game one draft and how they played, and send us to game three. But for now, it's a bit of a break. And when we're back, it's going to be game two.
Without your loving around, I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a cool winter, baby, without you here with me. So don't keep me waiting, I need your company. from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. celebration. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We're united as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We're united as one nation. My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh.
Welcome back to the Dream League closed qualifiers for North America as we get ready to move into game number 2. And Rojo, I don't know if it was some hubris in game number 1. I don't know if it was just Rottweilas playing it really well. Whatever it was, Rottweilas kind of dominated GamerLegion in that first game. They had good lanes. The Doom never got off the ground, and lacking team fight, lacking good Doom ability, lacking Doom having much presence in the game, Rottweilas just able to run right on over GamerLegion.
Yeah, they had a great first game. Again, I think their macro was incredibly clean. I think their draft was relatively solid. They had pretty much everything that they needed, and this time around they do get first pick again, as well as in the side selection we had it was GamerLegion notably picking Radiant, so probably preferring to have that second pick and understanding that, of course, they would go back Rottweilers for the first pick, which again looked good. I mean, probably they're not getting Jakiro again. I would bargain this game. Bayo, Bastion, he did a lot that last game. As you mentioned, he had second most tower damage in the game over a Clinks, which is pretty notable. And he just, I mean, overall, Bastion just did a ton in that game. Maybe a death or two that was kind of unnecessary, maybe a funny 4-staff. But overall, I think he played very, very clean. Yannick with that bounty hunter. Overall, just, I mean, they ended up with a great draft on that first pick. So I think that's probably the biggest thing here for GamerLegion to adjust to. But they shouldn't expect, I think, an easy second game if they do get a more comfortable draft. I think it'll, at this point, it does just seem like they were maybe having a tough day or tough first game. And particularly, Rottweilers were just having a really good one. They just really, really stepped up in the series so far.
Yeah, I think you also got to pay a lot of attention to these melee position 4s that Genix been playing. He looked great on the Slark yesterday. He looked incredible on the Bounty in this first game. I don't think you ban on the Slark, certainly not. But I think Bounty might be something that you look at. It really didn't get that too many nerfs in the last patch. And again, if you're trying to pick Chen, if you're trying to pick Clinks, trying to pick some of these heroes that Bounty's just very good into, I think that is probably worth a ban going into game number 2.
Yeah, I believe Bounty into 740 was also even very slightly buffed. I think it was, he got extra stun or something on his E, I believe. So overall, I mean, the hero was already quite good, as we talked about. I was seeing a lot more play, and now I think it's pretty equally as good. And one really nice thing about Bounty Hunter is they did change the assist formula. So basically now bringing a bunch of heroes to 1 kill is a lot less worth it than it used to be in the last patch. And that was kind of biting GamerLegion in the last game. But with the Bounty Hunter, you can kind of circumvent that issue. Basically bring it up to speed to where you were getting, you're getting probably more gold relatively than you would from those assists or anything like that. So that Bounty Hunter kind of, causing that assist issue to not really exist, and just bringing every hero to essentially every fight was working out really, really well for Rottweilas, especially with GamerLegion's just kind of lack of team fight, lack of damage, really just not giving them anything they wanted. And GamerLegion, they suck up their pride a little bit, and they ban out the gyro and the Jakiro. So that full safe lane is gone, deleted from the last game. Dodd will not be getting his gyro that he got towards the relative last pick for their draft. Won't be getting that Jakiro.
Is Gyro Dodd's scariest hero though? Right, like
I'm not
was
sure
good
that it is, but
in that last game, but I'm like, he looked really good on the clicks as a Bat Rider's gonna come. Now, notably, Abaddon is here. Was not banned in the first phase if you want to go and respond with that one, but of course, Abaddon was nerfed rather heavily in 7.40. So I don't know if you necessarily want to go for that as an immediate response, but it is there. But yeah, it's like Dodd's Kez looked great yesterday. Dodd's Muerta looked incredible. I don't know that Gyrocopter is that scary, at least kind of from a first phase perspective.
yeah, it's an interesting ban in the first phase, definitely. Maybe they're just thinking that it looked so good for Rottweilers that they would adjust in this game and pick it up first for Dodd, and I could potentially see it. So I don't think it's the craziest ban, but it is a lot of respect to give over to him. And as you mentioned, he still has plenty of heroes that he's very, very proficient on. GamerLegion a little bit stuck on this first pick of what they truly want to go for themselves. They do pick up the Abaddon. I think it is still strong. As you mentioned, it was nerfed, but it doesn't feel, I think, quite enough to be a significant downgrade from what it was, but it is still noticeable. I would say if you do play the Abaddon, it feels relatively noticeable. Abaddon last patch, if you had some rough games, sometimes the game would get actually pretty hard, even with the hero being stronger than it already was. So this hero definitely has some pitfalls. Still very good against the Bat Rider, so certainly a reasonable pickup. And they do kind of abandon the idea of going for speed hero first. So even though the Treant was open, even though the Chen was open, those are both up for bans if Rottweilers are thinking of it. Maybe the Bat Rider also kind of a preemptive check to that Treant. Not, I mean, a pretty tough lane matchup. If that is a position 4 Bat Rider, you can cut pretty much all the trees, take him out of position. Not a hero that likes napalm stacked on him. Definitely just a nice little matchup for the Bat Rider as that game progresses. So far, leaving both of them in, leaving in the Chen and the Treant, kind of asking for speed to go towards them. We'll see if he does, if he cares that much about the Bat Rider. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't.
Is there a shot that this is a support Abaddon? I mean, you love the Aphotic Shield, right? The perch for the Bat Rider, very useful. Miscoil was buffed and nerfed. It was burfed in the last patch, where it now heals a little bit more at level 1, although its cooldown is like I think it's like a second and a half longer than it was at level 1. Of course, that was kind of the big change. The other thing was like the scaling, the stat scaling on Abaddon were not as good, which doesn't really impact support as much. Is there a world where we see this flexed over?
I think you could in a situation where you really see something great for Yamsun, but I think probably Yamsun is just the best Abaddon player on this team, and support Abaddon is definitely very wishy-washy. It doesn't have much to do outside of healing your team, giving them the Aphotic Shield. So it's, I mean, there's some prospects of it. I could definitely see Speed having cooked up some kind of Holy Locket Abaddon build that does feel nice. Again, you were talking about how he's been talking lately about healing supports, but I still am not fully convinced. So we'll have to see. I think it'll just be, if they do decide to go for it, I think it'll be kind of a secondary thing.
Okay.
As the draft progresses, that they'll look for. Probably not their first choice. Rottweilers take a lot of time out of their reserve time to ban out the Chen, and I think that's probably appropriate. I think maybe the Treant is annoying, but with Bat Rider, you have a really good response to it. But the Chen overall has a pretty decent lane matchup into the Batrider, you don't care too much. Batrider has a difficulty killing the creep generally. Good pairing with the Abaddon. I think it's very reasonable to get that out of the pool. As you know, in the first game, I don't think really Speed's hero was much of the issue. I don't think his play was much of the issue. It just kind of came down to ultimately their draft as a whole.
Yeah, and even talking about the tree, which is kind of that other big hero that we're kind of looking at for Speed, it's not like you're picking tree for the laning stage. Yeah, there are certain lane combinations where you get elite seed and you get a lot of damage done and you can actually get kills, but generally, right, it's for this 15-minute shard you're trying to get to. It's for the healing across the map. The damage block is really nice. These things that it's just trying to get out of the laning stage, which is a hero, Abaddon, if he's not in a really bad lane matchup, generally pretty fine. Like you got healing, you got a shield, or you got the shield. You're not really taking points in miscoil, but you got the shield, you got purges. You're generally, unless you're going to get really bullied out by like some sort of range matchup, generally going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Treant is fine, but Batrider is kind of good against the entire of Treant's kit. You can kill the trees pretty easily. You can afford some early gems sometimes, and overall as a hero, you also break the healing relatively quickly. So definitely just a great matchup. I do like the Clockwork overall by GamerLegion. Clockwork, the more that I've seen it, the more that I feel like this hero is just kind of broken. It's been good, I think, for a couple patches, but anytime that you get somebody in that cogs, if you ever hit at least 2 of your cogs, the damage that it does is absurd. The mana burn that it does is really, really obnoxious. The hero just feels really, really nice and is a pretty good kind of foil to the Batrider. But Shadow Fiend is the next pickup for Rottweilas. A very interesting one. Not necessarily good against Clockwork in a traditional sense, but if this is something that they're just looking to pick up early for Dodd, then these are 2 heroes that don't have too much armor between them. Definitely 2 heroes as well that can't sustain particularly in the same way that SF can as you get later towards those Satanics, BKBs, and whatnot for the Shadow Fiend. So a very strong kind of 1-2 pairing here. I do like Rottweiler's kind of drafting style so far. The SF is maybe seems slightly out of place. Maybe if this is a mid SF, I don't love it as much, but in terms of if this is a carry SF, it already has some promising prospects. Now the question to me is, do you just pick up the Underlord for Fade? I think that would be potentially, you could have a tough lane, I suppose, into SF Tusk, but if you're willing to sit back and kind of relax, as you often do in Underlord games, and kind of wait until you get your levels, get your bracers and whatnot, then so far it's very obnoxious for Rottweilers to play into, especially the supports. I would say Tusk Batrider hate playing against Underlord.
Yeah, the snowball with the pit is very annoying, but it's going to be Speed's Warlock. That's going to be where they're going to go for now. We talk about this, just the value of the healing supports. Rock level 6. It's one of the fastest support heroes if you can start to get a couple charges. The one downside is Warlock Abaddon is not really a kill lane. So if you do want to go get a couple charges on your book, on your Black Grimoire, you will have to go through the portal and make something happen, which is not crazy. It's 25 mana now. Totally fine to go do that one. You can pair up with Clockwork. I think the interesting thing here is we're going to see the Enigma from Fade. So actually holding RCY's pick for last as we go into the second game.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. I do like the Enigma overall. I mean, obviously, if this is going to be a carry SF, that hero is not always the best at dealing with Eidolons. Tusk doesn't have a great time at killing Eidolons individually, so if this is your safe lane pairing between the SF and the Tusk, then this Enigma definitely feels a lot nicer into it. If this is going to, if they do want to somehow shift the Shadow Fiend into mid, then now you have a very comfortable pipe builder for all that magic damage. And of course, Enigma is just one of Fade's best heroes. So an overall pretty solid pick for them. I'm sure they're very, very happy to pick it up. And now with only 20 seconds left, Rottweilers, are they going to make that decision, or do they just go for kind of a comfortable, classy offlaner? They could go for the Tide if they want to. Sometimes knowing against Clock, but you go for something with a little bit of catch, which I think is also reasonable. So revealing that this is the Shadow Fiend going into the carry position, which I'm sure they already kind of knew on both sides, but they had the potential. They go for a Storm Spirit instead, which is a pretty good Storm game, all things considered. I mean, the stuns are extremely telegraphed. If you are going to chain stun the Storm It's got to be pretty impressive play from GamerLegion. Overall, just a very decent Storm game. And these are also heroes that notably do not like getting jumped on by the likes of a Tusk, a Batrider, a Storm Spirit, if the game goes kind of in Rottweiler's favor.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, certainly you are worried about, say, a black hole and if Clockwork gets a hook shot off, things like that. But realistically, Wonder Kid should be able to go and dodge most of those. What this does do, though, it does mean RCY will have the counter pick last, but also
He would have anyway.
yeah, that's fine. But it does give them a little bit more ban protection on whatever it is they want to give against this Abaddon. Now, Viper's banned out. That's removed. You're not really looking at too many other ranged offlaners. Venomancer is not great here. I think we just want it. You just want someone with a pipe, right? That's kind of what you're looking at. Deal with fatal bonds. Deal with all the nonsense that's coming in.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I could definitely see the likes of it. I mean, I think Tide is still perfectly reasonable if Adrian wants to go into it. I believe we saw Adrian play Tide yesterday, and I remember him looking very, very good on it. So that's what I'd be looking at. Tide obviously not the best into Enigma, but otherwise across the game feels pretty comfortable. So I'd say that's perfectly reasonable for them if they want to pick that up. The minus armor pairs very well with the SF. Might get banned out, in all honesty. And at the point of, if that gets banned out, then I do feel the pool is a little bit pinched. It's not a very good Centaur game. Fine, but not the best.
Dire team pick.
Could be somewhat potential, yeah. Pick up something like an Underlord, maybe even an Axe. I could see being reasonable.
I don't mind
At
an
this
axe.
point, probably Tide Axe.
Okay, actually, I said I don't mind an axe, but axe does not have a nice lane at all into Warlock Abaddon. You can't play with Battle Hunger at all. It just gets purged off. You're a melee hero. Abaddon really likes to punish you for that.
5 seconds.
In the game, especially if you go like, we're seeing a lot of heroes go phylactery, you can dunk Abaddon through borrowed time if you're quick enough with it, but generally Abaddon's just going to pop borrowed time and be fine with that one. I'm with you. I think the Tide probably is the best bet, even if you are worried about the black hole being a problem, but with 1 second left.
I think they randomed. I think they randomed.
Is that a random?
I am quite confident that they randomed, although maybe this is something really interesting coming out from Rottweilas, but that reads to me as they let the timer go out. I mean, it's an okay Nyx Assassin game. If that was...
So we're looking at
maybe,
offlane
okay,
bat
maybe
then?
maybe they're playing offlane bat, I suppose. That could be okay. Not sure exactly why you'd want it into Abaddon Warlock, but I suppose that's okay. And Leshrac is the pickup for GamerLegion, which is a tiny bit confusing to me as well. I don't believe the Leshrac is my favorite pickup here. I mean, it's not incredible into the mid laner, and you do take a pretty significant amount of damage from dodge. So looks like, I mean, so far it looks like Rottweiler's pretty comfortably locked their heroes in. So I guess they just wanted the offlane Batrider. A little bit confusing to me as to why they would make that shift, but as you mentioned with Yannick, he's been playing a ton of the melee heroes, and again, it is a pretty good game for the Nyx Assassin. You have a built-in break for Yamsen if you're able to catch him off guard once you have that shard. You're quite annoying for the Enigma almost the whole game up until BKB. Very easy to cancel that black hole. Can drag against the Warlock. Now you're actually quite good as well against the Leshrac. So overall, I guess the Nyx pick makes sense. I'm just a little bit more scared for Adrian as a whole. His game, it seems like it could be a little bit difficult to play on this Batrider.
Yeah, I don't like this Leshrac pick. For every reason you talked about, Nyx is great into you. It's just kind of a guaranteed stun with your Carapace. Mind Flayer is a problem. It's not like you have this great matchup into the Storm. I really like, I would like to see him go for something like a Void Spirit, something playmaking early with a silence, something like that. But we're going to have to see how it goes. Certainly, this Leshrac is nerfed from its heights of glory, as he actually has decided to go for Chronoptic Nourishment this game, which means that, notably even more than Chronoptic Nourishment, I think it got some minor numbers buffs at one point, but it means you can actually take towers with Diabolic Edict, which this is a lineup that can ball up really hard. Abaddon on the Radiance, plus Warlock, plus this Leshrac that can actually take down towers, plus an Enigma with a couple auras, and that might be what they just want to go for. Like, play even faster than they were unable to do, but maybe tried to do in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Leshrac in terms of what it offers damage-wise. I think they really needed some high damage mid laner, so I don't really mind having the Leshrac, but again, yeah, it's a bit of a finicky game. If you get caught off by really any spell on the Leshrac, you have to get bailed out by your team. You have to build an early advantage. You have to play off of likely what is going to be Fade's auras as the game progresses. So RCY definitely, I mean, he has the ability, I think, to do quite well in this game. He should be farming into this matchup. Again, the chronoptic nourishment does mean that he is far faster at farming. He can take towers if he wants to now. I believe in 740 they did nerf the Misanthropy, so
They did.
definitely I think a very reasonable choice. As you mentioned as well, this facet has been buffed kind of over time. Numbers are pretty decent on it, so RCY, I mean, yeah, he should have the potential early game. Just I think pushing into that mid game, pushing into that late game, the prospect of getting lassoed, the prospect of getting jumped by Storm, getting caught off by a Spike Carapace, Dodd's damage is going to be ridiculous at some point if he has a good game at all. So, could be a little bit worrisome. Big Num is going to go down.
3-man
Oh,
rotation,
that's
looking for the
Shards.
third raise. Not going to land. And actually, Shards not doing all that
I
great. So
don't
Dodd
know
now.
Why he didn't
Yeah.
just go tag team. He should have just level tag team.
Neither
That
do
was-
I.
Yeah, a little bit odd by Bastion, but having the shards is quite nice against the Enigma, so I guess it'll be fine. Kind of missed out on a kill, but Big Num will at least be very low in the lane.
All right,
And
so
getting the clockwork low is quite nice.
it is, especially because the Clockwork decided to TP back to his tower. He's going to need a salve maybe. He's just eating all of his tangos as he waits for more regen to pop on out. There's Speed going to get first blood, killing Genik. So Genik now walk of shame back home. He decided to TP in the bottom side instead of just taking the portal that he was right next to. So he's going to have to go and run back. And Bastion now bounced around. Nice job. Loses a lot of his mana. And Clock very happy with this one. But my question, Rojo, because I look at this as a draft that says, okay, Fade, he's going to want, you want a snowball on the side of GamerLegion. How far ahead at like 20 minutes does GamerLegion have to be to make this draft work? Or is it just they're fine, they scale well enough with the Enigma, and it's going to be okay?
I think they'll be okay. I would like to see them at least around 2K, 3K when that Tormentor spawns, ideally. I think you do
Adrian.
want RCY to be in a very, very low. This is also a little bit of a difficulty, as I agree with Adrian's choice ultimately. So he's gone for Stoked on the Batrider, which means that he is going to be playing a lot more for this Firefly. Makes sense in Abaddon. Playing Arsonist in Abaddon, not really the easiest. This gives you much better, stack farming capability. It all makes sense, but particularly as I've played enough Batrider to know, playing Stoked into Warlock can be very obnoxious, especially in the off lane, as that extra damage that you're taking to yourself means that you can die to Shadow Word, can die to Fatal Bonds. They actually get on top of speed for the time being. A lot of damage.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's
God,
a lot of spread damage there. So yes, they do take speed down, but Adrian,
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
is he going to die?
Wait.
Adrian?
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, like, I
Yamson
don't
didn't-
think...
he didn't hold the. If he held the Fatal Bond creep for a second, if he could have, he would have killed him. But still 1 HP.
Oh. And Wonder Kid almost goes down as well to RCY. Yeah, that's it's the one unfortunate. We might see this Clockwork go and get a vessel eventually, but you don't have like a core vessel builder, so you don't have the advantage of just finding
Wonder
the stoked. Wonder Kid is
my
playing
God.
he's playing
he's
this
dead.
on the edge, and he's dead. That maybe, I don't know. Maybe he looked at the math. He's like, oh, you don't have enough mana, but you do have chronoptic nourishment, so a little bit more there. But if you vessel a stoked Batrider, they just kind of die. So a little unfortunate that we don't have a core vessel builder. I mean, I guess Fade could buy it, but it's gonna be a little bit okay.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have against Batrider, but definitely not necessary. As one thing that's actually surprising me, I guess, quite a lot here is, at least that's very concerning, is that Fade's CS is ridiculous, and Dodd's is really, really quite struggling. Despite there being few denies, it looks like he's just missed creeps, or those have been dragged behind the tower, or been outside of his range to actually kill. Only 13 CS to speak of on Dodd. Now he's in the
that's
cogs
gonna
too.
bounce around as well. Do we have Malefice skilled? We do, but not quite in range for it. So they're going to turn
Yeah,
on to
Bastion.
Bastion instead.
Ow.
There's the Malefice looking for a little bit more, but can't get in range. So they're going to slow him down. They're going to get these really decent HP trades, but not the kills just yet as the Yamsum just continues to chase down Adrian. This is, we talked about miserable offlane matchups and how bad it was for the Doom in game number 1. At least the Bat's doing a little bit better than the Doom was, but it's not a fun time for Adrian either.
Yeah, these lanes are going disastrously. I mean, at 4 minutes, it's 2K net worth.
Whew.
And just across all these lanes, they are going very poorly net worth wise. Wonder Kid is almost 1,000 net worth down on RCY so far. So just playing the Leshrac matchup, very, very clean. And it does kind of help with this new Chronoptic Nourishment, the kind of playstyle RCY has.
Is Dodd just, Dodd dead.
He is.
Rotates right back in. The Shadow Word level 2, actually a lot of damage. And it will be a dead Clockwork in response. Bastion trying to find a little bit more, and no Eidolons for the time being, but there they go. And he will fall. So a second kill on this top side and speed. We talked about the power of these early gate rotations to make sure you got Black Grimoire stacks. Well, Rojo, he's got 1,000 XP on those books right now. He's got 5 stacks already.
Smart guy. He does the studying. Very much so a wealth of knowledge on speed. But yeah, I mean, he's having a great game, and I'm already feeling a little bit vindicated and feeling confused about this kind of switch up onto Yenix, picking him the Nyx Assassin, giving Adrian the Spat Rider. It has not given them much. It just hasn't given them much to kind of play around with the map, despite it being a good Nyx game. And he's only level 2, just about to hit level 3. Can't really help much on the runes, and looking to even dive Yannick here. At least they got Fade in the top side.
But Dodd might. Is he? A couple more Eidolon hits. Snowball to buy the space to stun him up, and not going to be able to go take him down. But Dodd gets very low in response. And now it's the catapult timing. 6 minutes in or so, and RCY actually tanks a couple tower shots to make sure catapult does a little bit more. Now, unfortunately, Warlock can't pop the Grimoire for another 40 seconds, and now zips in on top of RCY. Pulse Nova's there, and you do have the Carapace. That's the problem with this hero into the Nyx, and they will get the Leshrac, but Wonder Kid will die in response, and more Grimoire stacks indeed. Speed, though, Adrian is here, and Speed is, well, I thought he was going to get run down, but gets under tower, so he's got...
He didn't get a sack for that, actually.
How?
Interesting. Yeah,
Very...
I don't know.
Huh.
I guess maybe he just didn't get the right click off. Interesting.
I thought he had bombs on him, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know how he didn't stack that. Well, for the time being, Adrian will stack a hard camp once for himself. Those are the crumbs he's allowed to live with. Big fight on the Wisdom Shrine.
Yep, 2 versus 3. Genic, though, he's only level 4, so not a ton of value. Actually, sorry, 2 versus 5. Adrian's here. RCY would love to rotate over. A little bit slow on this one, but Yamsun is a difficult kill. Does have level 6, and despite the numbers disadvantage, it looks like GamerLegion will be able to go claim the Wisdom. Yamsun purges himself off. Gotta be careful, though. Mind Flare, that was a... You can nuke this Abaddon down, even through the Aphotic Shield, but he's not going to go skill his ultimate. He's going to go actually get himself a Lotus and right back to farming. So they steal the Wisdom Shrine. They got both, actually, and game just continues to get a little worse.
Yeah, RCY showing up there was very, very crucial. And this is also very interesting from RCY. So deciding to go for, you're talking about earlier how in Western Europe we've been seeing a lot of Storms go for the Guardian Greaves. It's an item that makes a ton of sense on Leshrac. It feels very, very good to build up into it. And unfortunate for Dodd. He is struggling into Fade's Enigma here, and definitely a big reason why they picked it. It's a very good matchup into the Shadow Fiend in the carry. But as soon as, Shadow Fiend, I think, can generally survive this lane, but as soon as you get kind of an ounce of leeway on this Enigma, it's very easy to kind of just consume the lane. And now with those drums, with the Tranquils as well, Fade is having an absolute field day. Very good start for GamerLegion.
He's got another win lace as well. He just, I know the position 5 on GamerLegion's name is Speed, but... well, really, Fade would like to be Speed in this game. Carapace is going to buy a little bit of distance, and the Rock's actually going to get dropped here. Trying to go take Genic down. Will get the Curse of Avernus on him, so he should die. Black hole top side.
They ganked Fade, and he killed both of them.
Oh, that's
no.
not great. Now the Eidolons, they're looking
they're
for the
looking at
body
Todd.
block to slow Dodd down. Lightning
Oh.
Storm, not
RCY
quite
could
in
have
range.
blocked.
Meanwhile, bottom side of the map, more kills are happening. Bignum kills off Adrian. So everywhere, it's just bad. And, you know, a little bit sad for Speed. I thought he might try to hold on to the Grimoire. He was so close to level 6 already, but you had a good opportunity. And now this combo, this Warlock plus Yamson takes towers nice and quickly.
Yeah, this draft switch up from Rottweilas is very, very confusing. They've put themselves in this really just kind of, I don't know, they just put themselves in this very strange position when they were ahead in this game, as Adrian will die again. The hook shot from Bignum coming out really, really early in the game. Very high level on the supports because of those Wisdom Shrines. So coming back into this game is just, I mean, it is looking already very, very difficult. Their ability to get these kills is kind of limited by their support ultis, which they're still not even particularly close to. Yannick will get it soon, but obviously the next assassin movements can be rather predictable. Yamson's off to an incredible start on the Abaddon. Fade is off to an even better start, as maybe they can actually get him here.
Yeah, no black
Todd's, like,
hole.
losing.
Dodd got to be very careful. You talk about losing to the Eidolons. At least there is a Pavis. I think that's... No, he's got a
The
shield wall.
Ash-
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
The Ash Legion shield. So at least there is a little bit of physical damage shield there. So Dodd will be fine. But they take the mid tower in response. And yeah, this is... I'm with you. This Bat Rider pick, generally, if you have a hero that is like hard countered by something else, this Bat Rider is very countered by a Abaddon, you move it down in the position priority. You say, okay, this is going to be a support. It's not going to be super useful, but whatever. We're going to get a good core matchup. But they kind of did the opposite. And Nyx is a good hero in this game. Is now Clockwork's going to go down, or on top, excuse me, of the Shadow Fiend, and with the Midnight Pulse and everything else.
Brutal.
Another dead Dodd. And actually, Bastion is going to go down here as well, buying a little bit of time with Snowball, but he has no blink. He's got no way on out of there. He's looking for creep deny. Not going to get it. But yeah, it's like you pick this hero and it's a bad game for it, so you increase its farm priority. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it has not been paying off for Adrian. He is extremely low in the net worth, very similar to about where Speed is, and I'm going to look to actually kill Speed. Have the lasso for the time being.
He's going to try. He's going to drop the rock on this. Doesn't die immediately, but Fatal Bonds rock, gets the Shadow Word and Wonder Kid as well, and he is just... He's dead. He's dying. There's nothing to do. Adrian falls down. Well, actually, living a little bit longer, but there we go. He's going to get taken down as well, and we talked about the ball. Now, Dodd gets a good Requiem on top of the Clockwork at the very least. And getting himself some kills there, some souls, and now Yamson locked away a little bit, but actually, he has his ultimate available. He hasn't skilled it at level 10. I'm not even sure he's going to need it, to be honest. In fact, he's just going to turn on to Bastion. He doesn't care. He's massive. He's yoked. He's cracked. He's jacked. He's all these things that describe a very strong hero in this game.
Yeah, he's very close to his Radiance. RCY finished up his Guardian Greaves, which he'll be using off cooldown for that extra bit of just regeneration as the last track. So a very nice item pickup for him. They're going to smoke immediately. This is the GamerLegion we saw yesterday. They get a very comfortable draft for themselves. They win these lanes as particularly hard as they can, and then they just run you over with some very consistent and concise moves heading into this mid game. And yeah, 7k at 12. The XP lead especially is brutal. Really just not much to be done for Rottweilas. And as you mentioned, they did kind of choose to put themselves in this position. I mean, they knew picking Nyx, picking Bat Rider would be
Clockwork
weak.
hook shot on top of him.
Unlucky.
And I love this smoke. You almost never smoke into this position, but Dodd's going to get taken down once again. Death Requiem does some damage, and Janek is here, gets the stun. 3-man stun, actually. That's a massive move, and it will be RCY falling down, but the Yamson's here now, and he does have that Radiance ready to go, so that is, yep, he's locked in the Thunderdome, although, man, this Centaur makes 2 big stuns in that fight, actually doing more for Rottweilas than Rottweilas were really able to do for themselves.
Yeah, a pickup from Fade, though, onto Wonder Kid, and extends that black hole very freely once he has that blink, so the problem still persists, despite the kill into RCY, which, granted, RCY, if he would have shield ruined, he probably would have lived. Didn't pop the Guardian Greaves either, so he got a little bit overzealous, despite it still. I mean, this is Radiance finished on Yamsen, a Blink finished on Fade. Across the board, just an absolute nightmare for the side of Rottweilas. And they realize that they can't fight into this Radiance and an ulti still from Yamsen, so they give up another Shrine of Wisdom. No recourse on the other side of the map either, so Fade picks up his. It's 4 for 0 on the Wisdom Shrines. Typically, I would say that's maybe not the best sign, Bayo, but I'm not a professional.
Yeah, you know, it's only an 8-level lead. Does that really matter?
Yeah, that's, I mean, you know, Yannick is level 6, so that is probably what mostly matters for the time being. And I do like the smoke. This is the kind of move you need to make to get back into the game.
Yep, they're going to find Fade Midnight. Pulls down. He had an idea, but that just means he's going to get stunned up that much more. That being said, Warlock's here, and oh no, Wonder Kid is going to have to run away. I don't know that they catch him. Doesn't have a ton of mana, but oh, there's the Blink. There's the Malefice. Yep, he's don't even need it. Shadow Fiend dies as well, just a little bit north as the Clockwork gets on top of him with this Leshrac as well. And hey, guess what? Look at what's in the inventory of RCY right now. He's got a nice bottled amp damage rune as he looks at the tier 2. I'm not even sure that he needs it, to be honest, but good tower pressure now immediately available to GamerLegion.
Yeah, not using it, which I'm a little bit shocked he doesn't want to pressure this tower, but for the time being, just looking to amp his farm, as all Leshracs do. Some of the greediest, one of the greedier heroes for greedy players, RCY. Very much soaking up the map this game. Soon with the Atos for himself, and yeah, the way back into the game for Rottweilas is relatively limited. They do have this Blink now for Adrian, so that's one way that they can make plays. Bignum, grab him.
Fine,
the
Bignum.
Is he dead?
No, the Stoked is too good, and now RCY, nice stun. Looks like Bignum Bastion maybe gets out of here. Maybe. Nope, he's dead too. That's actually not. There's way too much damage on the amp damage rune. And of course the fatal bonds. Yeah, that's, man, this Bat Rider is, I know we like, okay, actually, you know what, it's not a bad Nyx game, and they selected it immediately, so maybe it wasn't a random, but I mean, this Bat Rider, if this was the idea, if this was the game plan and they didn't just run out of time,
a random might have been better, frankly.
Yeah, this Bat Rider is just not doing it.
Yeah, I think randoming your offlaner may have been a safer option. I mean, yeah, it just gave an absolutely brutal matchup for Adrian into the game. Now they're hunting Wonder Kid as Fade has
the Croaker. That's more than enough. Yeah, but okay, look at Bignum here. He's like, I got cogs. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, here's Yamsen. This was planned, Rojo. This was like, okay, I'm not going to spend Black Hole. We're good there. Doesn't have mana, whatever. Storm is going to zip out. He's going to spend all of his mana so we can make sure that Yamsen gets the kill.
It's very smart.
300 IQ plays. Those cogs are not good whatsoever. So Yamsen continues to try to chase people down. Bastion buys some time and actually just going to have to give his life for it because, oh no, he's got Blink. So
he has a Blink.
We'll get out
That's
of here.
pretty, honestly, I'm kind of surprised he has a Blink. He's kind of farmed on Bastion. I guess he got a couple of assists worth his weight. RCY with a regen rune popped all the way back up to full HP and mana. Now has that edict as well that he was using to pressure the tower. But he's just kind of patiently waiting around for everyone to deal some good damage onto Bastion, who wanted to blink, but unfortunately just couldn't. So we'll go down to RCY. TP into mid for RCY, wants to get this Atos onto Adrian. He should be okay if he reacts fast, or yeah, if he just stays out of vision. But can that just, I mean, they kind of, in some ways, the way that they drafted this game, they fell for the same trap on Rottweilas that we saw last game, GamerLegion fall into. Just very little team fight to speak of, and in that sense, just relatively low damage. So when GamerLegion get ahead out of the lanes, which is very much expected with these two drafts, there just ends up being a huge lack of damage. And now Fade, I believe he did finish his Boots of the Bearing, and at some point I believe he was looking at a pipe. So maybe he'll get that eventually as he does Black Hole onto Wonder Kid. That is going to be a Dead Storm. Damage way too high from the Eidolons. Getting the mid-tier 2 as well between Speed and RCY. They want to kill Yamsen. They're looking at him with Bastion.
Try. He's not an easy kill though. Still has his ult available, and Bastion shows up. Did he blink into this? Is blink on cooldown?
Yes.
Not totally sure. He's gonna go down. Here comes Bignum, and that's gonna be another tier 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You know, GamerLegion game 1, they're like, we have no team fight. I mean, that's a fair GG out. This game is lost. But GamerLegion game 1 didn't draft any team fight. Game 2, they said, yes, we will draft. How much team fight do you want? All of it. We're gonna draft all the team fight. Leshrac, Enigma, Warlock. And good luck fighting into us. So I guess if we're going by these trends, game 3 is going to see Faceless Void, Tidehunter, Enigma, Warlock, Invoker, other big teamfight heroes. Just throw big spells at each other until someone loses. I guess that's how the series is evolving.
Yeah, I mean, these just very single target damage lineups have just not been benefiting either team that drafted them. As soon as you get behind in the lanes, these kind of lineups just don't have anything to play for, especially since the assist formula changed. So just a little bit of a strange switch up on that Nyx Assassin. 19 minutes and 11 seconds. They said, we tap out. You know what? We made a mistake. So I can respect that, honestly. I mean, hopefully that doesn't mean that heading into the third game, Rottweilas are particularly tilted, but it's hard not to be after a game like that. So gotta pick your heads back up, realize that so far both these games have really just been draft issues, and if you can get a significant draft in the third game, if you can build up a similar draft to what you had in the first game, or if GamerLegion somehow fall back into the same trap that's lost 2 games in a row, then maybe I think Rottweilas still have a good chance. But this was, just not much to say on the second game, Bayo. It's just brutal all the way through.
Yep, GamerLegion, they were asleep in game number 1, but game 2, they have woken up. Let's see if Rottweilas can do the same and give us a fantastic game number 3 right after the break.
Without you loving around, I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a cool winter, baby. Without you here with me, so don't keep me waiting. I need your company. set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain.
night to remember, a joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitations. We're united as one nation.
Welcome back to Game 3 here in our upper bracket finals of the Dream League Season 28 North American Qualifiers. I'm Bamel. Again, we got Rojo right over there, and if Game 1 was GamerLegion asleep, Game 2 is GamerLegion wide awake. That was a 19-minute game. Rottweilas just forced to tap out, and I mean, Rojo, realistically, how much of that do we just attribute to the last pick Nyx forcing this offlane bat? Just very awkward offlane duo.
Quite a bit. I mean, it made their draft. It did not fix any of the issues of their draft. It just amplified them. So it was, yeah. I mean, at first we thought it was a random, and then they really got into it. So presumably it wasn't, and I'm sure they're kicking themselves for it. So now, if you're Rottweilas, now if you're GamerLegion, you're just heading into best of one. You know, I mean, it's kind of like those first two games didn't really happen. So win this best of one, continue on in the upper bracket. Otherwise, I mean, at least if you look at this as a series in context, pick a little bit of team fight, Bayo. I mean, at least a little bit, just enough to actually have something if you lose the lanes. Because in both these previous games, we just saw the lanes not go too well for the team that doesn't have team fight, and then from that point, it was just kind of lost. I mean, really, they were both. I mean, in the first game, it was at least a slow burn for GamerLegion of struggle, but in that second game, Rottweilas didn't waste any of our time. You know, they saw 19 minutes of the game and they said, we don't need to see any more. So, you know, relatively short couple of games, but those drafts really kind of just allowed for it.
Yeah, I mean, to give Rottweilas credit, it was a really good Nyx game. You know, you have easy cancel for Black Hole or just easy stuns on Enigma pretty much the entire time up until they get a BKB. Same thing for the Leshrac. Same thing even for the Abaddon, because you're going to get a Radiance, and that's AoE damage that you can spike Carapace to get an initiation off. The problem was you hadn't picked an offlaner yet, so you had to have this really awkward stoked Bat Rider that was just running around and dying and really had no place in the game. So maybe you try to draft with a little bit more flex potential if you're Rottweilas, but yeah, pick the Tides, the Abaddon, not the Abaddons, pick the Tides, the Faceless Voids, the Enigmas, the Warlock. Pick the team fight heroes. I think I'm with you. I think that is the story right now. Give yourself some comeback potential, or I don't know. Is Dodd, is Wonder Kid, or are they Meepo players? You know, are we? There's some cheese that is available for Rottweilas in this game number 3 that we haven't really addressed just yet.
I mean, I think that they can bring out the likes of things like I know the Broodmother has been really quite popular lately. I think Adrian is able to play it. Dodd, obviously, it's not really cheese, but he did play the Kaz previously and looked really great on it. So they do have some interesting picks they can bring out. Dodd honestly might be able to play Meepo if memory serves me, but yeah, not the best hero in this patch. It just overall, I just think, I mean, these teams are just drafting very solely into the single target, and especially too, it wasn't just the Nyx Assassin pick, I think, that made Rottweilas draft a little bit conflicting, but it's the fact that they kind of immediately shoehorned this Shadow Fiend into being the carry role. So they had really not much flexibility, but yeah, definitely I think if they had just picked Tidehunter, they at least would have had some kind of play to have around. But realistically, they also just, I mean, as much as the draft didn't serve them, they also just came out of lanes relatively poorly. I mean, obviously this offlane was completely doomed from the beginning of the game, which did open a lot of opportunities for Speed to kind of come across the lanes, but just in the top side, Dodd and Bastion, they just didn't have ultimately the best lane they could have. They could have killed Bignum level 1 if Bastion had a slightly tighter shards, or if he had leveled the tag team level 1. That would have helped them a lot. But ultimately, they just kind of lost through the top side, lost through the bot side. Mid was not good for Wonder Kid, and at that point, the game is really, really difficult to come back into, especially when you kind of, again, draft yourself into that corner. So, curious to see if there are any relative adjustments from Rottweilas in terms of if they want any priority, in terms of what they do for the draft, if they think that maybe they should go for the second pick themselves to have that flexibility. But ultimately, I think it's I think there were some safer ways to play out that draft and potentially limit the impact, especially I think that Speed did have on that early game.
Yeah, so for now, GamerLegion did win the coin toss as we move into game 3, and they once again have picked Radiant and given draft priority on over to Rottweilas, and they're taking their time on this. I'm with you. Maybe you go and you decide, I think second pick is a lot better in this patch if they changed the pick order than it was. You were just kind of always going first pick before that. So we're going to have to see if Rottweilas are interested in turning that around, because it does feel that in the games we've seen today and the games that we've seen yesterday, game 1, that last pick Doom, it was as doomed as Rottweilas offlane, and game 2 was. It was not good. But in general, giving RCY or Fade this last pick offlaner has been really impactful in the games that they've won. So doesn't matter though, because Rottweilas, they've chosen first pick once again, and yeah, I'm not sure that there is one hero that is really worth there's like a pool of really power heroes that are worth kind of going for first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit interesting that they have kind of forsaken at least a little bit their I mean, they did go for the Bat Rider, which I honestly think looked fine, but obviously where they ended up putting the Bat Rider, I think, was a pretty significant issue. But the Gyro looked good. I don't think they're going to get that. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted the Gyro for Dodd, but again, GamerLegion last game banned it, and I wouldn't be surprised for them to just stick to it. As their adjustments, I think, in the draft into second game were quite good for GamerLegion. So on Rottweilers, what do you actually want truly as your first pick? Do they just go for a strong offlaner? Because I mean, both these games, I mean, there's been Centaur, there's been Tidehunter open, and I know that Yamson does play a lot of kind of cheesy safe lane heroes, but it could be nice to just have that stable offlaner. I think we've seen a lot of volatile off lanes in this series so far, and it hasn't really played out particularly well for either side. I guess the Enigma did pay off really well for Fade, but in his hands, that's definitely not volatile, as it's even banned out from Rottweilas. So, you know, they said, well, Fade, we'll give you one, but you're not playing Enigma again. And a very interesting first phase ban, but I mean, at the end of the day, if they're going to ban Gyro out, then have that potential to get the Enigma for themselves, then I guess just getting rid of it from Fade is at least somewhat reasonable.
Yeah, it was almost, that is actually kind of the interesting thing, is we've also changed the ban order a little bit in the first set of bans, and not only in the second phase. So I was like, okay, I'm a little surprised that we're not holding the Enigma ban until we can see if Gyrocopter's open. But as Tiny's going to get picked here, you had to do that, right? There were 2 bans after you have the 3 out of Rottweilas, so make sure that that Enigma doesn't come through. I'm a little surprised at how much priority they're putting into this Viper ban, though, because it's a good hero, but you know, it was nerfed in 7.4. It is not quite as strong as it was, and even still, I guess because GamerLegion flexes it. You know, we saw Yamson go carry Viper yesterday. Maybe that just makes it a little too scary. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is rather annoying, the Viper, so I can understand the banning of it. I think it, despite it being somewhat nerfed, it still does the same thing, and I think people are waking up to just how strong poison attack is in lane, in these kind of side lanes. So they nerfed more of like the farming mid style, but as to being a lane bully, Viper is still pretty much in that prime. They pick up the Clockwork for themselves, and again, every time I see Clockwork, it just looks good. I've just yet to see a Clockwork not kind of dominate the game, and Big Num was, I mean, he was doing it last game. So no notes on that end for GamerLegion.
It's also a very nice deny pick for Genic. I think, yeah, Genic played it yesterday. Maybe it was Bastion, but nice deny pick for Rottweilas as well, as we saw that. What was that? 4-man cogs, and in game 2, Rottweilas playing. Yeah, like
Yeah, it was Bastion.
both teams play it really nicely. So not only are you getting what you feel and what we feel is one of the stronger support heroes in the patch, you're denying it from Bastion as well. So that's always going to be really nice. Of course, we talk about Tiny. It's very good against Tiny. You just hard to get spells off.
Yeah, hard to get out of the cogs ever.
Yeah.
And that hero cannot hit cogs. So yeah, nice little matchup. I wonder for Rottweilers if it was worth it to have considered picking the Clockwork for first pick. Truthfully, as I mean, the Tiny is very high value. So mind you, I'm quite happy for them to have this picked up. I know Wonder Kid is a good Tiny. I'm sure they flex it across multiple roles. Yannick, I'm sure, is great at Tiny. But in this Clockwork, it's just been problematic every time I've seen it. I've yet to see a Clockwork be low impact in a game.
Yeah, Wonder Kid definitely played a very nice Tiny yesterday. Had a lot of impact with that hero early on and throughout the entire game. Kind of going for this Phylactery Octarine build, which is... I haven't seen enough Tiny after the changes. Phylactery is getting played on a lot of heroes right now, but that kind of Octarine follow-up was interesting. I don't know that I've necessarily seen a ton of that, but it worked great, right, in that game. So we're going to have to see how that flexes. And actually, this is a lot of time being spent by GamerLegion on the final ban of the phase. What are they looking at? So you're really looking for this last ban, right? About what you're going to protect kind of that first pick in the phase with. It's going to be the Ursa. So some of the really problematic ranged carries are still in the pool. Klink's still in the pool. Drow in the pool. But they do take this Ursa out.
Yeah. I mean, if this was the first game, I think that they probably would slam the Klinks here. Now I think they're a little more apprehensive, having seen the ways that hero can get punished. Does decent damage to Tiny, as you do break through that armor and relatively low armor for a portion of the game on Tiny, but definitely I understand the apprehension. So yeah, they're just going to go into Batrider. It's also a deny pick from Rottweilas if they wanted to pick up that Batrider. So potentially there are 2 supports already on the board. They can flex the Batrider as well if they want, but we've seen the roles in which we mostly don't want the Batrider to be played, or at least the matchups. Abaddon is open, so we could see that trade again if Rottweilers opted for it.
Now, the nice thing, if this is support Batriders, this is going to be the speed Batrider, not the position 4 Batrider, 95%, which means even if you do pick the Abaddon, I don't know that this is an Adrian hero. I would assume that would be a Dot hero. So you don't, even as the game is a problem, you can go and shield off the lasso. You can shield off a lot of the damage the Batrider does. You don't have that lane counter that is also so nice to have.
Straight into the Muerta for Rottweiler.
Okay.
So going back to a successful pick from yesterday, not necessarily the best against these 2 heroes. Clockwork is a nuisance for catching you. Batrider very similar as well, so could still be a support. Yesterday we did see Dodd, though, just commit to playing the Muerta pretty early on. Seems that in general he just likes his hero being picked. He thinks it makes sense in this phase of the draft. This is where they picked up the Shadow Fiend last time. He did get the Gyro rather late, but in general I think Dodd has just been pretty happy to pick up his hero early, and they can certainly flex this one. In terms of pairings with it, you could... It's a little bit difficult sometimes picking into the Batrider and the Clockwork, as a lot of the heroes that you can think of as typical counters. I mean, if you were going to pick something like an Oracle, right, always pick Oracle into Batrider, but just having that extra jump does make it very hard to pick up these kind of backline supports.
It's also a really weak lane. Oracle Muerta into... yeah, you know, you do have Purge for the Sticky Napalm, so that does reduce some of the power. But again, Batrider's going to be the safe lane. So yeah, if you pick Oracle, that does feel like this Clockwork plus something has a chance to really abuse whatever Dodd and Bastion want to go for. So I don't know. I don't know that I necessarily... I don't like this Naga. We talked about team fight, but I don't know that I like this Naga. I don't think it's very good anymore.
Yeah, it's fallen off pretty significantly. It's at least nice to limit the movement speed of the Batrider. It does stop engagements, so I think it ticks a lot of the boxes of what you would want. So I don't necessarily mind it here as much as I normally do, but yeah, it is definitely down a pretty strong amount of tiers from where it was, and that makes it, I think, just about serviceable. At least it pairs decently with Martha in lane. So again, I think it's a reasonable time to pick up the Naga. But yeah, I would not expect that to go unpunished, as the Leshrac immediately is already very strong in this lane. Great matchup if the Tiny is mid. Incredible at killing Martha. Build Greaves to get rid of that net early, as well as in general just killing off the Naga Siren incredibly fast with that magic damage. So I think going back for the Leshrac is smart adjustment by GamerLegion. I think if you wanted to go Centaur, Tidehunter, Underlord for Fade, those are all perfectly reasonable, but could also just save it, pick up a Yamsen hero if you would like. A little bit more curious as to what he'd be looking at for right now, as the carry pool is a little bit... It's kind of hard, I suppose, to blind pick the carry. If this could be Muerta, something like a Klings could obviously make sense. I mean, it wouldn't be harmful, I think, to their draft, but
I mean,
maybe suffers too many questions.
yeah, you get Songdan, you get Tiny Tossback. I like Clinks when there are maybe one, maybe two, but as little jumps available as possible. You just kind of want to sit there and lay the damage in. So it's going to be Fade. Fade is a very good Dawnbreaker. It's one of the heroes he's played a lot. And so the nice thing about this is you do have a save into the Naga Song, right? When they're trying to set up for things, you can go interrupt with that, kind of break with the stun up. It's a strong laner. It's gonna do. Does a great job of jumping on top of Muerta early. It can kill Naga illusions. It seems like a pretty solid pick for the phase.
Yeah, I like it as well. I mean, it's follow up for Clockwork, and having protection for the Leshrac is very, very solid. So definitely a perfectly fine pickup for them. And again, it does leave Yamsen for that last pick, which I do rather like. And Rottweilas, they had the Storm available if they wanted it, but thought that matchup was maybe slightly too oppressive against the version of Leshrac that RCY is playing. Want a tiny bit more kind of substantial catch. So they're shifting this Tiny to position 4, giving the Ember to mid. I still think this matchup could be a little bit problematic in terms of the Ember against the Lesh, but if Wonder Kid is able to kind of stabilize it, then it is rather nice to have the chains against all these heroes. They're going to be relatively grouped up. It does give you a tiny bit of team fight that we've been lacking in. So far, at least, by the 8 heroes we see, Bayo, this draft seems to feel at least a little bit more even than the previous 2 games. Still plenty of time to pick a Nyx Assassin on 23 if they feel. But I think for the time being, they can kind of wrap this up with a comfortable offlaner for Adrian. He should have enough options left in the pool to get a hero that he is perfectly happy with. Similarly for Yamsen.
I'm a little surprised they're banning out the Underlord, but I guess they have last pick, not second to last pick, because I think both teams are looking at aura builders right now. You know, you want a pipe builder. I think specifically you really want to pipe as GamerLegion into this Muerta, into this Ember Spirit. Same thing as well. I mean, there's a Leshrac, there's a Batrider, it's a lot of magic damage early on, but I guess you're not going to get Underlord, so might as well ban it away. And that is also kind of this calculus they're doing on Rottweilas. Like, we're going to get an offlaner, we're going to pick it, we're only going to get one of them. What do we want to remove to kind of really pinch the offlane pool? I think you're looking at what, Tide and Centaur? And oh wait, what am I saying? Sorry, Dawnbreaker is going to be the offlaner, so never mind.
I was letting you go for a second, but yeah, they are picking Yamsen's hero, so they're not too worried about banning off offlaners. But I do think the Tide and Centaur are perfectly fine shouts. But both heroes, I mean, look perfectly fine. As you mentioned, the auras are very good against Leshrac, Batrider, Clockwork. A lot of magic damage in general coming from GamerLegion. So probably going to look to supplement that or circumvent that issue a little bit with Yamsen's hero. Underlord, I think, was perfectly fine to ban, and Adrian's Tide is gone. Still the Timber, if he wanted it. It's not particularly an impressive Timber game, but his Timber has just looked really good. So he has the capability of playing that if you wanted to. He will be laning with a Tiny, so probably expect some... Probably not the strongest lane, I would say, overall to come out. Maybe you could trick yourself into something like a Night Stalker this game or not, but again, picking those kind of weak offlaners has been a little bit troublesome in the past. So probably just Centaur is perhaps the safest for Adrian.
Well, they got 3 seconds, and this time it is not a random. That is guaranteed. It's gonna be
Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I don't. There's no good illusions. Like, yes, it is an aura builder. It is like the aura builder of times past. It gives you a surge away from the Leshrac, but again, there's no good illusion heroes. I guess it is also kind of a deny pick if they were looking at, say like a Medusa, or it's not a good Terrorblade game, but one of those heroes. And it is kind of an awkward carry pick if you think about it. It's hard to get. You want something with split damage to get on top of Muerta. You want something more physical because you have this Leshrac here. You don't want a ranged carry because you got so much dive. So it is kind of a pinched carry pool here, Rojo.
Yeah, the carry pick is not easy, I would say, for Yamson, but he's gonna go for the Lifestealer, which I think is it's a pretty reasonable one. Good physical damage, does great into the Darkseer. Doesn't really care about the Muerta, particularly during any time that you have Rage. You can build BKB eventually as well and be untouchable. So I guess a pinch carry pool, but still finding probably one of the better options, I think. And this Lifestealer, as the game goes on, is going to have very, very few threats to his life. I mean, it's really just getting bursted is kind of the only thing this Lifestealer needs to look at. And again, that's only capable through Yenneck. So I am quite liking this GamerLegion draft. I think, I don't know, I definitely don't think this will be nearly as much of a stomp as the game 2, but I do think they have strong potential to take this one again on GamerLegion.
Yeah, the Muerta scares me though. If you can go and set the tempo you're looking for, that's really nice. But I know you can go and you talk about this BKB that Yamson can get after the Rage, but the damage potential that this Muerta has, it's Lifestealer and Leshrac to some extent. They really do benefit from these longer fights, these drawn out fights, and Muerta just makes that a little difficult. The damage that it pumps out, especially with the setup from the Naga Siren to get Dot into the right spot so you can go and pierce the veil and kill everyone, it is a little scary for me, Rojo.
Yeah, I just assume that it won't be maybe that cut and dry to do against the Clockwork Bat Rider. I mean, there's a lot of things to really bother the Muerta, and as Lifestealer, you do get, even if you don't have the BKB, as long as you get Rage off, which you should in this game. I mean, again, it's really only Yenneck and Dodd. They have to play very, very well together to stop that Rage. As long as you get the Rage off, you have like 80-90% magic resistance. So I do like the GamerLegion lineup. I think Rottweilas have some nice stuff going for them. I think the Darkseer pick I do like. I mean, having Surge I think is really useful this game. I think it does help to enable the Muerta. Obviously, the auras are very nice, but I do just like Yamson's prospects on this Lifestealer. It seems like a very, very comfortable game for him, and as much as I am also expecting kind of, again, a lot of the weight of these rotations and getting these kills to be on Yenneck as a Tiny, and I definitely trust him as a player, but this lane should be pretty tough. A Tiny and a Darkseer here. It's going to be against a Bat Rider and a Lifestealer, so could be a pretty tough time down here in the bot side.
Yeah, but you can always lane drag, so maybe it's not like, I mean, Bat Rider's okay at preventing lane drags, but you do have, of course, I mean, you don't have stuns, but you do have slows. So we'll see how that's gonna go as we get ourselves into this game number 3. As a reminder, you win this game, best of 5 grand finals tomorrow. That really is your reward. You lose, you're in the lower bracket finals, playing against the winner of the second series today. You got to play one more series, get a little bit more data to give a little bit more data to your opponent, but you're not out of it. Not just yet, as we'll see Rottweilas go take a nice position, but the smoke is still here, and actually it was a bit of a delayed smoke from GamerLegion. So they look to rotate in, maybe, but they don't have a great level 1 Rojo. Not a lot of stuns, not level 1. The only thing you got really is the Clockwork. And Lifestealer is very much a creep at early levels. There's not a lot he does.
Yeah, neither team has honestly a very impressive level 1. Between Naga Siren, this Lifestealer, a lot of kind of relatively useless level 1 heroes. So it will be a 2-for-2 trade. Perfectly reasonable, I think. Some good vision down in the bot side, as they are looking to block this wave. Definitely, I think, would be nice to do here. Block this wave under the tower. pretty much need to do that universally in the Darkseer lane. So Bastion doing a great job microing his illusions here, but taking some damage from the Batrider.
And Mirror, I mean, I'm a little surprised Speed didn't try to chase that more. It's a 30-second cooldown on Mirror Image, and that is... Yeah, fair. I was going to say, that is one of the reasons that having this Naga is kind of nice, because you can just get rid of the stacks on top of you at pretty much whenever you want. But of course, Naga's going to the top side. Not that big of a deal. We did see RCY get a solo kill in game 2 as a, Adrian and Speed's couriers are going to go down. So a little bit of trade there. Speed extending to kill a courier and bring his own in exchange. But Adrian's not having a nice time. 6 stacks, sticking napalm. It's going to get up to 8, and he should die here on the bottom side. Going to burn down to Speed. Clean Indy, and now Speed's going to try to connect the wave as well. Not going to get the courier, but he gets the wave connected in a weird spot. And that is really nice here for the safe lane of GamerLegion.
Yeah, already punishing pretty significantly. So great job by Speed. Not every Batrider likes to go for this level 1 napalm, but definitely in the safe lane feels quite nice, and just gets extremely aggressive with it on that level 1. Even still deciding to keep it, as the Tiny did go toss level 1 to keep that wave where it ended up. So for the time being, not much for Yannick to do, and yeah, this is the brutal lane reality that you often have to live in as a tiny Darkseer. Thankfully, you do crash the wave, so there's at least something. Always had to do wave shenanigans as a Darkseer. Pretty much no way to honestly lane this hero. Just gotta do as much as you can to break things up.
Yeah, and in fairness, even talking about this Lifestealer in particular, Lifestealer is kind of has this gyrocopter effect level 1 where you don't have a lot of damage, 53, even with the bracers and everything else. So you're like, crashing the wave under tower does make it a little hard for Lifestealer to be able to get as much CS as he otherwise would like to. At kind of these early levels, it's a little awkward, but even still, Yamson, top of the board, having a very nice time. And talking about off lanes, other side, Dawnbreaker is not incredibly happy, not where the Lifestealer or the Leshrac is, but right there, even with Dodd having a decent enough time. And we can see also just how nice this is into the Naga. You just clear the illusions rather easily, and Bastion is going to get chased down just a little bit, but he's a relatively tanky hero. He's got 8 armor sitting under tower, 720 HP. He's not an easy kill in these early levels.
You're definitely not. Definitely going to get some Lotus priority here. So both of the Lotuses going over to Big Num, going over to Speed. Very happy with that one. Although Yannick and Adrian, they at least managed to pull the hard camp, it looks. So good little prospects for them. Some just pulling shenanigans across the board. This is the game 3, so we're seeing a little bit more, I think, kind of just reservations. Not doing anything too crazy. That level 1 from Speed, a little bit unfortunate for Adrian, but otherwise is pretty much what you have to accept sometimes. Not looking to make too many more flukes, not looking to give away any significant leads out of lane if the last 2 games were anything to learn from.
I mean, but we are seeing some significant leads out of the lanes is the problem. Lifestealer is having a great, and yes, you're going to have stacks eventually. You're going to be able to make that happen, but Lifestealer's having a free game, which means Speed can go and get tossed back under tower into the chains and the avalanche. So Speed, we talked about the rotations he can go for. Actually, Ember Spirit getting a little bit low, eats a blood grenade, but not enough. And now RCY, very lacking in the mana, is going to go deny the water rune, but he's going to have to be careful. Ensnare not leveled, avalanche toss not quite in time, and they're not going to get the chain. So RCY stays alive, Speed makes the rotation and gives his life away. Not exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, really nice toss from Yannick. Just very, very heads up. As he's RCY with the boots, playing a little bit on the edge here. Well played overall to kind of get this mid, but was punishing Dodd, who actually ended up losing a big trade to Fade. It seems in Adrian as well, so as he's pulling the wave, gets caught by Speed. The boots plus the level 2 sticky napalm there. Gives away a solo kill. Pretty big prospect for Speed, actually. The levels on this hero are just very, very impactful. The extra gold can go a pretty far ways here.
Yeah, and certainly there's no purge, nothing like that to keep you safe from the lasso. The song is the answer, really, and that is a long, long cooldown at early levels. So an enable speed, an unlock speed in this early game is a very nice. I mean, we saw how much he did on the Warlock last game as well. An unlock speed in this early game is a very nice prospect for the side of GamerLegion. Is already 5 minutes in. Well, when I said it, they were at 1,000 net worth lead. Now it's a little bit less, but lane's going very nicely for them.
Yeah, they're having a great time. I mean, the Lifestealer is going to be left on a complete island, and again, this is another game where Yamson's just getting this early Radiance. Going to take away pretty hard with the game on this Lifestealer. 40 and 18 on the CS. So you got just 3k net worth, so kind of ridiculous on this early Lifestealer. Adrian is going to be certainly hitting these back jungle camps. Struggling
Bignum
very
seems like he's going to go get taken down as Wonder Kid will get the rune, but Bignum, okay, backing out a little bit.
Not a regen.
Yeah, that's a little scary. So they're not going to try to go too deep on into this. RCY will not get the benefit of the rune. And we are seeing Wonder Kid get involved, although, as I say that, yeah, no, he's 1-0-1. He's getting involved in these kills early, getting some gold fed back into him, which is nice because Leshrac was kind of making his life difficult just from the lane.
Yeah, definitely an annoying matchup, but getting an extra little bit of help from Yannick has been very, very impactful. So some good recognition by Yannick on where he can be. As Bastion, yeah, this is a tough life. These two supports are very good. Well, I mean, these two supports are relatively good against the Naga Siren, especially considering how large speed is in general, level 4.5.
Oh, come
on
on,
the Star Rider before the Wisdom Shrine comes out.
Man, Faye, the ping speed, man. Like he goes, he drags the creep wave into the tower as Fade's trying to farm it, like takes the entire thing. And I understand that this Bat Rider would like to be farmed, and he is very big, but stealing the farm. Look, as an offlaner myself, that just hurts me a little bit. The support comes in, gets the rotation, gets the kill, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna take a wave too. You already got the kill, man. What are you doing? You don't need it.
He's a little. He's a bit greedy. You know, his alter ego greed, as it were, on a GamerLegion, and TP over by Wonder Kid. This is a great punish.
So Dodd, though, he's going to get jumped on top of, and yes, they will get speed. Dodd will die, but
Ooh,
look at
good
the
avalanche
avalanche on top of two. Toss as well, but Fade still very healthy here. Pops the Solar Guardian, buys a little bit more time, stuns
the
up
chains.
this Ember, and now takes down the Naga as well. Well done there. I mean, we talked about it. This is a hero that Fade plays quite a lot. And while Bignum will eventually go down, one would assume, Fade gets on out of there, pops the Solar Guardian, gets a second kill, and just continues to be a pretty good Dawnbreaker game.
Yeah, I mean, Wonder Kid honestly just missed chains. That was a misplay by him. Shouldn't be missing chains on a either hero, but in any sense, it was a nice little bit of recognition for him to come towards that top side. Unfortunately, loses the wave and some the rune as well to RCY. Only an invis. They're gonna try and use that to get onto the top side, getting onto Dodd. It's very important, this Muerta. I mean, it can look incredibly strong if you have games like Dodd did yesterday, where he had 0 deaths, but he's already died once on the Muerta. Every death on Muerta is extremely punishing for this hero. Your farm speed is not particularly high until Maelstrom. It's pretty difficult to farm in general, but also just your mobility means that you can be a sitting duck for a very large portion of the game. So I have to be extremely careful on this Muerta. Can't give away really any more deaths than the singular one, as the lanes shape up. 9 minutes into the game, there's a relatively significant lead coming out for GamerLegion, as every lane is winning at least by a little bit. Thankfully, the offlaners are just about even, but Yamson's level 8 now, working towards that Sacred Relic. And there's really just nothing to stop him for, again, such a long time in this game.
And now the tier 1 top tower is going to get taken down as well. The value of this kind of new tech Lash, they get rid of actually, as I say that, he's only got 1 point in Edict, so not a ton of tower pressure just yet. But this new kind of misanthropy, or not misanthropy, excuse me, this chronoptic nourishment Lash is Adrian gets very low, but big rotations in means speed is going to go down. And now Yamson got to be careful, but now has the Solar Guardian. It's going to keep him safe, but Wonder Kid does get his Remnant out of here, and that does buy a little time. Nice split as well, making sure that the stun's not going to land. But, I mean, Fade is very tanky, as you said. Lifestealer pops out, looks for a little bit more damage. But, with the Avalanche and the wall, yeah, this is a dead Lifestealer. maybe overplaying your hand a little bit too much with the power of this excuse me, of this Dawnbreaker. But yeah, that's not quite working out for you.
Yeah, that was just Yamson being a bit overzealous. Yannick is honestly doing a lot on this Tiny. He's 2-0-3 on this Tiny at 10 minutes. That is a very impressive scoreline. Obviously, this hero is a little bit stronger than it was pre-patch, but it's honestly just been his mechanics are quite solid here. Landing pretty much every spell he needs to, has his Arcane Boots already finished. So in a very comfortable state for him. Fade comes into the top side, almost died to the Muertas. Dead shot there, but Speed, of course, doesn't have the lasso yet, so he doesn't quite have the opportunity to stop that TP out from Dodd. He will take the wave again, though, as Fade is too low to actually take it. So this time around, it's a good guy Speed pushing in the wave. And a little bit of a weird breakup in the map here, as Bastion and Speed, both position 5s farming in the top side. And actually a good move by Yannick and Wonderkid again. Not one that I necessarily expected, and obviously one Speed didn't expect. As he walks up into the triangle, straight into Yannick and straight into Wonderkid. Just using this duo of Ember and Tiny very, very fruitfully. Getting tons of earn charges over and over again for Wonderkid. Getting a ton of levels between them and doing just a kind of God's work to keep this game into a decent playable state here. Finally catch Adrian, as he's been for quite some time getting away with murder. He's about 5k net still, so a pretty happy Darkseer, all things considered, even after the death. I see about 1,600 gold or so from this pipe.
And you talked about how impactful every single Muerta death is. It's kind of the same thing for these early Lifestealer deaths as well. It slows down your radiance by a decent amount. So Yamson getting a little bit too big for his britches earlier on, trying to make the rotation. Now we're looking at like maybe a 15-minute radiance instead of a 13.5, 14-minute radiance, which it does matter. It means that you're slow into those second items, generally an SNY, whatever it is, and it slows down this kind of snowballing lifestealer that can sometimes happen. And we will get, of course, the offlane tower taken down first. Trading for the mid lane is maybe not the best trade, but you know, towers are towers. And importantly here, Dodd he's been left on his lonesome. Yeah, he's 0-1-0, but he's got 80 CS. He's got the Falcon Blade. He's not that far away from the Maelstrom. And we're not having this, well, I guess it is a little bit more separation than I initially thought, but he's allowed to have a game, which is not what it was looking like at the very beginning.
Yeah, he's found some decent space for himself on Dodd, which, again, very, very important on Muerta. You're not particularly that helpful in a lot of early fights, so not much reason to show up to them. So do look on the Bastion. RCY, he's finished his Greaves, so relatively early timing by him. 13 minutes in the game, already a finished Greaves. He has a ton of armor, a ton of regeneration, especially when he gets low. And having that access to that purge as well is quite nice against the likes of the Naga Siren. No way to get ensnared, deluged, anything like that. So very much liking the Greaves build up on these mid laners. RCY obviously benefiting a lot from it, but they were bringing some heroes. Wonderkid, he just finished his Spirit Vessel. Fortunately, that's another thing that can get purged.
Unfortunately, but he does have a shield rune as well. He's going to go apply this vessel onto Bignum, but it gets bounced out for now. RCY on top of Bastion. Not going to have time to pop the song. Doesn't want to, so he dies. And now Wonderkid, shield rune's not there anymore. He's trying to go take down Bignum, and he might. No, Bignum's not going to tick down. So that was 2 vessel charges. Is kind of the big story there. Yes, you lost the Naga. That's not great, but now this is Ember Spirit who, on his vessel timing, has no charges to work with it. Now, nice hook shot in. They're going to find this Tiny as well. Bignum playing a ring around the Rosie. He should be fine. Tossed back. Almost
Good
dies.
kill.
There's the vessel charges.
Wow.
And now this Ember Spirit unlocked a little bit more. Moves in, hits the Flame Remnant onto and the chains. And now Speed with the Stoked Facet. He should. No, never mind. Solar Guardian comes in, so he's not going to die just yet. There's going to be the good toss. And Ember Spirit gets out. They get both supports for GamerLegion.
Yeah, Wonderkid played that really, really well. I mean, Yannick and Wonderkid both. They have been really, really on top of it with these 2 heroes. Some very impressive mechanics between them. Both times Wonderkid used that Remnant to kind of get out, which did mean he used a lot of Remnants in that engagement. Didn't quite commit to get any of the kills, but Just felt very, very. I mean, they kind of squeezed, water from the stone there. Essentially, that was supposed to be just a kill onto Yannick, and they ended up making it this long, drawn-out engagement where they get a couple of kills. They force the Guardian. All things considered, not a bad set of circumstances. As long as they were letting Dodd farm, and Speed on the bot side gonna go down as well, and a big song.
That's a big song indeed. Chains should be
as
available
well.
as well right afterwards. Avalanche should be the combo. Now, Yamson does get the rage off in time, so he's going to be
pipe.
fine. Start to try to chunk into this, but the kiting here is significant. Wonder Kid continues to move in with the Slate of Fists, applies the damage, but they're not actually going to get any kills out of this, at least for the
Good move
time
by
being. But this
Todd.
Leshrac now very caught 4 seconds to steal Greaves, but not available. And now a second set of cogs, making it hard to chase, and they're going to go bounce out the Ember Spirit, but even still, now Yamson kind of off on his lonesome, does have rage, and he's going to have to pop it here, looking to try to go kill Jenik maybe.
Hookshot?
And the cook shot goes back in, so Tiny will fall, but now Yamson,
He's getting
no
chained.
resources, going to get chained up, Vessel down as well. There's nothing he can do. He
Oh my
should
God.
die here, and he will. And we talked about this yesterday, Rojo, the Save Your Buddy syndrome being such a problem. And GamerLegion, they're falling massively victim to it here.
Yeah, CatChamp yesterday had a very difficult or very bad case of the Save Your Buddy syndrome, and this time around, GamerLegion suffering just a little bit, but truly, I mean, they're just playing mechanically so well on the side of Rottweilas. I mean, Wonder Kid is hitting basically every chains that he can onto key targets. Yannick is having these really, really nice avalanche tosses. He's level 8, mind you, about 500 gold from that blink. So this Tiny game is, I mean, it was a first overall pick for the Tiny. It's honestly not that impressive of a support Tiny game. He's just playing really well. Speed does look on them.
Now it's
Don't quite have a hook shot. It's going to be good to kill the Tiny off here. It's a little risky, though.
Looking for the lasso, should be able to find it. It's a little dicey. Yannick gets the toss on top of Speed, kills him off, hits level 9, and has an avalanche. So I think, no way. No, okay. Bignum will be able to take him down in response, but that's a solo kill. That's a big turn, and now Wonder Kid says, yes, please. Let me show up here. Now, the cogs are a problem. He's going to have to navigate those, and pops the illusion rune, so the cogs don't hit him, and now Bignum, he's just going to have to run, but Slate Chains, and he's going to get taken
By the
down.
way, Speed did have a great healing Lotus, so he kind of died for nothing. A little bit of that's a pretty rare mistake for the Speedster, I will say. And a pretty punishing one as well. I mean, giving Yannick just that solo kill gold, that finishes his blink and does finish again at his level 9, as you said. So some extra toss damage coming out for him. Yeah, extra armor and movement speed. Definitely very nice to hit that level 9 threshold on Tiny, but obviously the blink. I mean, if Yannick was already so much of a monster without blink for the first 18 minutes of the game, he's ready to create some serious havoc. Even Wonder Kid as well, getting that kill on the clockwork. He's 608 on Wonder Kid, by the way, just a masterclass. On the Ember. And now he's finished Kaya as well.
Oh, he's got an amp damage rune too. He was getting punished so hard in the lane. Leshrac, RCY was having such a great time, and now Wonder Kid top of the net worth, as you said. He's looking so good. And Fade just sitting here. He's going to get tossed back. There's the blink reveal, and Chains as well, trying to buy some time, is not going to be able to hammer back, and he's just dead. This Ember Spirit after Wonderkin is doing so much in this game, and now they're going to find where to try to go on top bottom side, but unfortunately Pierce the Veil just does so much here, trying to take the Leshrac down. Does have Greaves, and now Dodd has to be very careful indeed. No Pierce the Veil. Dead shot won't land, but the song trying to get a catch. And RCY on the edge of it continues to run. And now they're going to find him, looking for the vacuum as well. Should have the Greaves, but just doesn't cast it. And he dies.
Yeah, he was dead no matter what he did there, so no reason not to cast the Greaves, but I mean, it really did not matter there, as their only prospect for the moment is Yamson. They've just continually lost fight after fight. The Ags that they just finished on Dawnbreaker was kind of lost there, as they killed the Dawnbreaker mid, the ideal situation, and then they got into this fight bottom. Speed waste lasso onto an illusion from Bastion. And just across the board, they're just getting so much out of the map here. Dodd has finished a Mjolnir. So even though he's third in net worth, he's still feeling very good about his place in the game. And Adrian is just going to finish his Greaves with the pipe done already. So Adrian farming super well. Wonder Kid, of course, as well. I mean, Ember very rarely gets to that top net worth slot, but Wonder Kid has just played, I mean, as perfectly as you could wish for this game. And so he is top net worth on this Ember. Well, close to top net worth. Adrian's taking it a little bit but you're perfectly happy giving your Darkseer all those resources. Yannick looking towards this Tormentor. Saw RCY for a second. Bignum revealing himself.
Yeah, but the wall's going to go down, and that's going to be a nice radiance illusion to fight against
Don't have
Yamsen,
enough
which is really
damage.
annoying, especially with the pipe. I mean, Yannick is just not dying in the rage. Now Solar Guardian goes down on top of a lot of heroes, but
vacuum.
Wonderkid's going to dodge, taking a lot of damage, but not going to fall just yet as they're trying to kite out this Pierce the Veil, but the toss rack right back in. Now that's a great flame break, and it's going to take this Ember Spirit down on top of Dot as well, trying to go take them where they will, and RCY continues to run in. No song available for Bastion. He's going to fall, and it's a disaster of a fight for the side of Rottweilas. Adrian tries to run, but the surge only lasts so long, and they should get him too. This snowballing Ember Spirit, the auras that they had on time for this Darkseer, he pretty much had he had the Greaves for the fight. It's still not enough to fight this ball of GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, they're just walking straight into the Stoked from speed, which really was punishing them. They were chasing through this Batrider Firefly, walked kind of straight into their trap. Bignum gets a free shard for himself as well as they secure the Tormentor and kind of toss away their whole lead. They're just being a little bit overzealous. Very unfortunate timing for them, and it gives a lot over to Yamsen, who is still, who was kind of the only problem existing for GamerLegion, and now is extremely amplified. Definitely an issue coming out from the draft, and I feel the only way they could have really nullified Yamsen is by the lead that they were creating. They do get speed, so Wonderkid and Yannick again, but on the top side it was Yamsen just chasing down Bastion. More max HP in his pocket. Greedy Lifestealer is getting a ton of gold.
Hey, in fairness, he is Gorestorm as the tossback Avalanche, trying to see if they can take him down, but he has rage in his pocket whenever he wants to go use it. Wonderkid does have a couple charges of his remnant, so he should be fine. And there we go. Just pop into a Centaur, play around a little bit as Ember Spirit goes back to the triangle. Clockwork shows up, and there we go. Yannick, he's been very tanky this game. He's had a lot of chaos, but Lifestealer, high HP heroes, yes, please. Let me take you down.
Yeah, finishing this on as well now for Yamsen. So giving him just far too many resources on this Lifestealer after that and kind of blunder of a fight top. It's going to punish them a lot as the net worth now swings back into the favor of GamerLegion. Fade still has that, he now has that shard capability and does have the Ags, of course, as he has for a while. And now it's the capability of making fights is going to be a little bit slow. They kind of need these force snaps that Dodd and Yannick are building towards. Definitely need those against the Lifestealer, against the Clockwork. For the time being, it's I would say this is a relatively comfortable game state for GamerLegion. Hinging off of Yamsen, just having a very strong and free Lifestealer game. And the supports to back it up as Bignum, he's close to finishing his Glimmer, but Speed's Blink especially is going to be something that they're able to play off for quite some time. Ambitious little smoke up.
We'll see what that gets done. I really like, by the way, as we fade, he's prepared on the bottom side, does have Guardian ready to go, but he is looking at the pipe next, which against this lineup of Huerta and Ember and Darkseer, 8 blocks, a lot of damage. That being said, talked about smoke from the side of Rottweilas as well. GamerLegion, they're smoked up as well. Lifestealer sitting inside of Speed. Smoke breaks.
Dodd?
They see Dodd. They're going to try to find him. He should just die. Solar Guardian goes and actually is able to get Pierce the Veil off in time, but the damage from the Stoked Facet does more than enough, and Speed burns him down. And yes, now there is a song, but the Clockwork shot goes in. Even still, the Cogs lock him in place here. It's not the best trade. Adrian will fall, but Fade, Bignum, they're all low. Wonderkid trying to see if he can make some miracles happen, but the chain's only on RCY, and he can purge that one off, so not a big deal whatsoever. Ember Spirit goes in, goes around, bounces pinballs all over the place, but not able to clean up any of these low HP heroes, and just got to back up. Tier 2 now, maybe, for the taken for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I almost would have liked to see, Wonderkid obviously has played phenomenally this game, but I almost would have liked to see him try and play that a little bit more with his Arcane Rune. I think playing safe at this point in the game is it's a little bit of a difficult prospect for the side of Rottweilas. Is that death onto Dodd, again, very, very punishing. Really wants to get into this Hurricane Pike. Has about the recipe to the Hurricane Pike even. So just really struggling on his way to get there. RCY is now also off the back of that, very farmed himself. Sakaya Assange and Yasha across the 2 cores here for GamerLegion, but as well a blink for RCY as they're looking for him.
Wonder Kid would like to find him. Greaves are a problem. We do have the shard, not quite able to get on top. I was gonna say the shard for the slow from the Darkseer, but
it is very good. This is kind of an interesting little combo I think that was theorized some time ago. But it's you put the Surge onto the Ember, and as he Sleight of Fist, he covers basically the entire fight in that shard slow. Ooh, hookshot barely barely misses. But it is actually, I mean, the shard is honestly very good, I think, from Adrian here. Could be an interesting little way to kind of cheese out a kill or to maybe get a couple heroes out of danger. But for the time being, GamerLegion are just pretty happy with this. And most games, a farming game, roughly, you know, like vaguely a farming game in quotes, into Muerta is quite scary. But again, since they're building into this pipe from Fade and since they have the Lifestealer, they're really just not worried, I think, about Dodd as this game goes on. Eventually, he will be a huge problem if he can get to 4 or 5 items, but for the time being, he's just not at that level. So it's a pretty distant future for Dodd in that sense. We'll be level 18 soon, but yeah, they really just don't have, I think, anything to fight this Roshan. So GamerLegion gonna look into it very, very shortly.
The Hurricane Pike is done at the very least. So Dodd now a little bit more position. Now, of course, if he just gets jumped on top of and lassoed by the Bat Rider, there's nothing he can do. But otherwise, he's in a decent spot. We do, of course, again see the shard queued up, but pretty sure this is going to be Silver Edge into the Lincolns, and then maybe you get a shard later on. I don't know. For now, though, Roche is on the way for GamerLegion, and with just 2, they're killing it pretty quickly. But the Naga is a great Roche contest hero, so they're going to back up for now, stick the Lifestealer inside this block.
Adrian,
he's going to be the victim. That's a massive jump to start this fight off. He's the Auras, but he's actually going to be okay. Getting out now. There's the lasso. Going to bring him right back in. He's going to fall in the song, just trying to buy some time. They're thinking about it. Solar Guardian comes in, though. Dodd trying to go take down this Lifestealer,
1 HP.
but not enough. Not enough at all. He's going to stay alive. 1 HP, but hits the armlet toggle, and they're not going to be able to turn this around.
Great decision by GamerLegion to go into that fight. Just not deciding to commit for the Roche, not giving any opportunity to, again, throw, as you mentioned, into the Naga Siren, anything like that. As now they can very comfortably go back into it. Good look from Bignum. I was a little bit scared that Speed lassoed kind of late, but I do like his kind of... He's seeing if there are some better grabs, seeing if Muerta shows up at any point. So kind of potentially keeping Dodd out of the fight until that lasso comes out. So overall, just a good positioning fight from GamerLegion. Good recognition to go into that fight. Now Yamsen's got an Aegis for himself, looking towards that Ags. Not getting any easier to deal with, this Lifestealer.
No, but at the very least, they have a really nice item for this Ember Spirit now, as he's gotten back for the Mage Slayer, which means the damage this Leshrac has been doing this entire game is going to be pretty significantly minimized going forward. Of course, you just go, you Slate of Fist everything. You put the procs on the Leshrac. He does, what is it, like 20%, 30% less damage, 40% less damage, excuse me. And yeah, Yamsen is scary, but you know, if it's just him, that's still a problem. Now, that being said, Genex is going to go and feed another kill over to Yamsen, or Speed, apparently. So that's not really what you're looking for. But this is a nice tool to reduce a decent amount of the damage that RCY is going to be able to pump in.
Yeah, the Mage Slayer, I think, is a great choice by Wonder Kid. I like that he honestly didn't go it early and then decided to come back for it.
Oh,
I think that feels quite nice for him. And
ooh, that's a really problematic
no
Flame Remnant. Trying to go chain it together, and no remnants indeed. He's going to go get taken down in the chain stun. Nice job, RCY, just finding the Fire Remnant and, you know, taking him down. that's really the long and short of it. Setting up for that really nicely. Yeah.
Yeah. Bit of patience from RCY. Definitely this game, I think GamerLegion have been relatively patient for mistakes to be made by the side of Rottweilas, and they've been making a couple. Enough to be certainly punishing as they're 6k down at this point. It's not by any means an insurmountable lead, and the closest game we've gotten by far in this 3-game series. But still is looking rather good for GamerLegion. In this next 3 minutes with this Aegis, there's certainly no way to kill Yamsen twice. I mean, that would require some pretty significant blunders from GamerLegion, especially with Fade. As you mentioned, it's a pretty decent Dawnbreaker game for him, all things considered. He loves playing this hero. Having that Ags and that pipe finished. If they don't catch him early on, he even bought a Holy Locket as well. So Fade is kind of a full support Dawnbreaker in that sense. And I do see this working out for him. I mean, their only like really significant damage is going to be Dodd as this game moves forward in the Muerta, and some very heavy responsibility for a hero that is so immobile and has so many ways to potentially get caught from this draft. Specifically these two supports, I mean, Big Num and Speed. These are kind of the nightmare player hero combos to be playing against as a Muerta in this game.
Speaking of damage, by the way, Dodd, we talked about the Silver Edge, the Shard. He's opted into full damage. You know what? I just need to be able to do everything possible. The Lifestealer miss, the Radiance miss is annoying. So he's just going straight MKB out of this. No Silver Edge, no repositioning, nothing like that. Just needs to make sure that he can pump the damage into these fights in the 8 seconds where he's viable. And I struggle to disagree. Sometimes building to keep yourself alive is meaning it just means you're going to lose a longer fight. So we're going to see how that's going to work out as the big smoke goes in. Lifestealer in speed. They're looking for a big catch at the start. Genic is first point of contact. There they go. Take him down. There's nothing he can do. And maybe the rest are going to be able to get out. Ember Spirit, though, he's going to get Clockwork cogged in, but does have a remnant. Second one goes down, and with, of course, no lasso that was spent earlier, it will just be this tiny for the smoke.
Yeah, catching Yannick has been very, very pivotal here. Yannick was, I mean, in the first 20 minutes of the game, Yannick was accomplishing so much for them, and now it's about 4, 7, and 11. So lost a lot of his, I mean, it's just been difficult for him as the game has moved forward. Lots of things to catch him, lots of save to come down. If he goes in, he's very often getting caught by that Solar Guardian. This game around, he's just struggling at the tail end of it. He facilitated so much of there early that he definitely still has had that high impact. But as the games move forward for a Tiny, become increasingly depressing.
And unfortunately, just kind of keeps getting caught out. He's taking the dangerous farm. You got to go to take to shove waves out and into a Bat Rider, into all of these engage heroes and the Clockwork. That just, it makes life is difficult. And I guess you'd rather lose the Tiny than say, a Muerta or something, but still making life rather difficult. Yamson now thinking about hitting the high ground. 23 seconds left on the Aegis, so should just be the one tower set of racks maybe. Is now they're going to try to burn this, but 14 seconds. Now they're going to go get a second life. Now the thing is, though, he's very alone. There is no one around. Does have the rage, as he's maybe looking for an infest target, and
he should be
fine. Well, there we go. They're gonna at least get the chains. Now trying to go chain up the creep, tossing it back, and now it's gonna be a little bit dicier. His team is still not reacting, but they're playing very carefully. They're worried about the break, so there's a second rage going off, and I think Yamsa, just because of the fear that Rottweilas have against everything that's happening, well, actually, there's going to be second toss back. Solar Guardian.
Oh, no.
And now there's the BKB. Now there's the engage coming in on the backside. They find Dodd, pops, pierce the veil, but he can't do any damage. The song is wasting it. You're right. So he just has to run. RCY straight on top of him. But now Hurricane Bite doing a little bit more damage, but Speed finds him. Clockwork as well. And this is such a good fight for GamerLegion. They bought the time, but Dodd turns, kills Clockwork. He's still alive. He's still living, but not long enough. And now he's going to get taken out of the fight. Fade's still here, though, and Wonder Kid, well, he's 3v1 against Fade. They might be able to go take this down. Lots of stuns available, lots of control. Glimmer Cape is going to buy some time, but now he's healed right back up to full with the Lifestealer, and they're just kiting this fight out. Speed should fall to the Vessel. It's another kill for the side of Rottweilers, and they're continuing to make life difficult as Wonder Kid tries to get another kill here. Of course, Fade does have his hammer soon, so he's going to be able to purge that off. Actually, no, apparently that doesn't. So now a little bit more, and they don't have a lot of heals still remaining. Trying to go take these two down. It's such a long fight, but Fade will fall. And now Yamson all alone here. No rage for 8, no BKB. It's 5 dead on the side of Gamer. This was played so well by the 3 remaining heroes from Rottweilas, just buying the time, not letting Lifestealer hit anyone, not letting this Dawnbreaker do anything. They do this incredibly well.
Yeah, that fight was just extremely well played, especially by Wonder Kid and Yannick, and that's why, I mean, you can see how bad these fights have been without Yannick on the Tiny, but whenever he's been joining, his spellcasting is just absolutely beautiful. The kiting onto Yamson that whole time, his reluctance to use the BKB for such a significant period of time, and truthfully, why his team was so far away from him for so long.
Yeah.
And there's just a lot of questions of what was going on for GamerLegion there, but really significant props to the side of Rottweilers for just continuing to punish that. As soon as they felt, or as soon as they could see that there wasn't any of GamerLegion nearby, they just kept going, kept forcing. And I mean, by the ability of just forcing spells over and over again, they were able to build that kind of kiting potential. And between Adrian, Yannick, and Wonder Kid, they do have damage. I mean, it's slow and it's kind of insidious, but over time they are kind of able to kill these heroes. And Wonder Kid being level 20 with that Searing Chains damage, having its Ags finished for himself. I mean, he is having an absolute ball of a game, and it's doing, you know, so much for Rottweilers, and that's the fight that they needed. Unfortunately for Dodd, he doesn't bear many fruits from it, but he will very happily take that one, as that was a pretty unideal circumstance for the safe lane duo there. The Song plus the Pierce the Veil. End of the day, though, it's Wonder Kid on the true carry of the Ember, Yannick, providing so much of that support. Just really great stuff by Rottweilers.
It does beg the question that why in the world are you sending your Lifestealer with 20 seconds on his Aegis to go hit high ground while you're on like every other lane?
They also, I felt like when I was looking at the map that they had time to run to him, and they just didn't.
Yeah.
It seemed like they could have, but they did not opt to. So it was a pretty strange play.
I guess the theory is that like Lifestealer with his 9-second BKB was unkillable. And he almost was. I mean, he almost got back to the tower, and you know that was almost a really good fight for GamerLegion.
He was unkillable, but it just took him out of the fight anyway. So
yeah, I don't know, that was a questionable decision, certainly, but does give us a more interesting game as we're sitting here 35 minutes in, 24-24, less than a 4,000 net worth lead, and this game very even as now Bignum goes for the cogs on top of Bastion and speeds here. So this is, you know, talk about supports that have damage or don't. This is a fantastic kill combo as Bastion is going to go get taken down. 600 gold into the coffers of GamerLegion, but still with 2 dead. Dodd's going to go start to hit the tier 2 tower. There is a fortification and a second one if they decide to go get high ground. So Dodd is not going to be, he's going to get the tier 2. That is probably just about it, but his net worth lead continues to drop as now Gennick trying to find Bignum, does have the smoke. And obviously you'd like something more, but there's going to be the avalanche into the toss. Here comes Wonder Kid, and Bignum is going to try to TP out, but there's a vacuum. So another kill. Wonder Kid now 13 kills. Yeah, so not 13, I'm sorry. Gennick got the kill. Would have been 12, 2, and 11 in this game.
Yeah.
Top net worth on his team.
He's now part of 23 of 25 kills. Yeah.
He has been he has been the primary driver of this game, realistically, for Rottweilers.
Yeah, he's been doing incredibly well on Wonder Kid. So just a masterclass of an Ember game for him. I will say as well, I think honestly that last fight, when I was looking at it, I meant to bring it up, and it was so chaotic, but Fade's unrelenting eye, this tier 3 neutral, was honestly, I think, like carrying him throughout that fight, because he's you know, playing very well. He had a lot of healing to go along with him, but this slow resistance was benefiting him so much in that long drawn out fight. So I'm very curious to see if there's actually a tier 4 that he prefers having over it, as unfortunately I don't think anyone else ended up getting that unrelenting eye onto the Radiant side. But one of those neutrals that in the right game is just ridiculously strong.
Speaking of really good neutrals, this is the rare game where Metamorphic Mandible is like giga broken. And that's exactly what RCY has. Yeah, losing 45% armor in most games would kill you. Just straight up dead. But there's like no physical damage. It's really only Slate of Fist and 35% more magic resistance against a Muerta. And the Muerta is just, it's so nice.
Yeah, and for Fade, he doesn't keep the Unrelenting Eye, but he does get Idol of Skriok, which does still give that slow resistance, so keeps with that. Not that the evasion will be particularly useful if Dodd is the one hitting him, but still a fine pickup. Tier 4 neutrals in general have lost a pretty big bit of their spunk. As in fact, Speed, he kept a Polywog charm, mind you, until tier 3. So neutral items they've definitely been knocked down a peg, I think, in terms of power, as a lot of them are much more game specific. As you mentioned, definitely the Mandible is one of those very game specific ones, and it is very strong for RCY this game as he eyes towards that tiara of Salamene to finish his sheepstick.
All right, here's the important thing. Refresher is done for the Dawnbreaker for this next fight. He's going to have 2 Solar Guardians to add that additional save and stun into things as they're looking for this Roche. But for now, smoke around, scouting out with the Remnant, trying to find something. They're going to run out of Yamson, but he gets the Rage out to start, so he's not really able, they're not able to do much to him. And RCY blinks forward, Flame Break as well, but they're backing up. They don't want this fight not into the smoke. So the high ground will remain GamerLegion's. As Roshan, he's still got about a minute here in the topside pit.
Yeah, unfortunately, they can't really do the Roshan as maybe in another circumstance for Rottweilers they could have, but Clockwork can make this roar at any time as these smokes are aggressive. They are running into each other fast.
They are. Oh, they're going to find Dodd. Break on him immediately. Solar Guardian goes in as well. Song trying to buy some time. Do they have the damage through him? No, they don't. He gets out. Pops Pierce the Veil. And now you got to cancel the Song. He cannot fight into this as Ember Spirit trying to do what he can on the right side. Dodd runs away again. Yamson getting kited out here is nice job. Clockwork is going to get really blocked by this Darkseers. Dodd continues to run away, but there's nothing he can do without Pierce the Veil. He's just stuck. Tries to Hurricane Pike. Yamson just running at him. He's not going to get out, though. TP with half a second remaining, and they do get that massive kill. I think maybe if you cancel the Song after Dodd's out, when he still has Pierce the Veil, maybe you get a couple kills and make that worthwhile, but they hold the Song, make it last full duration. And then Dodd just forced to kite out. Nothing he can do here. Chased down by this Lifestealer.
Yeah, I honestly don't think they could have ended that Song as the Sheepstick is problematic. And Wonder Kid, he does at least pick up his. He always gets his. As Bignum, a hook shot. They do have potential to follow up with a Sheepstick, but I don't think they have damage to kill off Wonder Kid in the duration of a single Sheepstick. So RCY walks back towards bot. They would really like to clear up this Roshan, but unfortunately for Dodd, before having this BKB, his game is not particularly easy to play into, mostly RCY. With this Sheepstick that he now has, his hero's kind of transformed. I mean, there's very little for Dodd to do if he gets Blink, Sheepstick, BKB'd by RCY. So unfortunately for him, he's just kind of at the whims of RCY until he finishes that BKB. Again, the wish list for this Muerta in terms of items is ridiculously long. It just feels like one of these games where the Muerta is not the end-all, be-all carry until, I mean, you need kind of BKB refresher, and it's so far away for Dodd. Even then, he needs, a Lincoln's and a Blink on top of it. There's too many items for this Muerta in this game. So for the time being, he's not even eyeing getting the BKB. Probably that's correct, honestly, is to go for that Lincoln's to try and deal with both the Lasso and the Sheepstick. But it is one of those kind of tough decisions to make, as Speed has ways to break the Lincolns already with the Force Staff, and RCY does as well if he ever gets that Lightning Storm off.
Yeah, it's the big problem here is the 2 big fights that Rottweilers have lost. Both times it's Dodd not in the best position, or you can say GamerLegion getting a really good wrap and finding this Muerta on the backside, getting the lasso off, getting their start of their fight by taking him out of the fight. Even if he does get Pierce the Veil off and get some heals and can kite back into this, his HP pool is too low, his cooldowns have already been spent, and it's just, he can't join the fight anymore. And then you don't have this big, scary carry that can 1v5 if given the proper setup. And it just becomes very difficult indeed. So now with the Aegis, 3.5 minutes remaining, they're going to try to get all waves shoved in. Nice job here from Jenik and Adrian bottom side, making sure at least one wave is on the bottom. And ideally, maybe go high ground, but going high ground with this lineup is not the easiest thing, Rojo.
Adrian gets out just barely with the TP. That would have been a massive pick if they could have found it.
That's the way to go high ground, yeah.
Yeah, looking for Yannick as well. Unfortunately, they won't find him. Just barely out of range. So they'll get away on Rottweilas and, for the time being, survive another quick night here. But during that time of the Aegis, it's very likely that Yamson will walk high ground. And this time, Bayo, he won't be completely alone for the next 40 seconds afterwards. I hope. I
We think.
hope. Yeah.
We are
he is
somewhat
level 25.
convinced.
He is level 25, so having that extra second of that rage is pretty meaningful. Another quick pause out from Bastion. As we're also looking at the Dawnbreaker level 25 here. So some big talent thresholds coming through. It's going to be the last track soon as well. Curious actually to see what he goes for there actually is. I'm sure it is still just Diabolic Edict explosions, but he didn't go for Diabolic Edict hits an additional target. So perhaps it is the Pulse Nova triggers a Lightning Storm. Interesting decision to make there for the last track. Now that you aren't just kind of full Misanthropy bot.
True.
Kind of, you know, you do realize how strong it is for Diabolic Edict to hit towers when you once you can push past the Misanthropy Brain Rot last track that we've played against for so long.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. You know, he's not doing bonus damage with Misanthropy, but 20 additional, so 54 explosions on towers on an ancient. I mean, this is the build you were going for on this was the talent you were picking for Listrak, even when it was Chronoptic Nourishment or, you know, before facets, anything like that. So yeah, you know, Pulse Nova Lightning Storm is really good. It's a lot of damage, but the tower shove that you get on this Listrak otherwise is just, I think it's just way too nice.
Yeah, the Edict is very strong. I'm just a little bit curious if that, I guess the Edict hits another target is still worse than the Pulse Nova damage. Does have a Shivas with well finished now for RTY. I believe the Shivas was also finished on Wonder Kid, who also hit his level 25 for 2 Sleight of Fist charges. Both these mids having a very, very good game. Thankfully for Wonder Kid, he's pretty much about 6 slotted where he needs to be, similar net worth to where RCY is. Yannick finds himself in RCY as well. Gonna hope to get out, but unfortunately, against an Edict, against a Shivas, against a Solar Guardian in this bot side, they will pick off Yannick. So 70 seconds without him, and as we've seen again, time and time again, without Yannick, they honestly lose a ton of their team fighting capability. So I'd assume this is a decent opportunity to try and push into that high ground.
Yeah, Yannick looking at an Octarine core, eventually, more stuns, more tosses, very nice, but actually he does have the Octarine core done now, but it does mean he doesn't have buyback. He did buy out for that one, so 45 seconds where they don't have him in a tiny on high ground is such a scary prospect. But even still, Lifestealer not looking at going high ground just yet. He does have just about a minute left on this Aegis. They're actually doing a really nice job with the Naga illusions, even as nerfed as they are, keeping the wave shoved out for the time being. And it looks like they should be back just in time. Tiny should be back up to be back to respawn by the time they try to go something high ground.
Yeah, Bastion's been annoying, just annoying enough with the illusions here to keep time for Yannick. And now that he has that Octarine, he is going to feel quite nice about that. Level 20 soon for Yannick is actually a really big talent marker here on that support Tiny. Toss requires no target. Feels very, very good to have. Sometimes a lot for the save. Bastion, oh my god, he's crazy. He's just walking out into here, pretending to be an illusion, bluffing to look onto Yamps, and they have a really nice ward up here.
Oh, looks for the net. There's gonna be the toss back, and okay, Aegis down in 25. They're gonna try to burn it early. Not gonna work out. A Solar Guardian goes down, and this Naga is gonna die. Does have buyback available if he wants to spend it, and that is the first Solar Guardian. Not that it's a crazy cooldown, not with the facet, but that is a spell that was used. Lasso as well, and it will potentially burn out the last of this Aegis, and in fact, it will.
Yeah, it certainly does. So Bastion giving his life to take away the Aegis, roughly make the Aegis timeout. Maybe not necessarily worth it, but for the time being, they're not progressing too far on the side of GamerLegion. It's kind of hard to at the moment. Yamson can't really hit the high ground, especially out of fear from Yannick on this Tiny. So if they can, they would really, really like to find Yannick sometime again. Just find at least a singular hero once with this lasso, with a hook shot. I mean, that Solar Guardian, maybe even the second Solar Guardian, if they're fortunate.
We've also had a very scary timing for Dodd. As he's hit level 25, now has a 20% gunslinger chance, so it's up to 65%, which means if he hits a dead shot, it's permanent over the next, however long that lasts. I think it's like 6 seconds, 5 seconds.
I think it's 5.
Yeah, for 5 seconds, he is just gunslingering everyone, and that is such a significant damage increase. plus 55 damage from the talent on top of everything else. If he can get that off, if he's allowed to fight, everyone dies. It's not that much of a question. Of course, GamerLegion, they've been making it very difficult for him to get his damage off. He just keeps getting lassoed or stunned or Solar Guardian. But again, if they can make this happen, the 15,000 net worth lead, it's not really going to matter all that much.
Yeah, Muerta definitely good at minimizing those types of leads, and it is possible. I mean, at this is the point in the game where Yamsun can die in a singular toss avalanche.
They're going to find
If he's not
Adrian,
careful.
Solar Guardian as well. He's a tanky target, gets the pipe
Great
off,
kill.
looks for the Greaves as well, and he's going to be
Taking
fine.
him.
And now there is going to
The
be the Pierce
song.
the Field, but the song's covering it. You got to make sure this happens. There's the vacuum,
Good vacuum.
on top of Bigna, but they're on top
Oh,
of Dodd.
no.
Second Solar Guardian as well. He's going to get stunned up
So
here.
miserable.
Can't get his damage off. The song with the Pierce the Veil again and again and again. It's just this anti-synergy that's ruining his life. And now the Naga's gonna die too. And I don't even blame the Naga for popping the song. You had to buy the space, but it's gotta be one or the other. Either Pierce the Veil or the song, and it's just wasting way too much of this Mortis' damage potential.
Yeah, the anti-synergy has been really strong, and they've just been miscommunicating between the safe lane duo here, so really unfortunate. As
Looking for the toss
does
back.
come.
There's gonna be the buyback as well. They do find Yamsun, but now Genic in a very awkward scenario is gonna get forced back for now, but you just can't kill this lifestealer. He is so strong, level 27. They're gonna look for another avalanche, a little bit more. He's taking a lot of damage.
Bringing speed back.
RCY relatively low. They do find speed, looking for a little bit more, but the pipe is just causing problems here. They can't quite get through it, but at the very least, the buyback does hold the racks for now, as
Good
now
sheepstick.
Tiny moves in. Good sheepstick, great four staffs. And okay, Wonder Kid trying to carry this on his lonesome. Bignum, he's going to get infested, running out, and they do find Fade.
Bringing him back.
But do you have the
high
damage?
ground.
That's the question. He does have Solar Guardian ready to go if he wants to pop it. Now, great lasso on top
Watch
of
the
Adrian,
toss.
brings him out of the pit. Solar Guardian as well, and this is going to be two dead. No buyback available for this Naga. He bought back into the fight. Adrian has to spend it, and it's 13 seconds. Call it 10 for the Morenches. They're going to toss back this Yamsun once again. Lifestealer continues to get low, but they can't finish the job. That's the problem. And now the Cogs, oh no, Wonder Kid goes into it, but not quite able to find his target.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, again, a relatively well played fight from the side of Yannick on this Tiny, but without buyback, he's having to play very reserved, unfortunately for him. So they were looking at kind of, bringing heroes back into the base. He had the potential on Yannick to blink in and actually toss back Adrian into the base if he wanted to, as kind of a saving potential, but he really just values his life, and it's probably not the wrong decision. As with no buyback, he just kind of has to play carefully like this. And now they're starting to run into these damage issues, as was kind of predicted with their draft, but a 30k net worth lead will do that to any team, and especially to a team where the Muerta obviously has an obscene amount of damage, as we've seen, but every single fight it's been impossible to get it off, whether that's because of the enemies or other limiting factors. That's yet to be determined, but it's just that there's no BKB on this Muerta. There's only one Lincoln's, maybe two if Adrian has really strong timing. It's been a very, very tough one for Dodd on his Muerta. Definitely kind of the antithesis of his Muerta game yesterday that was honestly kind of relatively free.
Yeah, this one very difficult indeed, as Naga Illusion smoked up will break potential. Actually, they're just going to hit creeps. They're not going to break on RCY and Bignum and everyone else, but they will see it. So they know where RCY is. They're looking for the smoke. 32,000 net worth down, but if they can separate things, that would be nice. Problem is, there's no one to separate. The core four here on the right side, of course, you do have the Dawnbringer can come in at any time. So they're going to break on Yamsun. That is a great thing to break on if you're GamerLegion.
Good lasso.
Solar Guardian here. They're going to get a lasso on top of the Tiny, looking for the song, but the damage, well, it's just going to go through anyways. You got the BKB going, and that just means this Tiny's dead for 70. No buyback available. And Dodd tries to chase speed. That'd be nice. Pops Pierce the Veil. Speed will fall. That's a good start on this one, but now has to run, get away. And Bignum continues to chase him down with the Lifestealer inside. It's very scary indeed. So
Private Dodd
is saving Private Dodd. Absolutely. They get speed. Bastion He should fall once again. He doesn't really have anything for himself. He had Solar Crest doesn't matter. And no buyback. He spent it 2 minutes ago. It's still a long time before that buyback is up and ready to go. And this Tiny was relatively close to buyback. He's still 174 gold away. So he can't add much into this. And it's going to be now a 33,000 net worth lead and an Aegis going high ground for the side of GamerLegion.
Yeah, it wasn't that. I mean, it wasn't truthfully a horrible kind of trade for the side of Rottweilas, but unfortunately, without the buybacks, they can't really do anything about it. And of course, now they lose this 3 to Aegis is the really tough one. Give away a refresher to whoever really wants it. Big Num currently has it in his inventory. Too many items on this new Roshan. Big Num he can't really be bothered. So the Roshan banner will stay for a second. I think he has his courier coming out. He'll do inventory management when he feels like it. Now you can give that refresher shard over to whoever may want it. RCY is the holder for now, even though he's eyeing buying his own refresher. And they don't utilize much of this timer where the buyback supports are down, but they can just wait for speed, and there's no true rush. You can just kind of play the game out the same exact way you have.
Well, Dodd 6 slotted. He's got the Aegis, or not the Aegis. He's got the Daedalus. Would love the Aegis. So that's a significant damage increase. No BKB, no Silver Edge, no Blink, no Swift Blink, nothing like that. Just pure damage here. Nothing. Just truly relying on his team to give him the positioning that he needs. And we keep saying this. If you go and and he's allowed to get the damage off, especially now with the Daedalus, people will die. But as we've seen again and again and again, that is very difficult to pull off.
That's a big if. Absolutely, for Dodd. He has not been that fortunate in most of these fights to get off the pure damage build that he has bought, but there's not much really else to do. I mean, if he buys BKB, there's still a great chance he gets hook shot into double Solar Guardian, into lassoed, into Sheepstick afterwards. It's not the type of game where you can really just build this BKB refresher and be untouchable on Muerta. He would love to, but just unfortunately, it's not that type of game. So full damage is all his net worth has allotted him. As you mentioned, relying solely on the team to give him that positioning, and that's been a pretty mixed bag for the time being. So much HP to work through on the side of GamerLegion. So much magic resistance and immunity from Yamsen. He's relatively alone in the triangle here as Yamsen, while the rest of his team's on the top side. They do catch Bastion.
That's a go timer. That's absolutely a go timer. They know Bastion's been caught. You go on top of this lifestealer immediately. He's going to rage TP though. They don't have any way to break him down, any way to cancel that TP. So instead, it's just Bastion dead again. And Yamsen will not be punished for his crimes.
Has the travels too as well, so that TP's a little bit faster. They're a bit hesitant to jump onto him. Now they have this decent ward setup. And they can kill Yamsen once, absolutely. Or...
They tried to
accidentally
clip him,
got him onto
didn't
the creep.
quite work, but now good chains. They're going to bring speed onto the low ground. They're going to pop the wall on him as well, and that will be the first Solar Guardian. So, you know what? That's a spell used. It's a fairly big one, even if you do have a refresher to do it a second time. But that was scary, man. Clockwork, Rocket Flare gives true sight. This Silver Edge, this Shadow Blade that Dodd's been relying on to position properly, it's not the free thing that you might otherwise hope it is, especially when there are no sentries around. But yeah, this Rocket Flare is causing him so many problems.
Yeah, the Rocket Flare on top of the gem as well for Big Num, so not really any way to maneuver with these Glimmers or this Shadow Blade for the time being on Dodd. Again, just an insanely difficult game.
Yeah,
and Nullifier on Fade.
Yeah, Nullifier on Fade as well. So you can't even force step on out of here. You're just kind of stuck. You're relying on this song as another tower will fall. Take a look at the Aegis. They're going to toss him back, and he does still have the Aegis. A minute 13 on that one. He's just going to get evaporated here. Oh. And now, okay, speed moves in, but there's a Lotus, so they're not going to hit the lasso. That's going to be the first life of this life stealer down. And of course, should have the range, I think, to go take down the banner. Fade gets tossed back in. Even without Pierce the Veil at this stage of the game, with the Daedalus and everything else, it's a lot of damage. So they're going to be able to hold the high ground, take the Aegis away, and this lane pushing topside is not going to get too much done either. So we are seeing, even with this 41,000 net worth lead, going high ground into this 56-minute draft of Rottweilas is Still a very difficult idea for GamerLegion.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. And Adrian as well, he's now hit his level 25, so he's got that extra, the AoE surge, which is really quite useful. He can place that on all the illusions from Bastion. Basically, he can get his goop all over the fight. And that's pretty annoying. I mean, canceling blinks this late into the game, getting this extra little bit of slow. The Darkseer Shard is doing a lot more than it kind of initially seems. And particularly from Adrian as well, this sheep stick is going to enable them to actually get these kills. Yamsen can easily die if he gets sheep sticked. Now, he did buy out a Lincoln's for himself to try and prevent that from happening. It's not an easy Lincoln's to break, but if they ever can, then they absolutely have the capability of bursting a hero. Even something like RCY. All these heroes can absolutely die in a sheep stick. Of course, though, that probably does require committing that Pierce the Veil. If Pierce the Veil's down, it's a little bit scary for Dodd, both offensively and defensively.
Yep. Leading with Wonderkin, he's going to go, and with the Lincoln's on top of him, he's going to get out for now as everyone TP'd into this fight. And now Speed tries to go find Adrian. Nice job. Speed takes half damage. They're going to get out of the first Solar Guardian. And that's a good start here. Calling silences out Fade as well, but that was... Okay, no, that actually wasn't Pierce the Veil. He still has that available to fight. They're getting forced back into a corner. Oh, no, Dodge just TPing on out of here. They're just trying to Delta Split as much as possible, and the song will enable them to get out. There's the old T. Yeah, that was a great song. And that smoke doesn't get a kill. But they don't die either. And 43,000 net worth down. That does feel like a pretty big victory. Yeah, that's a big win.
Yeah. Call that a win for sure. As just for the time being, making everything as hard as it can possibly be for GamerLegion. That's the idea. Hope that they make a mistake. Hope that GamerLegion is silly enough to not pop their BKBs, break this Lincoln somehow from Yemps, and catch a hero alone where they shouldn't be. Now, GamerLegion hasn't really given away any of those opportunities, but at some point, they are likely to, at least once. That's what Rottweilers at least are kind of hinging on. I'd really like to see RCY finish off his refresher and give this shard over to Speed. That's what I really would like to see. If Speed can finish his Aghanims, maybe synthesize it at some point, maybe a little bit down the line, get himself that double lasso as well as the refresher shard. I mean, he can make these fights happen on his own. So far, it's just been hard, though. There's a Lotus and a Lincoln's on Adrian. Adrian's usually the one showing. There's all this goop on the floor from this Darkseer shard, canceling his blinks and whatnot. Adrian's done a great job this game as the Darkseer, but now he's getting jumped on.
Yeah, Wonderkid's behind him.
On the RCY.
Okay, Adrian is very slow here. Has to pop the wall. Does have another surge, but he will finally. They kill this Darkseer. He does not have buyback.
Yemsen has a rapier.
That's okay. That explains why he died so fast. Now it's 600 gold for buyback. You're not going to get that off of anything, but now, okay, Bignum is a nice kill at this stage of the game. They're going to get him. RCY's here, but there's no Yamsen just yet, so they're going to back up. No one else can... I'm kind of surprised they didn't try to dive on top of RCY there, but they didn't know where Yamsen was, and he is the big scary threat in this game. So they get Bignum. That again, well, I mean, not only did they get Bignum, they got the buyback out of Bignum, and with Roche potentially spawning in 5 seconds, but more than likely spawning in much longer than that, I don't know that we're going to see this lack of buyback really get all that punished.
Yeah, well, importantly here, Bayo, he had his eyes on the prize here onto Yamsen. He was looking at those tier 5 neutral items, which are coming out. Now, again, neutral items not really quite as strong as they once were at some point in the game, but there's still a lot of great ones on tier 5. You could get Stygian Deso, these kind of Book of the Deads. Daisy and Bloodright is now up there. Regalia and Minotaur Horn all could be useful as they look on the spot side, and they did get Bastion. No neutral chosen yet for the side of Yamsen, and maybe
gotta be
finally
very careful here. Just gonna have to TP in Solar Guardian, and the Battery Assault gets out. Actually, though, got the barrier from the Glimmer Cape, but even still, he's got Nullifier on top of him. He's gonna fall down. Does have buyback available, so you do have that going for yourself if they're just trying to get lanes cut out. But that's a gem on the deck. It looks like GamerLegion didn't see it, but will lose the gem. Genek, of course, trying to get his 60-minute neutral items, but there we go. He's 10 to 10 now. Actually, didn't used to be able to click on it. I can't see what he's got potential, but does have that available. So they're going to jump on top of him. 4 steps back, pops the calling, and now buybacks en masse. 10 seconds until we have this Darkseer. They're going to find Bastion once again. No song available. He's dead. dive back into the fight as Wonderkid's gonna look for a little bit more. Good toss back onto RCY, trying to take this annoying Leshrac down, but they're not gonna be all that successful. And Dodd playing very defensively here. Wonderkid is doing so much fade, pops the really refresher just to the beacon. He tries to stay alive as Wonderkid uncontrolled in this fight. They really cannot lock him down. And that does mean that this game is not gonna end, at least not for the time being. And that should buy the time Divine Regalia, boundless Divine Regalia for this Muerta. If you were lacking damage before, this should do it, but he's very exposed, going very far forward. He is so freaking deep. Solar Guardian's gonna take him down. That Regalia doesn't matter. He does have a buyback, but it's broken. Give him 10 minutes and maybe he gets another neutral item. It's all on Wonderkid here, doing what he can. Goes backwards, buyback from Dodd once again. They're trying to do what they can here, and the toss back is nice. Speed so very low, but they can't see him. No vision, no detection. Finally, Dodd's gonna take him down, but that's just one kill for the buyback of this Muerta, and he doesn't have Pierce the Veil anymore. Here comes the Tiny looking for more disable, but he's nullified. Toss back. Here comes Yamson, gonna take him down. He does have the rapier. They're gonna kill him. He's dead. Dodd looking for the pickup. He now has the rapier for himself. And who cares about the Regalia? He's killing everyone. RCY is gonna fall. He has to run. Barely gets on out. Now they're on top of Dodd once again. Buyback. Bots 2. It's gonna be rapier the other way. And Yamson, he gets his rapier back. Jenik has to run, and there's no buyback for Dodd anymore. RCY, he's dead, bought back into this, and it's all on Wonderkid. Can he do what he's got to do? I remain unconvinced.
I don't think so.
That being said, this has been an insane fight. Jenik tries to TP out, but he's going to go get Battery Assault stunned up once again. 4 staff out, Glimmer Cape, but he doesn't have TPs. They got the vision, so 2 dead, no buyback versus 1 dead, no buyback. And I without this Muerta for 90, I just don't think you have the damage.
I think he has to buy a rape. I mean, he's not doing it, but I think Wonderkid, he's got the Stygian Deso with the Evolve. I want to see him buy some serious right-click damage. I would love to see him just sell his boots for a rapier, get that physical damage, maybe try to pressure Yamson, because for the time being, he's just going to do this for the next 70 seconds. There's a Fortify up, but I don't think that they can stop this.
No, it's
really
very
valiant effort.
It's going to be really difficult here. You still got Wonderkid. He is kind of uncontrollable. As the vacuum goes in, Hex on top of this Leshrac as well.
The movement speed cap.
Adrian is just, the movement speed cap is so problematic. Adrian's dead, has to buy back into this. The song buys some time, and there is no refresher for 40, so that was the lone Solar Guardian. It's not enough, though. Not really. They're going to pop the Fortify now, try to go take Yamson down, but he's just solo. He's the raid boss here. They can't kill him. He's got the rapier. Wonderkid's gonna die at the end. He's got buyback, gonna buy back into this. Tries to make this happen. Tries to kill Fade at the very least. And it doesn't matter. The Ancient will fall. Almost a miracle comeback for the side of Rottweilers as they got the rapier. But not quite enough. The buyback bots 2 in from the Lifestealer as they get on top of Dodd at the very end. Just enough damage to take him down before he kills everyone. And that means GamerLegion, not easily, and not as cleanly as we're used to, but
no,
they find their way into the grand finals.
That they do. I mean, what a, we were saying the first 2 games were stomps, one way each. Maybe this 3rd game we get tons of team fight and a crazy game. And Rottweilers really delivered. I mean, despite having some difficulties with Dodd, having these kind of miscommunications, overall, I mean, I really felt that they played that game super well. And for Wonderkid, you have to feel heartbroken. I mean, he played, Yannick and Wonderkid especially just played their hearts out. Whole team, I mean, everyone in this game played well, but what a crazy 60-minute game there. And Speed, by the way, did end the game with his Polywog charm, just as a note. So, I believe he did. So, a fun little game for Speed. He ended up playing very, very well as well in this Bat Rider. I mean, that late game Bat Rider BO becomes such an issue, and even though it wasn't easy, GamerLegion, they do get there somehow.
Yeah, I'm just laughing at some of these damage numbers. Not only, right, oh, wow, look, Ember Spirit, top damage of the game, had a great time. I'm just like, I feel like generally as every hero, you like click a tower once, you do something. But Bignum and Adrian both did not hit a single structure in this game. 0 building damage in a, what was that, a 64-minute, 65-minute game is just a little silly. But you know what? They did their job. The game was rather tight, even on the net worth leads that we saw. And Yeah, I feel bad for Wonder Kid. He played us hard out in that game. That was a very impressive Ember Spirit performance.
Yeah, the heart attack of the Dota 2 win probability is it's really funny there. It goes up and down and up and down, mostly in the favor of GamerLegion, granted, but there's some pretty good pockets there for the side of Rottweilas, and it was really unfortunate. I mean, Rottweilas, they had a very good early game with the back of Wonder Kid and with the back of Yannick, all until they basically just threw it at that Tormentor fight top. I mean, that's probably the part that they must be kicking themselves about most. Is they played that game really cleanly in the early portion, Yannick and Wonder Kid especially, and then as soon as that kind of 20-minute timing came, they just ended up kind of throwing it all away, and that's when the game got difficult for them, at least according mostly to Dota Plus. So, and I certainly agree. They didn't get any kills from that kind of 20 to 30 minute mark. It gets very scarce from that 40 to 50 mark, and then they had that one great showing at 60 minutes. It was a tough game to lose for Rottweilas, but honestly, they gave us a pretty incredible series for how good GamerLegion was looking yesterday.
Yep, it was a fun game, and honestly, that's all that matters. We just want to have some fun Dota to watch. Of course, we're not done here today. There is another series that'll be coming to you in like 30 minutes, I think. No long break this time. This was a best of 3 that definitely went the distance. So now that we know that GamerLegion are in the grand finals, we're gonna find out whether CatChamp or GG Boom are gonna run into Rottweilas in that lower bracket finals, and of course, who's gonna go home, who's gonna move on. That's going to be about 30 minutes from now. So get up, go watch some of the other streams, and we'll see you right back in half an hour for our final series of the day.
I'll go winter, baby, without your loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a cool winter, baby, without you here with me. So come back. Don't keep me waiting. I need your company. Ooh, I know I did you wrong. I'm hoping it won't be too long. Oh, come back. Tuesday, you took my heart and then you ran away. Now it's been 16 hours and 7 days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby, begging, baby. Ooh, baby. People say it's just a waste of time and you don't get it. But I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. Never gonna be another way. No more way.
wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Take away the pain. Yeah. I want
I want music, music.
good music playing and dancing to the groove, and I want
Whoa, sing it, sing it.
to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging, and feet are stomping.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want
Keep on moving, moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Whoa, shake it, shake it.
shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
comes up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. Ooh. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Shot, I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, you caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. Trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night?
Whew.
Yeah, I've
Massive burning.
burning.
That was a massive burning barrage. Welcome back here to Dream League Season 28, as we are now getting ready into our second series of the day. It's going to be CatChamp versus GG Boom. One side, teams names that you may recognize: Gunner, K1 Hector, now K2000. I'm old is his name in Dota. Dubu, all these players. And the other side, it's GG Boom, Dr. Strangelove, Wicked Guy, GG Bond, Skyfall, and Strawberry Surprise are what the Chinese characters show for us. So I put that in Google Translate. A team of knowns versus a team of unknowns. And Rojo, I think we go into this much like most series here in the close qualifiers, thinking about how this is a match where there's a clear favorite. You know, CatChamp are these names that we recognize, tons of competitive experience at the highest levels between Gunner and Dubu and K1 Hector. Even if Waveform and Italiano Gangster are not quite that well known, but upsets can happen. We saw that almost happen in our first series of the day. But is that something you expect here in this second series?
Probably not. I mean, what we saw from GG Boom yesterday is they honestly did have some kind of impressive showings. I think in particular the laning phase, I think they looked better than maybe I had anticipated. Obviously, we don't know much of them, but heading into the mid game, it did seem like the macro kind of fell apart for them. It does seem like they just have a few more pitfalls than your average team in the qualifiers would. So I am expecting CatChamp to take this one, as I think pretty much everyone is. But what we saw yesterday from CatChamp was also, to be honest, not particularly impressive. So I'm kind of hoping that yesterday was a wake-up call for them if they do want to make it through this qualifier. Because GamerLegion really took it to them yesterday. There were some moves that we had, watched that were a little bit questionable from CatChamp overall. Of course, it was good play from GamerLegion that enabled those things, but the sort of likes of some questionable smokes and moves that were seemingly kind of unnecessary just made it seem like the team had some kind of miscommunication going on. Maybe wasn't fully locked in that kind of way. And as much as I do expect them to win over GG Boom, I would say try to aim to eliminate those as much as possible. You don't want to underestimate your opponents pretty much universally, pretty much ever. But especially in a qualifier like this where you already had a little bit of a rough showing.
Yeah, game one of that CatChamp series was just 3 bad lanes, Beastmaster versus Pangolier, which is, I don't know. You know what? It's a new hero. Functionally, it's been reworked. The win rate is not that bad, at least not compared to what it was at 7.40. But Pangolier has not looked great for me. It was Pangolier into a Beastmaster. That's already a bad lane for the Pangolier. The other lanes went awfully, and it's like, okay, you get rolled over. But Game 2, CatChamp had a net worth lead coming out of the laning stage. I think it was like a 3,000 or so net worth lead when they throw it all away, trying to go get way too aggressive into the triangle of GamerLegion. So, like, as long as their draft is not 3 losing lanes, which is I think there is a lot of focus on laning prowess and laning power on your picks here in this new patch. As long as you don't, like, ruin your lanes, I think CatChamp, at the very least, they can do well from there, and it's just a question of, can they manage their aggression?
Yeah, I think they should be able to, certainly on the side of CatChamp, but GG Boom, they do have some kind of interesting things going for them. I know they played yesterday. It was they had put really high prio on the Naga Siren, which hopefully I would hope that they kind of don't go back to today for the Mr. Doctor Strange love, but they seem to be a stack that's having fun with each other. Oh, if they can come out of lanes, then sometimes honestly the game plays itself a little bit. So that definitely, I agree with you on that end for CatChamp. Should be a pretty significant priority on just winning the lanes, and then from there, I think you don't really have to worry about much, especially with GG Boom yesterday, as we saw. In the mid game, the macro does get a little bit more competitive, and it's a bit more difficult to keep up in that regard. Especially, I mean, if you just lose lanes in general, that macro can be hard for really any team. So that's what I'd like to see. Just draft some strong lanes for them. Don't overcomplicate things. I'd say is probably the biggest thing for CatChamp in this little matchup here.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I guess maybe not that surprised, but a bit surprised. CatChamp, by the way, they won the coin toss. They get side selection or pick selection. And we're still seeing teams, including CatChamp, put a lot of focus on first pick. Now, when I read the changes, and for what I've been seeing in these games that we've been casting about how the pick ban phase works now, how the draft works, it felt like second pick was going to be back on the menu again. But we are seeing, even in the games where like there is that banger last pick that we've been seeing, I mean, we see GamerLegion take great advantage of it. We are seeing teams still kind of prioritize first pick for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't change. The bans kind of just forced first pick and second pick to be more balanced overall, but it's ultimately kind of a stylistic thing, and Gunnar isn't ultimately, I think, much the kind of mid player, particularly who really likes to cheese the off lane, or cheese the mid, and Italiano Gangster doesn't really like to cheese the off lane, I think, too much either. Sometimes he plays Brood and whatnot. But they like to play, I think, a little more consistent, stable of a game. So in that kind of draft, a second pick isn't maybe as valuable. You like to get your strong first picks out of the way, and then you like to look towards getting for yourself that 18 pick. Can be really, really quite valuable. So that's definitely, I think, the concept there behind keeping the first pick, despite whatever happens in the drafts here. But again, yeah, I mean, Valve kind of did like a little forceful change of the bans, rearranged them just to make it more favorable for second pick, as they felt that was kind of where some of the disparity lied. And I do think it's been pretty successful ultimately. Second pick is already kind of easier to play with, as you can draft all this flex, and then sometimes you just get a really strong win out. But if you're CatChamp, again, I think you just have a lot of very solid, concise picks that you can go for. If DB wants to play something like the tree that he picks early, if he wants to play his Chen, which he really loves, he can go for that early in the phase. If Italiano just wants to play Centaur, which he plays so much of, you can easily pick these kind of things up. The Tidehunter, a good one that does get banned out by GG Boom. So lots of pretty high priority things for a team like CatChamp to get, and they disregard most of that to go for Tiny, which is, I would say, of very similar high prio. Great on position 4, great on mid. One of Gunnar's, I think, better mid heroes. And GG Boom, they do go back for the Naga Siren, and to a little bit of my dismay, but it is, what they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, we saw it last game in the GamerLegion series, and it was okay, but it also griefed the fights a lot. Like, not necessarily that it was intentionally griefing or anything like that. It's just, in that game in particular, when you have a time-limited ultimate that's all your damage, and you also have the song that's meant to be the saves, unless you're really on top of it, you're just going to overrun things, and it's difficult to run even at the highest level, especially now with the nerfs, and I don't know. I just don't believe in it. You talked about the vision changes on the mirror image. We've talked about how you lose healing potential on the song now with the shard. You lose another 1% off of it. it's lost a lot of stuff that makes it really good. And it's just a Doctor Strange love favorite. I guess he just really likes the hero and believes in it.
Yeah, I mean, which was perfectly fine, but it's also not my favorite into Tiny. I think the Avalanche is very easy to disrupt you. The toss really breaks your illusions really easily. The lane's not incredible necessarily. So it's just, again, just comfort that he wants, but not something that I find particularly impressive in this new patch. So has felt generally kind of weak overall. And Tiny, of course, is pretty strong at the moment, so I'm sure CatChamp are rather happy with their pickups. They ban out some of their carries, potentially for GG Boom. Get rid of that Clinks, get rid of that Shadow Fiend, and pick up a Snapfire to support the Naga Siren. Snapfire, I think, still perfectly fine in the newest patch. Not really particularly, I believe, touched too much. I think you had a little bit of extra damage on the Glance Shot, a little bit of a cookie nerf, so Hero's not quite where it was before, but it does a lot of the same things, especially if you're maxing Scatter Blast. And for CatChamp, they say, we don't really care about support Tiny. That's boring anyway. Gunner is super good at the mid Tiny, and it's already a great game against the supports, so we'll just pick up Shadow Demon and the Tusk to boot. Tusk, I mean, just a great pairing of supports. These two supports have saves, can cover each other. You have damage built in with the Tiny. They're pretty good at rotating onto lanes and setting up with each other. So just a very solid kind of two picks here. And I struggled to find for GG Boom something that they would pick that could really significantly punish this. I mean, maybe if you had the capability of playing something like a Brood or something, you could kind of attempt to bring it out here, but they're just going to go towards Dawnbreaker. Probably just this GG Boom draft going to be mostly comfort across the board. Dawnbreaker, not the worst by any means into these kind of sets of heroes. Definitely setting up, being able to save from the Demonic Purge is a little bit nice, but
10 seconds remaining.
pretty so-and-so.
Yeah, I wonder if this is one of those games you talk about, oh, well, it's not going to be a Broodmother or something. I don't know that I think the lane is probably too weak. Like Naga PL would be bad, but PL and Spectre are these heroes that are seeing a lot of play in reasonably high level pubs. They have been buffed pretty significantly, especially with the phylactery change. Doesn't matter. They're just going to pick Ursa. I mean, Ursa's fine. It can get disrupted quite a bit by Tusk and Shadow Demon and get kited out. And it really doesn't. The more I think about this, I mean, Ursa into Shadow Demon, you just can't keep your overpower stacks up. So I'm not sure how much I like this actually, Rojo. This doesn't feel like the best Ursa game.
Yeah, I mean, the Ursa is, it's pretty much always universally inoffensive. But yeah, it's not the best in the Shadow Demon. And even Tiny now is, I believe, really obnoxious for Ursa because you can't status resistance the Avalanche off at all. So, pretty obnoxious, this Tiny, I believe, is for the Tiny, or for the Ursa as well. You have decent armor for Tiny. You have that stacking debuff of damage. Obviously, the saves coming out from both the supports. Ursa is, again, generally fine. A lot of times when he faces these issues, he can still face tank them by bursting heroes, but doesn't have much support in the ways of doing that. So not a very lovely Ursa pick. And now they have the opportunity as well to do any sorts of things that they want to. It's going to be a Naga Siren and an Ursa lane. Could be really abusable if Italiano has some kind of fun idea of what he wants to go into. He could go Broodmother himself, truthfully. I think it looks perfectly fine if that's something he wants to go for. Otherwise, I would assume that picking up an offlaner in this phase makes sense to me, seeing their relatively kind of exploitable safe lane. But we will have to see if there's kind of curious. Okay, so the Viper actually, that's
okay.
I guess it doesn't make sense.
Just...
Usually we do see this ban out, and yeah, that looks.
What exactly do you do as an Ursa in this game? You're gonna get Nether Toxined. You're gonna get Demonic Purged. You're gonna get Disrupted. You're going to get Ice Sharded. You're going to get Walrus Punched. You're going to get Avalanched. I don't know how, even with the BKB, I don't know how Ursa is supposed to get involved in these fights. You're just going to get like locked to 150 movement speed and just kited the hell out of anything you try to join.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. I mean, you pretty much have to get just burst kills. I mean, that's really all it is. Or you have to somehow hope that CatChamp super overextends You have to hope somehow that your lane doesn't go miserably into this Viper. It is not an easy Ursa game, and it's shaping up to not be necessarily an easy draft, I think, for GG Boom, as CatChamp have kind of leaned into this having really strong lanes idea. And for the reason that this first pick is still relatively quite strong, as picking up that 18 pick it very often leaves you in a pretty good scenario, at least in one of your lanes. So GG Boom are going to likely look for their mid pick next. That's why there's a couple of mid bans coming out. Anything that's okay against Tiny, and CatChamp will pick up for K1, really whatever he feels. Honestly, it could be an interesting game for him to go back towards that classic old K1 Wraith King. I could see being funny, but that hero might just be too bad. I think if K1 is not playing Wraith King, then that hero is probably just not particularly good.
Yeah, I think that hero is just it's awful. I don't think it's very good. It just gets kited out really badly. It struggles to stay on top of people. I don't hate. I mean, it's one of those things like Morphling's pretty inoffensive. There's not a great morph target necessarily. Best is probably the Naga, so you can net someone out, but not a ton of control for this Morphling. He's going to be able to do pretty much whatever he wants in fights.
And no heroes that naturally build any form of anti-heal. They don't go towards anything interesting like some crazy AA mid or Doom or anything. They just pick up the Storm to give themselves probably the most simple game plan. But yeah, I really like the CatChamp draft. Obviously, we favor them a little bit heading into the game just naturally by name. And it is a good Morphling game overall. I mean, as you mentioned, there's pretty low control overall for this Morphling. Definitely not the best Ursa matchup by any means. And nowadays on Morphling, I mean, K1 can go whatever build that he wants if he wants to get into like a Butterfly, which also messes with the Ursa. But it's pretty typical as well to pick up the E-Blade now for Morphlings, which makes this Ursa matchup, I think, even more obnoxious. Even if you do get on top of him, very often he'll have a Ghost Scepter to play with. He has burst potential onto you if you somehow miss your Enrage or a BKB or whatever it be. So very tough Ursa game is kind of the theme of this draft. Potentially maybe kicking themselves over what that 17 pick was, as it gets punished very, very heavily.
Yeah, this is not going to be fun for GG Bond. His job is to, I guess, you talked about jump burst, but there are multiple saves for whoever he gets on top of. So you're just trying to find someone isolated, take him out, and then kite out and hope your team can do the rest, because otherwise it's going to be hard. And, you know, we talk about these core-to-core matchups. Morphling doesn't care really about Ursa. Yes, you can get Furious Swipe stacks, and that can be awkward, but Morphling says, yes, please, I'll morph into Ursa. I'll go and have my own overpower, and I'll hit you even faster. It really is not a good matchup. So we'll see what happens. Maybe if this Ursa snowballs, it's going to be good, but I really struggle to see a win condition for GG Boom off the draft.
Yeah, I mean, off of draft alone, game looks difficult. Off of names alone, game looks difficult. Shaping up to be a potentially difficult set of games for the side of GG Boom, and would not be surprised to see it shape up that way, but we'll have to watch how it does just play out as the game moves forward. Also, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. I think that this was by the way, the first pick overall of the draft, mid Tiny for Gunnar, and they didn't bother like hiding that fact at all. I mean, they picked the two supports immediately out of the phase as well. So Gunnar kind of got a pretty free Tiny game, all things considered, despite being that really early pick. Just focusing on themselves, I suppose, in their own draft. But in terms of what CatChamp got, it was pretty disgusting in terms of the counterplay. And now, not only as the Ursa is it a really difficult game to play, but you tell me, Bayo, how fun you think it's going to be as an Ursa to lane into Viper Tusk.
As an offlaner, that's one of the few times I'm having fun in the lane. This is going to be miserable for this Ursa. He's just going to get poison touchdown. He's going to really, you just have to rely on this Naga Siren breaking the waves, getting some shenanigans, doing his own wave pulling, which feels weird as a safe laners. Now they're going to find 4. Waveform has to be careful. He's going to skill Snowball and buy some time, but he really, you would think, oh, there's a disruption. He's going to buy more time, but really he should die. So it's going to be 2 for 2 on the runes. Waveform, yeah, he's going to fall down. It will go to the Storm Spirit, so That's a nice start. You know, we talk about this Tiny not being really answered, but at the very least, Storm Spirit getting 200 gold to his name, faster bottle is always going to be. In fact, his bottle's done now, so very nice for him.
Yeah, I mean, a very interesting little move by Waveform, and they did bring Dubu down here. I will say another interesting thing is that Waveform did opt for going the Drinking Buddies this game. Doesn't really have much natural synergy for the Viper, and an interesting switch up as well from GG Boom, which I do kind of like, is they put this Dawnbreaker into the bot lane, so avoiding that matchup from the Ursa. I think this is smart overall. I mean, you end up taking the Naga Siren, putting it up against the Shadow Demon up here, can potentially pull waves for the Ursa. Fortunately, it does get stopped by the disruption. So it shouldn't be, by any means, it's still a great lane, but a much better, much better lane matchups in general. The Dawnbreaker has some way to cope in the lane, and at least doesn't get punished nearly as hard, has some mobility. So, a neat little decision that we don't see too often. Switching up these lanes here is, I think, going to pay benefits for them as the game moves forward.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is nicer, I do agree with you, but it's still miserable, right? You're still a melee hero into this Viper with a Tusk kind of sitting behind him as well. So, yeah, you know what? You're right. He does have some ranged skills, so he can kind of nuke some creeps down and can get out of there. But, yeah, no, this is still not very fun at all. And on the top side, while you do have this Morphling that, jeez, goes on top of the Ursa under tower, well, you do have this Ursa that is, or this Morphling that is relatively low range early on, so not quite as punishing. It is still this Morphling that's never going to die, not really, into this Ursa. It is still a ranged hero into this melee Ursa. With maneuverability, right, by the way, so Ursa can't just, you know, Earth Shock on top and chase him down. So the lanes are better, but that doesn't make them all that great, Rojo.
No, not by any means, but they're still managing to eke out some little bit of efficiency here. And again, Waveform, he did go for the drinking, or the Drinking Buddies, so not gonna actually be particularly too strong for the kill threats unless he lands a really good shard on the Wicked Guy, which he most certainly did. So across the two lanes, they do end up getting kills, not necessarily the kills that I think they should have been getting, but just a little bit overstepped by GG Boom. So kill Wicked Guy and Strange Love across the lanes. Again, as you mentioned, still pretty miserable for the Dawnbreaker. Definitely more playable than I think it would have been for the Ursa, but across the board, not too great. And this Naga Siren, again, feeling a little bit kind of out of place, as from this position, you know, the position 5 and the position 4, there's not a whole lot for the Naga Siren to do in this lane, or paired up with an Ursa, really in general.
That being said, Gunnar is being forced off the wave behind his tower a little bit. No bottle charges, not for another minute. He's very low, as the Storm Spirit's actually having a decent time. Gunnar is laning well, right? He's got good CS, but I mean, we can just see, even with the first blood row, I don't think that this is supposed to be as difficult as Gunnar is finding. And again, the CS is fine, but he's pretty low on resource, having to spend a lot more on region. As Skyfall locked in the shards, there's giving the snowball under tower, and a second kill for this offlane duo. The problem with this lineup is sometimes when you're playing into an offlane, you're like, oh, okay, you know, they have a kill, they killed me, but they don't have crazy cooldowns. You know, like, I'm going to be fine for the next bit. But this is a lane matchup, this Tusk Viper that can just kind of keep killing you. You know, there's no resource that you're spending. As Wicked Guy, yeah, talking about it, Wicked Guy's going to go down now. Italiano Gangster, he's just about 0 armor from the little shredder, but Skyfall has to be very careful. He can absolutely die again.
He definitely does. His Wicked Guy does go down again. We'll thankfully have the TP, so it's been long enough. But yeah, as you mentioned, still just a struggle across the board. I do think that this matchup, I think, is slightly Storm favored in the mid. So I'm not too surprised to see that with the first blood, it is going to Storm's favor, but has also just been playing it well. Bought the correct amount of bought the correct kind of early items to build that lead for himself. Now for Gunnar, it's mostly just surviving on this top side, or on this mid side. On the top side, however, GG Bond, he did walk all the way back to base, mind you. So the Ursa not having really much of a better time than he would have in the Viper lane. I mean, definitely a better time, but still relatively miserable one. as K1 and Dubu have been putting pretty good pressure on, not really letting any play go unpunished. This Naga Siren finding no value, and the Storm, did get the TP canceled on the Tusk, thankfully. So Skyfall, he got the cookie on the bot side to cancel Waveform TP. As this Storm definitely would have gone down in the mid lane if that TP finished.
Actually, Italiano Gangster has to be... No, he's fine. Never mind. Nether Toxin's there. Skyfall has no attack speed. Is going to try to get on top of this Viper and will kill him, but really should give his life in response as the Tusk is going to take him down. So finally, the Viper dies, but not before punishing that much more. And, you know, it's kind of funny. I was going to say, I think the one mistake that our Viper player is making is that he's not buying more regen. He did get Waveform, did pull a Tango over to him, which is not all that efficient. And he was sitting there like 30% HP, and maybe you say that as a bait. Maybe he's like, they're never going to kill me. But if he bought a second set of Tangos, I don't think he goes down there. And I think he continues to kill off Wicked Guy, and our Snap Fires is going to try to get on Dawn once again. Big damage from the snowball, and Wicked Guy burns down under tower. Waveform is fine, runs out, and well, the rich get richer, the poor get even more sad.
Yeah, I keep it every time that you say Waveform, I start looking at K1, and
I know, right? You're doing it to me too. I'm like, why did they choose to pick this hero player combination? It's just kind of mean. Now under tower, Skyfall finds the stun. Nope, not gonna get him.
Yep. I mean, lanes are very, very strong here, and one thing that I do want to point out that's interesting is that Waveform on the Tusk. He's 2-3-0, so this is a really interesting way to play Tusk that I've not seen for quite some time. Usually, you do put some pretty big prio on your third ability, whether that is the Drinking Buddies, whether that is the tag team. This time around, just opting for the utility of the Drinking Buddies with everything else involved, and they do look onto Strangelove. Don't get the Wisdom Shrine, so the Naga Siren will feel happy they got that, but Dubu, last little hit of the Illusions, will kill off the Naga Siren. Rotation could come over, but Dubu is TPing out. The Storm is going to run into Gunner. Not that it means particularly much for the time being.
Well,
I'll try and run out his mana a little bit.
I mean, GG
Quite a bit
Bond,
of damage.
Skyfall are here. Gunner pops the Avalanche, but he's going to die. Here comes K1, though. Maybe not the best idea. Snowball's in once again. Walrus Punch to try to kill off this Storm, but now no Waveform for 6 on this Morphling, and it's really just on Waveform. Why have they done this to us?
Wow.
It's so confusing, but still more. Finally, Waveform dies, but K1 Waveform's out. And that was a little bit too aggressive, hanging around a little bit too long for the side of CatChamp.
Yep. Quick little pause. K1 is probably screaming profanities at his team for being feeders, is what I'm going to headcanon. K1's a nice guy. I'm sure he wouldn't do that, but granted, not a great move by the side of CatChamp. They missed the Wisdom Shrine and then gave away some kills unnecessarily. I really didn't think the Storm had the damage for Gunner, but paired with Skyfall, was able to. GG Bond, by the way, gets down to about 100 HP in the top side from K1. So a little bit of an obnoxious game still for this Ursa, who's been struggling consistently, but is at least taking some solace in the fact that Wicked Guy has gotten a little bit of net worth, and particularly that his mid is doing well. So I'm going to have to facilitate much of this game. Interestingly enough, going for the treads. On Italiano, nice move.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. The Viper's very low. Does Viper strike Wicked Guy, but not gonna be enough here. And they kill off the Viper. That is one thing Viper is very vulnerable to. Is just the lack of mobility. So they're gonna get Dubu as well as Waveform rotates over. And this Storm Spirit gets first blood and is making a lot of moves to stabilize what have been some very bad lanes on the side lanes.
Yeah, fighting into the Lotus here, but gonna give the Lotus over to Wicked Guy as there are kisses. Nice little shards, but yeah, not quite enough. Not expecting that level 6, I'm sure, to come out from Skyfall, who does have some pretty good XP. So a really nice set of moves. CatChamp just kind of fumbling a little bit, and really nice jump under the tower. Get Italiano Gangster again. That is a really, really good punish from them.
One death was acceptable. Oh no, they TP'd in, they got me. I was maybe a little exposed. But TPing back in again and dying immediately, and now this Viper's game is massively set back. I mean, he's still top 2 because he's been farming so much, but that should change pretty quickly. Storm is going to go up ahead of him, and sorry, this Viper that was looking so good in the early game is not quite taking off in the way that we would have expected.
Yeah, in general, I mean, the lane's not going nearly as well as they would have liked. Obviously, you want to punish. I mean, the Dawnbreaker is now officially higher net worth than the Viper for the moment being. So Wicked Guy has really kind of kept this lane stable after getting that kill, especially under the tower. Now he's also a full level above where the Viper is. At this point now, I mean, the Dawnbreaker might be bullying out the Viper if you have any hero with you.
And Gunner's going to get jumped on top of in the mid lane as well. And I gotta be careful. Disseminate buying a little time, but Gunner falls as well. And just all across the map, CatChamp off of what should have been a very good laning stage. They're just... Now, part of the thing here, right, is that this is 4 heroes balling up as 4... heroes balling up as 4, running all over the place as Dr. Strangelove should die to waveform, but don't know that waveform has any way out of here. No TP for 4, and, well, the stun has been used, so, yeah, he just... Never mind. Storm Spirit's going to show up looking for the Vortex. Nice. Does have it, so Waveform will die eventually. They're buying the time, but he should die. Looking to maybe sacrifice himself under tower. That's not going to happen. But yeah, these lanes that you would have thought would have snowballed really hard, considering how badly the first 6 minutes were really not... I mean, K1's still in a great spot. He's got his Vlad's done, top of the net worth, but Gunner and Italiano Gangster really struggling. I mean, Gunner's not even 4,000 net worth at 12 minutes in.
Yeah, Gunner's having a really tough time on this tiny game, and so honestly, just I mean, the first spot on the Storm gave away a ton, and he's been taking it with every little bit of stride, and they're gonna kill Gunner again. I mean, they have kisses and the Solar Guardian to boot as well, so just bullying this tiny. Dubu was a little bit too far back to get that save initially, making really proactive moves on GG Boom. I mean, bringing it entirely to CatChamp. The only saving grace is that K1 is having an incredible game. But across the board, they're getting much more value across the map on GG Boom than you would ever like to give them.
It's kind of interesting, though. I've been clicking on Hector. Seems like he would Viper Strike onto this Naga, but he is, barely not going to get out in time. I think that might have been a slow TP. Barely not quite going to get out. Snowball's there. But K1 Hector, you talked about the potential for this kind of E-Blade phylactery, the good old shotgun Morphling, but he's going Manta, Butterfly, like your very standard Morphling items. It's still a good game for that, but I feel like that is a build that comes online, gets into like skirmishing form, just a little bit slower than kind of this, I don't want to say new age because we've seen it for forever, but where we used to see it all the time, but this kind of second gen shotgun Morphling that we've been seeing a little bit more often.
Yeah, I think K1 just wants to carry the game. Butterfly definitely the best way to do so, and they jump onto Gunner again.
Yeah, good avalanche. And the Disseminate's going to spread a lot of this damage. Dubu gets so much damage onto the entire team, and Gunner's still alive. That was a little bit of an overextension, and now K1 Hector is here with the rest of his team trying to track down Skyfall. Gangster maybe he's gonna find him, but you got Shadow Poison. That's the vision, and Skyfall should fall down here as well. Big moves from CatChamp.
Really, really important to save Gunner there. His game has been really difficult on this tiny. He's still, over 1,000 gold away from this blink, even after that one fight. So Gunner's certainly struggling on the tiny, but keeping him alive there, very crucial. Giving these supports a lot of credence to play here. Waveform doing a lot of damage on his own, but still getting jumped by the Storm.
Well, Dubu does have the save. Solar Guardian should confirm the kill, and it doesn't really seem like the rest of the squad are showing up. They actually want to go get Dubu here. Not a lot of mana on this Storm, though, as he tries to buy some time, but he's going to go down here as well. And this Storm Spirit, 12 Galvanized stacks, 14 minutes in. He's been a part of 11 of these 13 kills. Again, we talked about it. I've been pretty impressed, all things considered, with Strawberry Surprise. He's been given his inch, and he's taken an absolute mile.
Yeah, he's played really well on the Storm. He's finding kill windows that I would myself certainly never look for. Just playing very, very aggressively, keeping in mind all the heroes he has nearby.
Oh, Gunner now with the kisses. A Snowball, or not? Yeah, Snowball will buy some time onto the creeps. Gunner now very low. Walrus Punch, and this Storm Spirit, he's gonna get healed up. Song buying the space, and They're playing around this song relatively well. Gunnar looking for a little bit more Viper Strike on the Storm, but he dodges it out. So that's a little bit of lacking damage, and they're going to continue to try to chase this thing down, but I don't think they can get anyone. So at least Gunnar lives. That is Mortimer's Kisses down. That is a decent cooldown. Song as well, but they're not really able to punish that much.
Yeah, GG Boom are making incredibly aggressive moves and not really ever getting punished for it. If they had the Sword Guardian, that would have been another death onto Gunnar still before that blink. It's 15 minutes, and Gunnar does not have that blink. I mean, Gunnar is certainly no, foreigner to playing the supportive kind of mid, but still, you want that at least a little bit of net worth, at least a support. Even a support Tiny still wants this blink desperately. It's just gonna take him a little while. Look on to GG Bond. Have the Viper Strike.
Oh, that's one stun used. Second one now on the Enraged, but yeah, he shouldn't be able to get a TP out. Dubu just sitting there in XP range. He's like, I'm not going to help with this. I don't really need to, but I'm just going to hold Disruption instead in case you decide to TP out. So they kill off GG Bond, and in all this story of the incredible comeback of this Dawnbreaker, of the work that Storm is doing, it's still a miserable Ursa game. He's sitting here 1,300 gold away from his blink, 16 minutes in. It's still, you look at the carry matchup, this is still very much a good Morphling game.
Yeah, and K1's having a great time. I like that he's taken his opportunity to live up to what he's always done as a pro player, and that's to just farm. He has not bothered showing up to any moves. He's not tried to make any moves. He's not TP'd to nearly anything. He is very happy farming away on this Morphling. He knows, and he's very confident, that the longer the game goes, the more that he's going to be able to carry it. And I think he's certainly right about that. The rest of his team struggling a little bit in terms of net worth. Not too much, really, especially Waveform is incredibly farmed. But overall, the Tiny not having the best game. Waveform is honestly going to get Blink, I think, similar-ish timing to Gunnar, as he does have it now.
All right, so GG Bomb finds Waveform the other way around. Viper Strike onto this Ursa. Good avalanche as well. And the Solar Guardian doesn't really land on top of anyone, but they do get Dubu at the very start of this fight, you would think. As, there we go, Storm Spirit's going to take him down. And that means no disruption save. They go on top of Waveform now, but still a little scary. Moving on top of the Gangster. And here comes K1. The damage overwhelming with Gunnar as well. This is the Morphling you're looking for, and the song is going to try to buy a decent amount of time here. There's the TP out. They lose the supports. They lose the support. They lose the Dawnbringer. They're going to lose this. Unfortunately, they're going to lose Dr. Strangelove as well. But at the very least, Storm gets out. So worth it, I guess. But not really expecting the damage that CatChamp were able to pile in.
Yeah, I mean, Gunnar got this blink and immediately was doing tiny things. This avalanche so strong in its newest version. Oh, loses the haste as well on Gunnar. A little bit unfortunate. Won't be able to find a kill here by any means. In fact, he's taking a pretty significant amount of damage. Jibu wasn't here. Probably could have just turned and killed him almost. As they do look to do the Roche. Not very quick. There's no tag team, no max tag team. But because of the Viper is certainly doable. That magic resistance is enough to slowly bring down the Roshan. Honestly, really not slowly at all for 18 minutes. Give K1 that Aegis, which he is very happy to pick up for himself. He is mode 1v9 Bayo, and I think he probably will. And again, it's a very good Morphling game, and he is about 1/3 of the way to his Butterfly.
Yep, that's gonna be a very fast Butterfly. And you talk about no drinking buddies, or no tag team, but drinking buddies with this Morphling, especially once he gets to level 4 drinking buddies and Morphling starts to go and increase that attack speed, especially if he goes and steals the Ursa and starts to get overpower. An additional 100 damage or so on these Morphling attacks, whatever it exactly is. Yeah, additional 110 damage as this Morphling attacks as fast as he does, especially with the Butterfly. Yeah, tag team, maybe not as effective in lane, but Viper did just fine. And in game, I mean, additional 100 damage is this Morphling is going to do insane amounts. Even just waveforming is just going to blow people up.
Yeah, it's nice to work with the waveform on the waveform. But also, I mean, Drinking Buddy is particularly nice for hitting buildings. They're actually going to get K1. They got his Aegis. Really nice move. And
staying around, thinking about round 2. Waveform, yeah. comes through the portal, and he can waveform on out of here. And they spent their stuns for the time being, but now there's a big smoke. They're looking for more. They do have all their ultimates ready to go, trying to see what exactly they can find in this 20-minute window. As Talion, Gangster, and the rest, they're hiding in the trees. Viper Strike going to get dodged for now, so Storm not really going to be a victim of that one. And getting on top of this Morphling Solar Guardian, not quite going to land, though. Good save from the Disruption. They're trying to take Hector down, and with the root, the stuns, still more Disruption, still more snowballs. GG Bond's in, and now they're going to pop the song. Everyone's getting a little bit too low, and actually GG Bond here.
Avalanche.
Oh, good Avalanche indeed. GG Bond, he's going to get taken down. They spend so much to try to kill off this Morphling, and it doesn't happen. Not at all. Gunner playing on the very edge of the, what is a rather small song radius at level 1. Cancels all the TPs, and yeah, they can go back to Tormentor if they want to, but they dominate this fight.
They're looking for Skyfall, which a little bit crazy.
Well, you know what? They're going to go in. They've done the damage. They've done the math. Skyfall should be dead. There we go. There's the Walrus Punch.
Oh, my God.
Now, here comes the Strawberry, and I don't think he has the damage. So Gunner has the toss, has an avalanche.
Oh,
and
the shard.
now the shard's not being really all that great. Tag team trying to keep Gunner safe onto the high ground. Blink in one. Snowball buys the time, and Gunner is dead, as is Waveform. That was maybe just a little bit, a tiny bit too much. I don't think they had to do that, Rojo. I don't think that was necessary.
I'm not sure anybody thinks they needed to do that one. That was a little bit of an ego dive. Thankfully, they clean up the Tormentor in the meantime, give a really nice shard over to Waveform. But yeah, a little bit of a unnecessary move. Call it space. I'm sure if you're Gunner and Waveform there, but yeah, not the best little move from them. Regardless, still having a much better game than Gunner was by all means. Being able to have that good utility that the Tiny does. And as you mentioned, this Avalanche cast range that you get at level 10, it's much larger than the radius of the song. I think even level 2 song, it might be able to clip into it. And he'll have a BKB anyway, so getting away with song is not going to be easy in this game. Snowball as well is one of those spells that can very easily cancel those TPs.
All right, Rojo, I got a very important question for you. Got a bit of a lull here. You talk about the Gunner dive, maybe a little bit of space. Do you personally have space created bound on your chat wheel?
I do not. I think most of mine are voice lines, and then I have one that's like a kiss. I think maybe I have one get back, but I don't really use it. I like voice lines, to be honest. I am your resident North American. Puts the voice lines in chat, tips people when I think it's funny. Really the worst of the worst.
Okay, then second question. Do you run out of tips every week?
I do, yeah. If I'm playing Dota, I do run out of tips. I run out of tips usually within a couple days if I'm playing a decent bit of Dota. So I think tips are funny,
Yeah, sure, it's not toxic at all. As Dr. Strangelove with the Deluge actually buys a decent amount of space, and Gunner's not going to be able to take him down now. On the bottom side of the map, this is a bigger kill, and Wicked Guy,
great kill,
who has really done a good job coming back into this game off of the lane. He's going to get found out here. Now, this is a tier 2 tower as well as Morphling. That should be his butterfly on Courier. I'm going to have to go find it, but 95% sure his butterfly is on the way. And that's a 24-minute butterfly. That is very fast.
Yeah. K1 is, again, 1v9 in this game, and with that butterfly, there's really nothing to do about it for the time being. There's a Witchblade to pierce through. I suppose for the Storm, that's nice. GG Bond's working on a BKB, so no MKB for a very long time. Killing this Morphling is going to be a near impossible task, and especially now that Italiano has now picked up for himself this pipe, so killing off this Morphling. They got him once off the back of that Aegis. But I'm not sure they will, honestly, for the rest of this game. I mean, if K1 is playing well, if he plays well off his thresh, or his strength thresholds, then there's really no reason for him to die again in this game, at least until some items come out to actually deal with him. For now, there aren't any. So they're just going to push this mid-tier 2. Potentially wait for this next Roshan, take as much of the enemy's farm as you can, get some deep wards, hopefully at some point punish the Dawnbreaker if they do push up too far. Otherwise, yeah, just sit behind K1. He's reached his critical mass threshold, so all 5 heroes are sitting on this tier 2. losing a little bit of farm efficiency for sure, but not particularly worried about it, as they're not getting too much on GG Boom across the board. They're going to smoke up with the likes of the BKB on the Ursa, so kind of opting to think K1 is incredibly strong with this butterfly. Probably you won't kill K1, but you do have the opportunity to potentially bring down one of the supports, maybe catch a Viper, and from there, if you can kite the fight, maybe you do have a chance of winning it. It's a little bit ambitious. Gunner's also finished his BKB, so he's not too worried about getting caught out. Gonna run into them with Gunner.
He's gonna find two here. Gunner pops the BKB though, gets the toss on top of the Storm Spirit, separates the fight a little bit, and yeah, that's now a 9-second BKB that he's not gonna have for the rest of this fight if he wants to go for it. But looks like they're gonna back up. Gunner doesn't really want to go back in, but actually, CatChamp, they're gonna pop the smoke on 4, sitting behind this Morphling as they want to get the final tier 2, and Skyfall on the low ground, well positioned to break the smoke if they decide to go that way. Let's give me another smoke. Okay, smoke on smoke here with an amp. It was an amp damage rune. Yeah, but now it's going to be a haste rune for this Storm, which is nice. Saves a lot of mana for the Storm, but not the amp damage rune it previously was. And the tier 2 tower goes down. And actually, Morphling, he's just going to go up high ground. He's like, yeah, I got a butterfly. I got this Dragonlance. What do you want? You're not going to kill me. The entire team is smoked behind me, and it's just going to be this awkward long wraparound. And they're going to try to go. They're just going to find the Storm Spirit on the back line. Do we have the stuns? Yes, we do. And now the Solar Guardian comes in, marooned on the backside. GG Bond Viper Struck can't hit anyone. The kite job is real, and now he's going to do what he can. He can't do anything. Morphling's just going to chase him down. Waveform. Yeah, no, he's not going to die. So 2 dead on the side of GG Bond. And hey, the tier 3 tower, it's already dead. So they're going to start to take the racks as well. And I mean, this is even without the Aegis. The Aegis died, but it's not going to stop their barracks potential. They're not going to stop their push.
Yeah, I really can't stop help but wondering every time that we've been seeing it, Bayo, is how much more would this Naga Siren do if it was just another hero that was not Naga Siren? Probably a lot more as Dr. Strangelove goes down. I mean, he's really not even playing the Naga Siren poorly. It's just this hero has looked so sad, as looking for Waveform. Unfortunately, won't be able to get him. And
now he's stunned up. Does have enough mana, and with the haste rune, he's able to just run right back out of there. But this is a level 19 Morphling, Rojo. He's sitting 8,000 gold above the next closest hero in the game. They're going to try to zip on top of him, but he gets the strength morph off in time. He's fine. And now that's the second set of racks down as Gunner just tosses him up. Now this. It is awkward. Waveform is low as his Gunner, but GG Bond just dies. He's gone. No enraged available, and Wicked Guy, well, K100, K1 Hector is a little bit lacking on agility, but doesn't matter because the rest of the team can go take Wicked Guy down. And Storm Spirit is, this game's over. Storm Spirit tries to run. Snowball very deep, Gunner very low, as is Waveform, and the Song is going to try to buy some space into a Kiss's stun, maybe. That's really good, but it's another dead hero, as now Dr. Strangelove dies, Skyfall falls. It's 5 dead in the base.
Storm's trying.
Storm's trying. He's buying back into this, but now the saves are, just the layering saves are such a problem. Gunner might die. Maybe. No, he's not going to die. He gets the toss. Strangelove. Oh, well, yeah. Strawberry's dead, and that is 5 dead with the Storm buyback. And this game, really off the Morphling Butterfly timing, it's over.
Yeah, completely over. And I mean, honestly, GG Boom played, I think, very, very clean for a good portion of that game. But at some point, the macro did fall apart, as we saw yesterday with them. But also, I mean, as I was saying at the end of that game, Bayo, what if that Naga Siren was just a different hero? I mean, I feel like the game would have honestly been a lot easier. I think Dr. Strangelove, I'm sure he is I know that he loves playing the Naga Siren, but I'm sure he's a very capable player to be picking up anything else. Just, it did not be seeming to provide nearly any value. So a little bit frustrated with that kind of early priority from them, as honestly, if I was the Storm, especially, I'd be a little bit annoyed coming out of that game, because he played really well. I mean, this Storm was finding every opportunity in every window to make things happen, and in the end, it just didn't really accomplish anything.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm with you. I feel bad for the Storm. He did so much. He bullied Gunner in lane. He was getting kills all over the map. It was I think it was 11 galvanized stacks at 13 or something like that. Just really snowballing the game, but it didn't solve the problem that his Ursa was in the ground, and it was an awful Ursa game, even if he was ahead. It's just not good overall. Wicked Guy had a nice comeback, but he was still like 3-9-8 by the end of that game. Just, Storm had a great game. No one else did, and you can't 1v5. Not at this level of Dota, not easily. Although I guess one could argue that K1 kind of did, because he was 10,000 cold above the next closest hero and kind of going crazy. But regardless, we got another game after the break, so we can find out whether it's going to be CatChamp or GG Boom. Moving on to tomorrow.
I'll go winter, baby, without your loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. So don't keep me waiting. I need your company. Ooh, I know I did you wrong. I'm hoping it won't be too long. Oh, come back. Tuesday, you took my heart and then you ran away. Now it's been 16 hours and 7 days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby, begging, baby. People say it's just a waste of time and you don't get. But I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. Never gonna be another way. No more windy days. Come back, I'm gonna find a way. Yeah, back to me. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without your loving around. Baby, I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. So come on back. Baby, don't keep me waiting. Don't you set me free. Baby, pick up the phone. Baby, pick up the phone. Don't leave me all alone. I don't want to be alone. When are you coming home? Please, come on back to me. Ooh, baby. Oh, yes it is. Come on, baby. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me, baby. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby. Oh, yeah. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain.
set me free. Take away the I want
music, music.
good music playing and dancing to the groove, and I want
Whoa, sing it, sing it.
to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging and feet are stomping.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want
Keep on moving, moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Whoa, shake it, shake it.
to shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Whoa, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation.
My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes.
Welcome back to Dream League Season 28 as we get ready for perhaps, maybe, our last series of the day here, or our last game of the day is Bet Boom. Wow. GG Boom versus CatChamp. We're good. We got there, Rojo. Yeah, it's fine. We're going to see if GG Boom has what it takes, because from the lanes, it was going bad for CatChamp. Gunner was not having a good time. It was a very slow blink for him. Even the side lanes that should have been really bad for GG Boom, they were starting to make the comebacks. The Dawnbringer had not a lot of kills and a lot of deaths, but was able to go get some big comeback kills and come back into it. But when the Morphling is 10,000 net worth over the next closest hero at like 25 minutes into the game, in a game that is already a really good Morphling game, that's not the easiest problem to solve.
No, I mean, K1 made it look easy, as he usually does with his farming waves, but still not a very clean game from CatChamp, all things considered. I mean, at some point it looked easy, but that's really only when K1 got involved. And before that, I mean, was it Strawberry Surprise? Is that what Google Translate said his name was? The Storm Sphere player, which unfortunately I do not read Mandarin, but he was really popping off. He was really, I mean, he honestly played extremely well on that mid lane Storm. So able to build a lot for his team. He's playing very well on the margins with his Dawnbreaker in particular, which I thought was really impressive. Just kind of understanding his kill windows really, really well. And I mean, ultimately they were able to create a pretty good game state for themselves. Unfortunately, it just fell apart a little bit, but some of that almost felt like it was just spurred on by the draft that we were talking about, and particularly with the fact that, I mean, no amount of, winning early game, no amount of relative lane, doing better in lane than you would have expected could have helped the fact that that was just a miserable Ursa game. Like, just one of the worst I've seen in quite some time, Bayo.
Yeah, we were questioning it when we saw it come in at 17, and then we saw the 18 pick and we saw the 20 pick, and it's just like, yeah, no, that's not good. Or it was 23 pick, what, like the final pick from CatChamp, and it's just like, that's not good. Viper counters Ursa super hard. Morphling loves the matchup, and especially now this Ursa, you don't have extra enrages off the shard. You don't have that bonus ways to get status resistance or damage reduction. You just have the one. You're not this tank. You have to play more like an assassin, and that's just not something you can do when you're Viper Struck and Caustic Bathed and Demonic Purged and Avalanche Stunned and just everything going, locking you down. So don't pick Ursa into Viper Morphling Shadow Demon, I think is the story. That's just maybe get a couple better heroes in the draft and try to make it happen. I guess that's the story.
Yeah, I think they probably should have saved. I mean, honestly, it would have made sense, I think, to just pick the Storm on the phase that they picked the Ursa, and then save that last pick for the carry. Maybe they felt pinched or pressured to get his pool, since there were a couple carries banned out. But as we head into the draft, yeah, definitely an adjustment I want to see from GG Boom. They do, thankfully, now for themselves, they picked up the first pick, if that is what they prefer to play with. So they'll have the 18 for themselves. But yeah, that Ursa pick was just ended up being a very, very miserable game for GG Bond. Definitely want to see him do a little bit better. But across the board for GG Boom, I think outside of that, they honestly did impress me quite a bit. I think in-game we were both quite impressed by, again, just the kills that they were managing to find around the map. The macro was honestly relatively clean for them up until about that point where K1 started joining fights. But otherwise, yeah, a pretty decent game from them, and a little bit disconnected and disorganized from CatChamp, as we kind of saw was their fatal flaw yesterday. Just need to make sure that they are communicating effectively and making sure that they kind of understand where heroes are on the map. Because sometimes they just seem to be getting caught out. Battalionic Gangster on that bot side of the map died twice to the Storm in a row, which was really, really punishing. That was one of the things that almost kind of spiraled the game downwards, was just that Viper dying multiple times in a row.
Yeah. Again, this was a Viper that was supposed to bully. This was a Viper that was supposed to suck up the entire offlane space and just get big and cause all these problems. But yeah, you die twice. That Storm Spirit rotation is very impactful. It was a bit of a problem. Now, of course, GG Boom, they're not risking it. They don't want to get bullied. They're going to ban out Viper first phase, which makes sense. Viper's one of those heroes, Rojo. I know you like to talk about heroes that pinch the draft that even if they're maybe not the best hero in the game, they really restrict what your opponent can pick. These are heroes like Viper, heroes like Shadow Demon, and Clink's first phase overall. It's a good hero, but I feel like in the games that we've seen, Rojo, it just gets very, like, you get a couple dive heroes, and Clink's really struggles to be effective.
Yeah, I don't think we've casted a game yet where the Clinks actually did really impressive at all. I think this hero has looked not as good as it should in most of the games that we've been watching, but I do think that this is a GG Bond special. I think it's just what he wants to play. So I think that definitely factors in a lot. He knows it's going to get banned in this next phase, if not picked, as some kind of priority from CatChamp. I don't think they wanted him to have this hero, so ultimately they decide the greatest evil that they can do is just first pick it. That's the only way that they'll get the Clinks, and they now have it in their hands, so they can at least build a draft up around it. That's one thing that's nice for them. Draft a lot of stuns, draft some team fight that can play around it, allow that hero to split push. But of course, this is what you walk into, especially if you're going to ban things like the Coddle, like the Gyro. Leaving that Slardar open and not picking it up does mean that you are now playing that Slardar or the Klings into the Slardar. So not only do you have that vision reveal, but anytime that this hero does get on top of you, Corrosive Haze or not, does become pretty nightmarish. Very low armor hero, and as we've seen time and time again, I mean, you have pretty high HP as Clinks, but this hero still kind of falls over Bayo. Every game that we've been casting, as soon as you get on top of it, death packs or not, it can become quite a struggle to just survive on this hero.
Yeah, and especially when you revealed in some way with a bounty hunter, with corrosive haze, with a dust, you lose a lot of this maneuverability that makes life easier, that makes Clink so good, where you pop skeleton walk, show up somewhere else, get a couple more skeletons down, like start to play the fight that way, and Slardar just does not let you do that. That being said, Slardar is not going to have a great lane. We're going to have to see the lane dragging shenanigans, what the supports are, but like 1-to-1 Slardar versus Clinks, you're just really going to get clicked down. And this is one of the reasons why Clinks has been such a good hero, is that his laning stage, he's probably one of the best laning carries in the game, if not the best laning carry in the game.
Yeah, should be, at least for Slardar, he does at least have quite a bit of armor. Plus he can build that up with the puddle, so he doesn't have the most miserable matchup of all the kind of meta offlaners, but yeah, probably still won't be good overall for the side of the Slardar. Could still be a mid Slardar as well, so maybe they'll keep that open. Maybe they'll just pick Tiny on this 13, as it is still open. Lots of opportunities for them. You can actually ban out the Shadow Demon, something that they could have picked up, and instead go for the Treant, which I do like as well. This is another hero that provides vision for the Clinks. I mean, not when he Shadowed Walked, but in general. Once you do get towards that shard, the damage reduction instances is kind of nice to have versus the Clinks. Maybe worse than the armor was, but still rather relatively nice. And of course, just has some good scouting tools in general. Strong here that we saw Speed having some really great success on it. Response from GG Boom. Again, mostly I think comfort coming from them. The Disruptor is decent against the Slardar, having that kind of disruption to the initiation that the hero has, dragging him back into fights, dragging him out of fights. Pairs decent with Clinks, so and an offensive pickup for them. Now I'm wondering if they do care at all to get, and they could pick up Batrider if they want here. I mean, it would be good against the Treant. They'd have some kind of initiation. Definitely thinking in these next two picks, they want some kind of initiation to help them out. And so Tusk is also a decent way to build that in for yourself. Take that away from Waveform as well if you're worried that he was going to pick it up.
Yeah, certainly a lot better saves for GG. Well, actually having saves, because I don't think GG Boom had it in game one. As we're going to see Willow as a response, that actually can be real, and the Shadow Fiend, okay. But Willow, of course, very nice in the Tusk. Bramble Maze wherever the snowball is, and it's hard for the Tusk to get on out of that one. Shadow Fiend has, I mean, you have a crazy minus armor strat already going with Presence of the Dark Lord and the Slardar. It should have a good lane, like it's like a decent Shadow Fiend game. You have this setup, right, with Treant and Slardar as well. But you do give GG Boom this option now with their next two picks to pick a couple heroes that just get on top of the Shadow Fiend. And this is a hero, much like the Clinks Rojo, that is rather fragile early.
Yeah, there's definitely some ways to abuse the SF. I think if you want to go back for Storm for your mid laner, Again, you could very reasonably do that. Ember, Storm, Tiny, anything with initiation, some catch, I think would be really, really nice to have to complement their draft and to, again, try to punish the Shadow Fiend, because I do expect that K1 paired with a Treant Protector on the Shadow Fiend is going to have quite a field day. Again, the minus armor strat, very, very good for him. But this is also just like, this is when K1 Classic, honestly, a South American carry classic. Just the Shadow Fiend is something they go to time and time again, for better or for worse. And in this game around, it should be a game where if he's ever given the opportunity to right click for even a couple seconds, he probably will just kill everything in his path. So I suppose trying to deal with that is a little bit of a difficult question. If you wanted to, I suppose you could also pick up an Underlord here. I think you might struggle a tiny bit in the lane, but as you've seen, the Underlord has the capability of really taking over the game. Can build a Crimson, a Lotus, whatever utility you need. It's an interesting option, but I do think just taking a mid with some strong initiation is probably my overall favor.
Yeah, from offlaners, I'm looking at like Underlord and Centaur. Maybe the Tide, because you do have this, you're going to get Corrosive Haze and just kind of blubbers off for 95% of the game. But yeah, really, Centaur is kind of, it's just like Centaur Underlord. You want the pipe, you want the Crimson. Instead, they're going to go for a Magnus. Now, this is likely a mid Magnus, right? I don't know that we're seeing a ton of offlane Magnus at the moment.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure they can flex it. Well, maybe not, but from CatChamp's perspective, they probably think they could flex it. I see it more likely as an offlaner just because I think it makes more sense to pick your offlaner on this phase. Magnus also famously, I think, is rather good against Treant, but not very good against SF, is I think the more primary concern for me. So if you do pick this Magnus on the kind of preface of it having a potentially okay lane into the tree, I'm a little bit worried about that kind of concept. Obviously, I still think this hero has the potential to get bullied out by the Shadow Fiend, but in terms of also initiating as the Magnus, it just seems relatively difficult. There's not really any ways. I guess you have the Disruptor and maybe the Tusk to go in, but in general, you have a pretty heavy kind of burden of initiation on this Magnus, and that's usually the games that I have for Magnus that I don't like very much, is when you're kind of the hero that's expected to go in, especially solo. Prefer if there's another hero that can go in for you. So I would really like to see a Storm for them again, honestly. Maybe they have something else that fits the bill. Maybe this is a mid Magnus, but yeah, Storm is, I think, pretty sensical. Helps their draft out a little bit. I still think that this GG Boom draft, it scares me that it's going to get ran over. But I suppose if they were going to kind of wrap it together, if they wanted to play Magnus, I think the Storm is their best option.
Well, I like the Puck. That is,
Yeah,
Static Storm is a problem. And Clinks does a lot of physical damage, which Puck doesn't necessarily like, but it's a silence. It's big control for the Storm Spirit and the Magnus. You can kind of counter the Skewer that way. I really, just Dream Coil makes these last three hero picks very sad. You can't Snowball, you can't Skewer, you can't Ball Lightning. It gives you just this circle of doom that allows K100 to, or K1 to just go and Requiem and kill everyone.
Yeah, it's a very good Puck pick for sure. You're very, very proficient on the Puck. Great matchup into the Storm, all things considered. Good at catching these heroes across the board, as you mentioned with the Dream Coil. So nice little draft from CatChamp. I definitely prefer theirs going into this game just because I am relatively scared of what GG Boom is going to have coming out of the early game. I think there's going to be, particularly, I think it's going to have to be Doctor Strangelove on that Disruptor, making some of these early moves, getting some strong glimpses in lanes, finding something with the Tusk. It's a lot of burden on the supports, I think, to make this early game tick. And then maybe if they can, Storm will similarly pop off to the previous game. But that prospect seems a little bit more difficult to me. And the only thing I really have going, I would say, for GG Boom this game, Bayo, is I'm pretty happy to not see a Naga Siren on their roster. I think that's one thing that we can all agree.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That is I don't think Naga is very good right now. We haven't seen it win. And, some of that might be towards the fact that the teams that are picking Naga are the teams that we don't necessarily favor overall. but I still don't think it's all that great. For now, though, it's not in the game. Certainly, you have a hero that does a lot more with this Disruptor, although Disruptor, not that great of a laning hero. In fairness, Clink's very good laning hero, so you kind of balance it out that way. Should point out that this is diminishing return on the Magnus, so that is something that has gotten a little bit more popular now that they made the change where you don't lose out on attribute points. You don't lose out on attributes when you skill it up, right? Which is very nice with how they changed the talents. And I mean, realistically, probably just because of the Shadow Fiend, right? You're going to be maxing your Shockwave because you're probably not going to be hitting a lot of creeps with right click, at least not once the lane gets to level 2, level 3.
Yeah, probably what I would expect as well. So interesting prospect here for the side of Wicked Guy. Not going to do any lane shenanigans this time around, as their lanes are not the best, but certainly better than they were in the previous game. Should be the Magnus struggling a little bit. Definitely watch out for what Wicked Guy does with his skewer. Sometimes these Magnuses will just take skewer. I've seen it before. They just take it level 1 and they just cut all the trees in this kind of bot side here. This guy, he's just kind of opting for the Quilling Blade. Dubu will break the smoke. Does have a sentry on Skyfall, but doesn't want to use it. So Dubu, with that patented boots of speed start on the tree, and is going to just walk through, be a nuisance, break some smokes. Skyfall will see him. Well, they see him as well. 2 sentries placed now to try and get Dubu. Glimpse is leveled. Oh no. He's too fast. The Treant.
That's
gotta get out of here.
A little bit awkward. Looks for the Leech Seed to hit,
movement.
maybe. Actually, skills
Really
up
good movement.
early. Not going to get it. And actually, that's a little bit awkward. I think Leech Seed level 1, if you get a kill, it's great. But on this support Treant Protector, otherwise, it doesn't feel incredible. You got to go up into melee range and hit someone, and not quite how you want to play the lane. Although, into this double melee, you're probably fine. And you talked about skewer level 1. Well, we just have 2 Quelling Blades, or at least 1 Quelling Blade. It's a little bit of deforestation on the bottom side of the map here. Wicked Guy's never heard of climate change. He believes that we gotta cut down all the trees. Gotta be 1800s England here in the bottom side of the map.
Look at the Onceler over here. Lorax would not approve of Wicked Guy, as this is definitely the kind of classic counterplay to the Treant. I will say as well, the Leech Seed, there's not really, I guess, for Treant, the awkward thing is that honestly none of his abilities do that much in lane. You're kind of just a big body, so Leech Seed feels perfectly fine as he absolutely beats Wicked Guy up. Gonna preemptively pull the creeps as well. Well done by Dubu to try and kind of stop this pull here, and he does actually meet the creeps down bot, so able to pretty cohesively draw the lane to just out the pull camp. We'll get a D-ward as well for himself. Gonna be a struggle for a Magnus and a Tusk. This lane just has really no inherent synergy, especially against a Tree and Shadow Fiend that's so strong. Just gotta kind of take the range creeps where you can, and otherwise struggle by.
And honestly, Leech Seed into this double melee lane in particular, it's actually kind of nice because you get a little bit 60, 100 HP regen every time you hit someone with your 100 damage. And that does mean that if you just kind of sit here and be this body and run into the 2 melee heroes, you just go and it gives you a little bit more sustain. Although level 2 on the Tusk is a nice timing with the tag team and the shards, and it will punish Dubu a little bit, but I mean, who cares? He's got tangos, he's got Leech Seed, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna go and get himself right back up to full. He thinks about getting the courier, but a little bit too far away.
Yep, just using that right click as much as Treant has, and in the top side, that is not a kill I guess I expected them to get, but Dr. Strangelove walks up a little bit too far. This is a pretty potent kill lane, I suppose. The Slowdoor and the Dark Willow. So getting that first blood on Disruptor feels very, very nice. In general, Disruptor is kind of one of these heroes where he's really as strong as his duo is in lane, and as strong as the Clinks is, he's also, again, potentially fragile. So if you can just walk up to either of these heroes, get a quick bash, get that Slithering Crush, and set up pretty easily for the Willow damage.
Speaking of lanes, we've been talking about the bottom lane and how awkward it's going to be for the for the Tusk and this Magnus. Well, look at mid. It's 17 for 2 versus 11 for 0. 2 games in a row. Strawberry Shortcake is doing a very nice job in the lane as GG Bond gets dove on top of, but Glimpse keeps this Slarder away. But yeah, this mid lane, I know that Storm Spirit, this is kind of a skill matchup you can farm relatively well, but I didn't expect Gunnar as the puck to be, I mean, he's getting doubled up in CS, Rojo.
Just good play. I mean, if you watch any of the recent Quinn guides, and if you really listen to Quinn at any point, his main advocate for how to be good at mid lane is to click the creeps better than the enemy mid laner. If you can just have higher CS than the enemy mid, you will win your lane the majority of the time. And I mean, very comfortable in Storm to do so. Both games back to back, just kind of giving the business to Gunnar and giving himself the best opportunities to actually win these games for GG Boom. Not successful in the first game, but he did try his heart out really on the Storm. So setting himself up again to do it if he would be able to. And
I hate this sometimes. You're playing a lane, you're playing carry, and you get up a little bit because the creeps are right around the river. You know, the creeps where they are, and your courier says, "Yeah, I got to run through the trees. Let me run right past the enemy position 4 so I can go die rather than." Take the lane like you would expect it to, and then you accidentally feed a courier away. This just happened to K1 right now. It's courier pathing is just, I swear there's something off with it. It just does not make me happy as now GG Bond gets jumped on top of, but the glimpse should be enough to keep him alive for now.
Walks into the bramble.
Not really. Walks into the second brambles, secondary stun, and now the Clinks is dead.
Again.
And, well, Dr. Strangelove gets a little bit too close as well. We talked about how this Clinks should have a decent lane into the Slardar, but Italiano Gangster is, he started with a ring of protection. He got himself a little bit of extra armor and is really making the most of it.
Yeah, that was really strange. As soon as I panned over to GG Bond, he kind of just walked into a bramble. Like, took his body and physically just walked into the bramble. Really tough for him, as Dr. Strangelove would love to get this glimpse. Nice set of bramble mazes here, and won't be able to, especially with the Treant armor there, to actually kill off the Willow. Comes through the gate as well on Skyfall, maybe looking to get some kind of punish up here, as Magnus will inevitably be left on an island, a very sad, lonesome island against the Shadow Fiend, but pretty much what you expect anytime you pick Magnus in the current patch. Not exactly a hero that wins you lane.
No, not really. Not really ever, realistically. But it's kind of interesting as well. You take a look at this Clinks. Almost every single Clinks I've seen, both, trying to look at other games, the games we've cast, you're going 0-2-2. You're maxing out your Q and your W and your E very quickly. So now the Dream Coil goes down with Dubu as well, and they just barely have enough damage. But the Storm will fall on this 60-minute win, or this 6-minute window, and they will be able to go get Illusion Rune from Gunnar as well. And Italiano Gangster gets that with a sliver of HP. He's going to be fine as that gank really comes to nothing. And now Wicked Guy bottom side, they say, hey, Tusk is top. Go kill the offlaner.
That is tough. Italiano Gangster with a little bit of chatting to everybody, as K1 looks like he will go down to the Storm. Nice rotation. Again, the Storm very, very quick on these moves with the TP. Of course, he did die, so it was a relatively simple choice to go help that bot side. We'll have to stay as well and stick around for the rune. Magnus coming here as well. Waveform, he'd love to go help Dubu, but looks like he just wants out. What's a long TP?
Oh, they cancel it. That's very nice indeed. Now Italiano Gangster, other side, Clinks on top of him. Should be able to kill Skyfall, I think, but no, the snowball's there. They're going to try to go, and there's the bash. Glimpse as well. Here comes K100 or K1 Hector, and Strangelove. Oh my god, the damage on top of him. He falls in about 2 hits. But with Clinks here, K1 not going to be able to kill him down. Does not have the vision, but good rotation from the Shadow Fiend. 2-1-0, 42 CS. Top of the net worth, exactly where you'd like to see K1.
Yeah, good position for him, but they did get the Wisdom Shrine. GG Bond got that on the Clinks, which gave him the level 6 to run away, and now to try and get onto K1 actively, but snowballing on top of him lets him ulti you.
Yeah, that's it's not great. As we're gonna see the glimpse on the Willow. And GG Bond, he's gonna get out once again. A little surprised at the lack of dusts I see on these heroes. There's no dust on Waveform as he TP'd in. Slardar doesn't have a dust. He's only level 5. So even as they're trying to go take this Clinks down, they really are not setting themselves up for it very well. I mean, there's a sentry, but one sentry is pretty easy for this Clinks to run it out of. Now the Storm trying to kill off K1, but Dubu's here. There's the Leech Seed looking for the turn. A little bit more.
Good dodge.
And one more hit. Requiem doesn't kill him. And now, well, Italiano Gangster's got to be careful. The glimpses there. GG Bond is having himself a pretty decent game. Not as good as Hector, but not bad. Certainly better than the Ursa game yesterday, or last game 1.
Yeah, kind of drops the Dream Coil mid, interestingly, but I suppose it's because Waveform is here, so just waits out the whole coil. Probably actually could have lived, I think, if he had just walked out of the coil, but did not expect Waveform to be level 6, especially at 9 minutes here. That was without getting any form of Wisdom Shrine either, so Waveform just got a crazy amount of XP. I'm shocked that he's level 6. He's higher level than Italiano as Gunnar. He's also been opened up. I mean, I really like these moves again by the Storm, really helping bail out his side lanes. But unfortunately, that's all he has been doing is bailing out his side lanes, as these rotations have been costing him a lot of net worth mid.
And remember, he was kind of dominating mid lane as a Dubu runs in, pops dust. There we go. And do we have the damage? Clinkses are surprisingly tanky, and we know that's going to be 2 kills.
The Bramble
dies at the very end, runs into the Bramble. And Dubu, I'm actually not. Dubu gets the final tick there. I'm not. Let me see if I can see the summary here.
Got hit, maybe did he get hit by the leech sheet? I thought
it was the final tick of Nature's Grasp. 8 damage. It kills him off.
Yeah, he got hit by the Bramble and then 8. Yeah, Nature's Grasp.
All right, Dream Coil onto the Storm.
Dream Coil, amp damage. Nicely done.
Yep, he's gonna go get taken down. But yeah, a little surprised to see Clinks die like that. Even still, you know, we were talking about this Storm Spirit, how good of a lane he was having, and Gunnar in a kind of a rough spot down, getting a 1 point doubled up in CS. Well, Gunner's top 2 net worth, and he's making a lot with this space that he has been given.
Yeah, this is sometimes the bane of mid laners is if your side lanes lose, it can. I mean, it's very, very alluring to go and help them, and sometimes you have to. Supports will come mid and mess with you. So I think his rotations have been good on the Storm. He's been getting kills. He's been, I mean, getting mostly what he can out of these moves, but Gunnar's just been sitting mid, enjoying his kind of staycation as Wicked Guy takes a ton of damage from every single right click to Dragonlance as well on K1. So eventually, he's actually slower on K1, so he's not getting this hit for the time being. No TB to speak of anyway, so K1's just gonna... Oh, K1 was just going to keep walking at him, but Wicked Guy is left to his lonesome. He's got, what is...
Wait, is he going to die?
I thought he trapped himself.
I was going to die to creeps. Now Gunnar finds a disruptor and works with Waveform and...
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
I was going to say, yeah, I would probably just deny myself on this Magnus. Very unfortunate way to go down, as Gunnar also gets that kill top. So good proactive moves like CatChamp. Not really a lot for GG Boom to do. Overall, this Magnus, this Disruptor, the Tusk, not really coming to much fruition as a collective. Still very poor on the Magnus, as to be expected, and Dr. Strangelove hasn't really been making particularly any moves on the Disruptor yet. Did just take over to level 6, but I still would much prefer to see in the first 12 minutes some decent glimpses actually get value.
Ooh, nice phase shift there. Gunner's going to dodge it, and with the silence, it's 2 dead heroes. Now, there is a Static Storm, and that's the secondary turn. So Gunner goes dodges the first one, and the Storm will fall, but GG Bond cleans up a little bit, even as we say, Dubu backside, finds Skyfall, kills off a ward as well. And this Treant Protector getting closer and closer to this shard. Although even as I say, I'm going to talk about getting closer to this shard, how useful that is, but he's got Blink queued up, and he's not that... He's only 500 gold away from Blink.
Yeah, he is very rich on this tree, and I mean, even richer so on Waveform. He supports, despite losing the Wisdom Shrines, have just been finding a ton of value as GG Bond. The bane of his existence has been those Brambles. Gunnar carries the dust, Has the dodge, but just a little bit too far. Is he going to be able to body block? He can on... Doesn't look like he can because of the phase movement. So
Yeah, not quite. Again, this Clinkz is surprisingly tanky. It was 5 seconds until he had Death Pack up once again, and that heal that you get, it can make some of these fights look really awkward. We saw that in the top side. So Dream Coil's now down for 50 seconds, Rojo. K1 continues to farm as he is wont to do, but this is a Clinkz that's having a decent game. He's not that far behind the Shadow Fiend. He is a hero that can get active a little bit more early. You do have the Skeleton Walk to go, and if your team can go set up for it, you can go and be very happy with that one. And they're going to go set up bottom, at the very least, try to put pressure on this tier 1 tower. And a lot of TPs were used to defend it earlier, which means those TPs are not available right now.
It actually smoked up around mid. This is Italiano's blink reveal. Very early to be getting this blink, but still a pretty reasonable timing for him. As K1's going to TP down. Tower's full HP, so I think backing off is probably the correct decision here for the side of GG Boom. And now GG Bond. Very nice scan by him, and he's going to just walk into the Wisdom Shrine. Really good awareness that they would be kind of searching for them across the map. Able to pick up that Wisdom Shrine for himself, and now even farm a bit of their jungle. Giving himself the best opportunities to, as you said, actually attempt to carry this game, as he is in a pretty good spot. Deso already finished.
And this is 4 for 0 on the Wisdom Shrines. They got both minute 7, both minute 14, and that means that even as this is a pretty decent net worth lead, all things considered, for the side of CatChamp, the levels are doing well. I don't know, it's actually not a full level necessarily for GG Boom, but it's plus 5% or so. They're having a decent time. They're keeping up, and that is much, much better. A damn sight better than it was in game number 1.
Yeah, very, very much so. Getting all those Wisdom Shrines was very, very nice for them. As another one of those kind of smokes, one of those moves from CatChamp where kind of wondering if a smoke actually bit them more than it helped them. Didn't get a single kill out of it, as GG Boom were a little bit wiser. Just kind of ended up biting themselves, missing out on both Wisdom Shrines. Only 3k lead for the time being. Still, again, powering up on K1. I'm sure he's perfectly fine with whatever lead they've managed to get. And Dubu has finished his blink, mind you. So no shard yet, because he's so farmed, he's opted to finish up that blink for himself. Certainly can't disagree. If he can ever get a blink overgrowth onto the Storm, onto this Clinkz, to really any of the heroes, this blink overgrowth is probably just going to kill them. They're going to soon be finishing their blink as well for Gunner. Blink obviously finished on Italiano. Just across the board, a pretty brutal amount of mobility coming out. Trying to look onto the runes. Oh. This is the crush.
And now Storm on top of Italiano Gangsters. He runs on out of here, but got to be careful. Terrorize on top of 2. There's going to be the Dream Coil silence as well. No Static Storm. It's not going to go down. Italiano Gangster is low, but not dead just yet. Evil Storm Spirit moves in, tries to go on top of K1, gets Gunner at the very end. And that's a big kill indeed, but 3 dead on the side of GG Boom, and that's going to be Elite Seed a little bit more stunned, trying to get on out of there, but not enough. Wait for him, got to be careful. Okay, that's a little scary. He's going to get taken down, but GG Bond should fall in response. Okay, there we go. Hector accidentally hit a skeleton instead of the walking skeleton and almost missed the kill, but they had more than enough damage. That's 5 for, what was that, 5 for 2? 5 for 3, so maybe not as bad as it first looked, but still very nice for Hector, who continues to... Yeah. Now he's 2,000 above the Clinkz, and that's where this starts to matter.
Yeah, definitely the big benefactor being just Hector in general. I mean, a fight could go probably relatively equal gold distribution, which this one was still in the favor of CatChamp, but as long as Hector is the person benefiting from the majority of the gold, then I think you're always happy. This guy just loves to soak up the map. Definitely the primary carry of this game, as they do finish off Dr. Strangelove as well. These blinks, again, just brutal. These are not very tanky heroes across the board. Get Skyfall as well.
That's going to take a second.
Oh, you know, A for effort. Bring him into the creeps, which is going to deny him. That was kind of silly. I would 100% tip Italiano for that one. He just kind of gave him the deny for free.
Oh, if he's on your team or if you're playing against
Yeah,
him, or
probably
honestly both.
Yeah,
probably both.
He
Like, come
deserves
on,
that
dude.
one. But inside of the river, where Slowdor is at home here, inside the Roshan pit, very, very quick from them. Pretty much all their heroes are incredible at Team Roshan, specifically the Slowdor. K1 as well, so give him another Roshan at 18 minutes. We don't, we bail. That seemed to work out pretty well in the last game.
Yeah. And of course, generally this unlocks the 20-minute Tormentor as well, which is there are some very good shards this game. Either you get Treant for free instead of him having to get its second item, as he's only about 500 gold away, or you get the Willow Shard, which is fantastic. Being able to go and apply more brambles around a Cursed Crown is so nice. So, yeah, that's... generally, we talk about the gold, right? It's nice to have it, but these shards for the supports of CatChamp are at least A tier. I don't know if you want to call it S tier, but very good shards. Now, Clinks has to be careful. He's just going to get run at by Italiana Gangster. We talked about the bounty hunter problem in that last Clinks game. Florida problem's even worse because he can just chase after you and is a core, so he just does a lot of damage. And this Clinks, it's great in pubs, Rojo. I haven't really seen it all that successful in pro games.
Radiant are scanning.
Rojo, you're muted.
Thank you. Very easy to get on top of these heroes with all these blinks from CatChamp. So particularly difficult games for Clinks. And especially for all these switchy heroes is looking for Gunner. Ooh, good blink out, good silence.
Good. Yeah, dodge the static storm. So
still, yeah.
There's gonna be the RP. So a couple cooldowns,
Good
but
kill.
you kill off this very annoying Puck who's been making a lot of space. Problem is, 3 heroes topside, and that's a tier 2 tower taking a lot of damage right at the 20-minute timing. And I don't know that you can stop this Tormentor from going down even without the Puck. I mean, the amount of minus armor with Corrosive Haze and the presence of the Dark... Well, I guess... Does presence of the Dark Lord affect the Tormentor? It's not a structure.
Yes. I believe it
Okay.
is.
So yeah, this Tormentor is going to die very fast.
Yeah, it's toast. Definitely is toast. They had an opportunity, I think, to go through the gate, but we're just a little bit too worried that they're going to be set up there, which is probably the appropriate thing to do. So just going to give away the Tormentor, which is pretty natural. Not really something that you can fight, especially with his Aegis on Hector, who is, again, by the way, as they get the Dark Willow Shard, one of the better ones we mentioned. Looking at this butterfly timing again for K1, and notably also incredible against the Clinks. So when he does get towards this, we'll be quite happy. Get on top of Skyfall. Should be simple.
Yep, he's going to Walrus Punch, trying to buy a little bit more space, but the Bramble Maze is there, and that's going to be a dead Tusk once again. At least the Clinks gets out, and finally, for the first time in this game, the Radiant, they get themselves a Wisdom Shrine. And in fact, they're going to get both. So finally, they get the victim. They get the benefit of that one. It's taken a while as Gunner continues to work with Italiano Gangster and these supports. There's no safety. There's nowhere they can be on the map. Gunner and Italiano Gangster. Yeah, those.
I do boo. And they're looking now at the storm. Thankfully has a regen, so should be able to get out. Bit of extra mana to work with, but I mean, yeah, these wards from Dubu are, well, Dubu and Waveform, I suppose, are pretty ridiculous. They place in a straight line, essentially, diagonally here across this bot to mid lane. Give them, just a really, really strong kind of sight of vision. And K1, recognizing that he doesn't really need the butterfly yet, as Clinks isn't too much of a problem. He actually just finishes as Stanic, so can be able to sustain himself through pretty much any damage that he takes, and killing him off. Nice try. Gonna be very, very difficult. Crimson out from Wicked Guy.
Oh,
this is
no,
his,
he's Bramble mazed up. He's Cursed
Chuck
Crown.
Crimson,
There's
you
going to be
should
the
live.
Dream
Oh,
Coil Static
no.
Storm, but the Puck dodges it. So
Jaunt.
Magnus almost dies. He's going to have to go back to base before he tries to make any skewer play. They waste Static Storm, and still we got, I guess it's only 45 seconds on this Aegis, so not really I'm not sure you want to try to go high ground one more time. That feels a little bit dicey, but even still, this is not an easy situation to be in. Is Dubu just sitting there ready to break smokes? Now, we should point out that the Clinks did kill Dubu's courier, so that was the courier that had the shard on it, which means he's not able to get quite as much vision as he otherwise would. But, I mean, even still, you talked about it. The wards, even if he doesn't have eyes in the forest, the wards are doing such a nice job of keeping this team pinned in their base.
Yeah, they do eventually get one of the wards, but only one of them, as they're still keeping this very strong kind of belt of wards here. They're going to leave the area if at some point GG Boom wants to decide to take away this vision as the Aegis expires, and I actually do like this pickup from the Wicked guy, the Crimson here from him. Particularly good for defending the base, going to be able to kill the creeps so the Brambles are not able to catch the Storm. Decent setup here from Waveform, and they're going to smoke. I think they do have somewhat of a timer here. They can land an RP onto somebody. They know that they're not together as a team. K1, he's a really difficult kill, but they're going to try.
They're going to get right on top of him, looking for the Requiem. Not going to fight it. RP is there. He's dead immediately. Requiem, Death Requiem does so much damage, though. And here comes Waveform and Italiano Gangster. Oh, God. Puck shows up on the backside. Buyback from Storm, but they're just, the game's over.
No.
They're tapping out. They say it is not worth it to play this game anymore as Italiano Gangster. He might die, and he will, but that's honestly just an ego booster. This game is over. CatChamp move on to tomorrow. And GG Boom, they're out of the Dream League Season 28 North American Qualifiers.
Some nice attempts by GG Boom, absolutely. I think they didn't put up a bad showing by any means in this qualifier, but unfortunately just a little bit too strong from CatChamp. I think they cleaned up a little bit today. Some still, I think, very blatant issues that they will have to address coming into these stronger matchups of the qualifier, but honestly, pleasantly surprised with GG Boom. It doesn't look like they were too happy about the way they kind of dropped out of this qualifier, but they should be, I think, at least pretty happy with how far they made it.
Yeah, I mean, they made it to the closed qualifiers. They put up reasonably competitive games against a team of what is pretty seasoned veterans. You know, K1 Hector, he's played on very big stages. So too is Gunner. They played at TI, Dubu as well. So not a bad run for them, certainly, but their run does end here. And that means tomorrow we're going to have 2 more series. We get to find out who of CatChamp and Rottweilas are going to go and run
That's going to be a
into.
good series.
That is going to be a good series. I think CatChamp, not super impressive yesterday and a little bit dicey at times today. The laning stage, I think Gunner's laning has been a little suspect. Not quite. He's getting beaten down, I think, a little bit more than he should, but they do seem to be putting their macro together a little bit more, and that should be interesting. I'm actually not quite sure who. I mean, yes, Rottweilas took a game and they snowballed. They absolutely annihilated GamerLegion game 1, but I'm not quite sure who I favor between CatChamp and GamerLegion, or CatChamp and Rottweilas going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I do like, I mean, Rottweilers has looked quite good to me, so based on what we've seen, I would probably put them as a little bit more likely, but as you said, kind of CatChamp they're still, I think, just kind of gathering their team play, their macro, building up their kind of laning mechanics. So I think that by tomorrow, if they are taking this relatively seriously, they should hopefully give us some pretty competitive games.
Yeah, very much. I'm looking forward to it, that is for sure. But for now, we are done here today. 1 team gone, 3 teams remain as we get to see who is going to qualify for Dream League Season 28 out of the North American region. 1 slot, 3 teams remain, and we'll find out tomorrow who's going to take it.
I'll go winter, baby, without you loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a cool winter, baby, without you here with me. So don't keep me waiting. I need you.
and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitations. We're united as one nation.
My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh, it's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed.